Welcome to Closing Argument, y'all. Finally, come on with one question. Right here on Closing Argument. This is the number one platform network program. We should give you the opportunity to sit here with us. Discuss national issues, especially training issues, and that is affecting our country. So we if to listen to what we maybe that we have brought more than 1 million plus to our leaders' attention, but what's going on? Why the people can't listen? And these people, yeah, um, when the people are coming out, let me frank, when the guys who are coming out, the people refer to as our leaders today, going from that their youthful age, in their parental maybe home and other stuff, coming up as a child, they went through every doctrine you think about as a child. As a child, they were trained, those moral lessons and other stuff. We don't know what happened. As soon as people grow now and get into public offices, they now, it becomes so difficult to listen. They become so stubborn. Corruption are taking what some of them who their parents knock their back and say go to church, go to Sunday school, yeah, go to you have to go for Wednesday service. You have to go for Mary service. Some of them now they have changed totally. So for that reason, someone said we know what's happening though to them because these are people who grew up with their parents. Our leaders today, all the police here, right? The police here as maybe pro tem, the police here as senators, the police here as representative, ministers, directors around here. People grew up with their parents. They know they went through um, the visual training. But we know how come the project change overnight, and they become so stubborn, eat people money, whole country money, look at it, just eat it. You look at close to 52, some thousand plus United States dollars. One person, can you imagine? One person, you look at close to 52, 53,000. Just check that money, my people. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. You look at that amount of money and just go put it uh, behind a single car. And you know what hurting me about the whole thing? While you are listening to people buying a car and for that amount of money, what really hurt me now is that what really hurting me is that I'm looking at the age of some of them. Some in the old age already, and yeah, at that about old age, you buying $52,000 car. I don't know what you want proof. And you still looking for you buying bulletproof cars around here. Our president, it is some you know, yeah, it is some more plus years now. Instead of looking for a bulletproof car at that age, you should be looking for some of the the pickups around here. They'll take you on his farm, and they'll carry you on his farm to bring it back. Yeah, I like that. I like the guys there from Kenya. I like the guys there from Rwanda. They'll be looking for and pick up around here. Some of yeah, very strong Toyota pickup, take you to your farm to bring it back, do the weekend other stuff. But you paying almost 1 million plus for bulletproof car. Who want to hunt you? Who run after you? At that type of age. But that's the country that's Africa, especially Liberia. They will find ourselves. So what can we do? All this is happening. Then you check the background of where they're coming from. The account is where they where they comes from. What's happening in the county? It is listen to you see pro tem getting almost 53,000 worth of car. Go in your county and go see what's happening to that government school there in her county. What happened to the public school? What happened to major roads in Grand Pastor County, connecting other counties, bridges and other stuff in other countries? What happening? But it's 52,000, 56, 52 to 60,000 USD card. In your old age is what you still want to buy. You still want to spend money on. What you want to prove? What you want to show out to the people? And you have people in your county where you're representing They elected you to go and represent them. You spend that amount of money, you know, and so it helped me a whole lot. So this is why sometimes when I come here, people, I just, I just feel frustrated sometimes on how our people, our leaders, especially our leaders, how wicked they are, and looking at this country here, you have electricity, it's not stable. You have to serve certain community for certain hour for 5 hours. After the 5 hours, you have to switch to the next community, give you another 5 hours. That's how you serving your people when it comes to electricity, power. When it comes to things prices on the market, no control. The people don't have control on the market. You have gasoline being sold to certain area for 750, another area is 680. There is no control of these things prices on the market. So this is why our leaders,
Okay.
Hey, yo, Tomalin, you live, bro.
Yes.
Mute yourself. Okay. All right, folks. Let's get started here. I guess the chief himself got he was actually taken off guard. So I don't know why that is the case. But great to be on here tonight. Wonderful people. Great to be on here. Another thing, big thing is happening in Liberia. We got the county meet going on. I don't know how you guys are celebrating the county meet, whatever county you are from. Um, Go ahead and celebrate your people. This is an opportunity for us to unite under one umbrella, regardless of our political differences. Um, Whatever we do, this is a perfect opportunity for us to be who we are, how we are, and how we affiliate. So great to be on here tonight. Great to be back on the closing argument. Liberia Premier Platform, your platform for informative conversation. This is where we bring you nothing more than informative conversation and not to be sensational about the discussion. We are here to bring you fights and nothing but the fights. So we want to say welcome, Matilda Stevens, uh, Gribble Leah. Welcome to the show, guys. While we wait for Tomalin George to come on and the other guys, today is my older sister's birthday. T Soko out of Madison, Wisconsin. So while we wait for Tomalin and other people to come on, I think I'm going to send a special birthday shout out to her today. Play maybe a birthday song for her and celebrate with her. Tenet Soko out of Madison, Wisconsin. Happy birthday to you. And everybody else that is celebrating with you today. Hope you guys are doing good and celebrating in grand style. I know as this go through, you got to get a friend like me. Find a friend like me. All right, go through it all together and celebrate. Today, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of things on the agenda for discussion. I'm not certain as to where St. Tomlin George or Dr. Peabody will start with the conversation, but I'm darn sure it's going to be a heated and packed conversation, heated one for discussion. There are a lot of things that are happening in Liberia, a lot of things that you cannot stand being away from. You got to be a part of this. So while we try to get ourselves to the conversation, do us a favor, do yourselves a favor, share the video, invite somebody, tell somebody else. The closing argument is on. We about to get started, and it's going to get heated. Share the video, invite other people to be a part of today's conversation more than you ever done as we get through these discussion points with too much to talk about. St. Tomalin George, I see St. Tomalin George is in the back. I don't know if he's ready to jump in on this one really quick, but let me, guys, hold on one second. I'm pretty sure he might just be ready. I don't know what's going on with the guys in the studio. Let's do this here. All right, we'll play this one birthday song and then we'll get into it. I think Tomlin is probably still doing something. All right, guys. You got this one going, right?
Today na your birthday. Na the day where you come to join the people wey be no stay for this world. Anything where you see for this world, whether good or bad, make you take so. Now so everybody come in the world. We the advice you say, any walk where you they walk, make you put your mind there and walk and find. Make you know they talk like, make a yes be yes, you know be no, then you go live well for this world. So God will bless you, give you long life, give you many birthdays again. So God will bless you, give you long life, give you many birthdays again. Say thanks to you, happy birthday to you. You go live long for say thanks to you. We beg God to give you many birthdays to you. Say thanks to you, happy birthday to you. We did the born you. Say thanks to you. How many months ago? To you.
We say special birthday shout out to you, Miss Nyenwolo out of Madison, Wisconsin.
Happy birthday to you.
We wish you many more years.
Say thanks to you. Mama, yeah.
Keep being the big sister you are. The courageous one. Calm and always collected. I should celebrate your special day today, Tene. I wish you many more years.
Today now your birthday.
The entire town of Logantown,
Join the people
Gardnersville,
for this world.
where you once lived, they're celebrating you today.
Anything where you see,
Madison, Wisconsin is on fire.
whether good or bad, make you take so. Now so everybody come in the
And the rest of the world celebrates you today. And we say we celebrate you together.
advice you say, any walk where you they walk, make you put your mind there and walk and find. Make you know they talk like, make your yes be yes, your no be no, then you go live well for this world.
Folks, welcome to the closing argument. This is your premier platform.
Give you long life, give you many birthdays again.
Where we bring you interactive conversation.
Give you long life, give you many birthdays again. Say thanks to you.
It is indeed against our belief to sensationalize the conversation because it is about the people.
Long life to you. Happy birthday to you.
But we keep the conversation diversified and, of course, factual.
Many weeks ago. Happy birthday to you. Anyhow you did. Say thanks to you. We did beg God to give you long life again. Oh, yeah.
Celebrate your county.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you, T. Soko. Enjoy your day. Thank you for being a part of the family. Thanks for being the big sister you are. And thanks for being as courageous as you are. Until again, folks, we will be right here. This is the closing argument. We want to welcome all of you to the conversation. Folks, a lot of things to talk about. It appears as though the guys in studio are currently not there, but I see Tomalin is out here with us. Let's Tomalin, can you hello? Tomalin, can you hear me? You good? All right. So let's continue. Let's continue this little back in here. Let's continue to acknowledge a lot of you on here who are following us. If you followed us for the first time, we want to welcome you to the closing argument. Definitely a pleasure to have you on here. We appreciate you for being a part of the conversation as often as you can. Regardless of where you're following us from and how you're following us, we should thank you. If you're following us on the radio or using your data, we cannot in any way, shape, or form dismiss that desire, that level of patriotism for one nation for which you are on here today, using your data to be a part of the conversation. We thank you. We do sincerely appreciate your contribution and being here. Now, one thing we must do, and we must be a part of the conversation, we must do due diligence. Share the video. Invite somebody. Tell somebody, tell somebody, tell somebody else. The closing argument is on. We are here to bring you the information that is deserving. We are here to bring you the conversation that is worth being a part of. A lot of things happening in Liberia today that you definitely don't want to miss out on. You want to be a part of it. And I can rest assure you, it is in itself going to be one more informative than you can ever imagine. St. Tomalin George is in studio, and we say we will take on from there. Again, welcome to the closing argument. Let's get into it. St. Tomalin George, how you doing, boss man? Oh my God, he's still. I guess Tomalin is still I'm sorry, folks. My dog he keep messing with me. That's right.
Lofa, I got
Yeah,
a Representative Foucault on the line. It says the police are on the way to arrest him. Representative Foucault, you live on the closing argument.
yes.
Yeah, please share what's happening.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I just woke up to a lot of calls and text messages that the police. I mean, it is unconfirmed because I have not gotten any official call from the police. Nobody from the police has called me like they have been doing. All of the time the police needed me, the police invited me. So this is unconfirmed. It is just something that is on social media. But whatever the case is, whether it is true or not, I'm here at my residence. I have opened all of my gates so that the police don't struggle. If it is true that the police are coming to arrest me, I'm here so that they can come and pick me up. My case and myself, we are here also waiting for them. If the information is actually true.
But why are they trying to come in? Why they want to arrest you for?
I don't know. Like I said, it's unconfirmed. They just circulating on social media. I don't know how true it is, and I don't want to believe that the police are coming to arrest me. But if this information is actually true, then I'm here waiting for the police to come and pick me up.
Well, so I got to call the director of police to find out what to confirm. What
yes, please do. Please.
Yeah, I will do it. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, Tomalin, before you go, let me ask a quick question though. Is he still on? Or you left already?
Left already.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Lofa, let me make some calls. I'll get back. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, go do that. I'll run things for a little bit. Get back to us. All right, folks. That's it. There you go. You just heard that. That was Representative Safoko, who is alleging that the police are on their way. The Liberia National Police are on their way to arrest him for whatever reason. Unfortunately, we cannot speak to why the situation it is. We cannot tell you specifically why he will or he is being arrested. But as he rightfully stated in his words, it is not confirmed. These are social media rumors that is out there. It is alleged that people are on his way. The police are on their way. So hopefully that information that is saturated in the social media could be confirmed. And then we could go from there, because this is information that is coming from a permanent member of society. We're talking about a representative. So to hear such a statement that the police are on their way to arrest him without any reason for the arrest, I think it's a little bit troubling. So we all must do due diligence. We must do our parts to kind of investigate thoroughly before we can actually get to stating things that are not factual, because these kind of information can be very troubling for the community, the society in general. Again, folks, we want to welcome you to the closing argument. Sitting behind the microphone tonight is your humble seven, Lofa Julius, and I'm coming to you live from the people's city of Raleigh, the state of North Carolina. To date, for the past, I don't know how many years since I've been in North Carolina, first time I've seen this much snow in Raleigh. Yeah, so everything got shut down. We had to get we locked in, had to stay indoor. You really couldn't go anywhere. So we work, even though we work from home. So, but besides all of that, I think it had been great. I don't know about you, how you doing. Let's see. There are quite a few of you on here today. Aliu Kamara, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. One of our religious and committed follower. Consistently, you have been a part of the closing argument. One of the very few folks who are currently consistently here in on time. We appreciate you for being here, Aliu Kamara. Gribble Leo William, thank you for being here. Nosu boiling palm butter. Well, Nosu boiling palm butter, thank you for being here wherever you're watching from. Nosu boiling said, "What is going on, guys? We were just getting started. We are about to get the conversation in gear. Thank you for being here, Materia Stevens. Thank you, Moya Sharif. Moya Sharif, welcome to the show. CDC Pope Success Keita for life. These names are one of its kind. I don't know how you guys come up with these names, but the name in itself is a whole sentence. Yeah, sometimes people just use phrases, but a lot of you guys go beyond. You come up with all of these sentences and make it your name. CDC Pope Success Keita for life. Can you believe that? And the man said, the man or the woman, because the Pope could be a man or a woman. I don't know, however, whichever way it goes. But good evening, Liberia. Good evening, Liberia from Duport Road. God, please have mercy on JMB. Liberia, please. Definitely. Asata Dawson watching us as well. Sister Cully. Sister, welcome to the show. Sister, how she managed with you when you were small. I don't know how my sister managed with me when I was young, but she was very patient in dealing with me. Now, she was one of those. Tena was one of those people when she mad. You don't really notice it though, for real. Tena, I don't know. I really cannot speak to the last time I realized when T was mad, and it really showed out when she's mad. She's one of those people who would really know how to carry herself. When she's mad, she's walking out or she's walking away. So it was hard for you to really notice that when she was mad. So I mean, Cecil, I don't know. She probably be the best person to tell you how she controlled herself when I was much younger. But thank you for being here, Ruben Conant. Thank you for being a part of the conversation, Elizabeth Dempster. Elizabeth, I am listening now. Amen. Thank you for coming on. The closing argument is here. This is your premier platform. This is your place to be. This is where we bring you the conversation void of sensationalization. And of course, it is about facts and not fictions. We bring you what is in the best interest of Liberians, and that is our concern. That is our focus. That will be our target. Folks, as we gear up to bring the rest of the panelists on the day, we want you all to take it upon yourself. Just get your bottles of water, cup, whatever it is, glass of wines, whatever you want to be drinking on tonight, because it's going to get heated in here. We have a lot of the panelists who are gearing up, getting themselves ready. Benedict Gadet, watching from Atlanta, New Georgia. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. It will only be fair if we were to entertain you guys a little bit while the rest of the panelists are preparing themselves to come on. I think St. Tomalin George is trying to gather some information on what is going on with Safoko. So, well, Representative Safoko. So let's see how we can just play a couple of LIB music. You know, that's who we are, and that's what we represent on this platform. So we would definitely do our best to promote ourselves and make sure the people get what is in their best interest. This one right here is from your boy CIC, and it's called Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you Liberians. Thank you all for maintaining the peace and stability of the nation. Congratulations to all of you for consistently doing what you do. Most important,
with original hits.
Shout out to my very own sister, Tenet Soko, out of Madison, Wisconsin. I say happy birthday to you.
Download your favorite song at originalhits.com.
Pepe can chango, le pape said no one to do it, do. Clipper can rock you, lepe when you coming true. Y'all can see, all the good God do for me, oh. Pape, your blessing to plant me, and I got cut out to oh. You open door, you made a way. Make my enemy caliphate. They wanna wallow down me. Listen, people not saying.
Congratulations to you, Miss Tenet Soko.
The opening corridor.
To all the folks in Madison, Wisconsin who celebrating with you today, we say special shout out to you from the closing argument.
They went to farewell. Congratulations. The grace I carried and on their faith, we teach it and do well. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let all my kids they wanting me for. All of my Kenya give it to God. They think he'll do it follow my mom. Le pape la zoba. Le pola don't kutuku. See the thing I do. Jallah to say we not doing so. Me I got pepe. Champutuku. You turn your ground for me. When all of them were looking down on me. Glipper you still a show. Your umpa you slow but show. Let me at today, tell me answer. Used to put your level, tell me what's that. Lick better than plan to your dream. Pape, I do as you say.
Asata Miller is watching all the way from Soul Clinic in Liberia. We say special shout out to you, Asata.
Blessing to plant me and I got.
Thank you for following the closing argument where we bring you
I made a way.
nothing more, nothing less than factual information.
Listen, people not saying.
And of course, congratulations to my very own sister, Tenet Soko. Happy birthday to you.
Any corridor for me to pass.
Now that you're old enough, we can drink together.
See how you turn it around for good from the way to farewell. Congratulations. The grace I carried and on your faith, we teach it and do well. Congratulations.
Download your favorite.
I don't know what is it that most of my sisters don't even drink. I'm the only person who actually be trying to do it.
Vibes with originalhits.com.
Oh, you opened door, you made a way. Make my enemy caliphate. They wanna wallow down me. Listen, people not saying. Me only used to tell me not telling me okay.
Also, as you come on and follow the show, let us know where you follow it from. Let us tie it in with your city or state,
For good from the way to farewell.
country or continent.
Grace I carried and on your faith, we teach it and do well.
Alice, we want to welcome you to the show as well. Alice says she's watching.
Congratulations. Let all my kids they wanting me for. All of my Kenya give it to God. They think he'll do it follow my mom. Le pape la zoba. Le pola don't kutuku. See the thing I do. Jallah to say we not doing so. Me I got pepe. Champutuku. You turn your ground for me.
William Jockett is watching all the way from Des Moines, Iowa.
Your umpa is slow.
Man, I know you know a lot about Des Moines, Iowa, because I've been around the Iowa area. I once lived around Dubuque.
Pape, I do as you say.
I work at Dubuque.
Y'all can see. All the good God I do for me, oh. Pape, your blessing to plant me and I got cut out to oh. You open door, you made a way. Make my enemy call.
How's the snow over there today? Are you guys in snow or are you enjoying the cold weather? You're not too far from Minnesota. Neither are you too far from Chicago. And of course, Madison, Wisconsin. So you're right there with the snow weather. Are you enjoying it or you just don't want to be a part of it no more? Do you now want to move to North Carolina and enjoy the beautiful weather over here? too bad to say yes. We are again. We're experiencing a little bit of snow over here, but not too much.
I'm feeling the vibes.
Benjamin Jonah just joined us out of the the Twin Cities, and we want to say
Your
welcome.
favorite song at originalhits.com.
Pepe can change go. Le pape said no one to do it, do. Clipper can rock you. Lepe when you coming true. Y'all can see. All the Google.
Let's Jimma throw Kanga,
I pay a blessing to plant them.
following us from far to near.
Oh.
One of TCA most supportive
My enemy calling they wanna
and consistent
listen people.
follower, folks. We want to appreciate all of you who consistently and continuously support the platform.
Congratulations. They opening corridor for me.
Regardless of how the conversation is going, you remain consistent
They turn it around for
and committed to making it happen right here.
congratulations. They great.
Coming to you from the people city of Raleigh, the state of North Carolina, is your very own Lofa Julius.
Congratulations. Let all my kids they wanting me for. All of my Kenya give it to God. They think you do it all for la mama. Le pape la zoba. Le pola dunkutuku. Si le tina do. Jallah to say we not Jones.
Eugenia finally made her trip to Liberia, and she's telling us exactly where she's watching
All
from.
of them were looking down on.
Eugenia is watching from Sopo National Park in Sano County, Liberia.
me and sir.
After 40 some more years of existence in the United States, Eugenia finally made her way to Liberia.
Do as you say.
We're proud and appreciative of you, Eugenia, for making your way all the way to Liberia.
All the good.
But then she lasted in Liberia for only 2 weeks, and then she ran right back.
It
It don't matter how long you stay, how you did it, we want to appreciate you for at least making your way to Liberia.
Wanna wallow down me.
After 40 years,
Congratulations. Me only used to tell I mean they telling me okay. Congratulations. They opening corridor.
Kigati Pasawi is watching from Canada.
How are you turning around?
Ahaja Bawazi is watching from Korea.
I carried and on your mate. They cheat and do well. Congratulations.
Download your favorite song at original.
Edmund Wilson he said, I'm watching greetings from the cold land, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Wow, you still in Canada? You and my brother actually in Canada together. He came out here. I will not say his name right now because I'm not trying to get in trouble with him. But he came out here. We had to run him out right after Trump got elected. We kick him back because we only gave you guys about 2 weeks visa, and he came out here. He was trying to be out here for life. So we're like, nah, bro, you got to go back. Take the gym, your bro, with you from wherever you came from. Go back. Take the gym. We even offer him the gym free. We told him to take it with him. We said, go with the gym. Sophie Blamo, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. Benjamin Jonah, coming to us from Minnesota. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the closing argument. Let's get into the conversation while the rest of the panelists get themselves together to join us in the conversation. Let's get into that quickly. Let's start the conversation. Ben, let's hear from you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Welcome.
Another
welcome.
day, another trouble.
What's going on in your end?
Yeah, just everything is cool. Beautiful people, beautiful women, beautiful environment, cool weather, and just having a good time, Yeah. But again, if you're trying to find a place to be, there's no other place you want to be than being in the Twin City tonight. And when it's Wednesday, it's a lot of good things will be happening. So if you're somewhere in the Midwest and you're trying to find a place to hang out, I'm gonna tell you straight out. Eugenia will be here soon. We're expecting her in the Twin Cities, and so if you want to be anywhere, come to the Twin City. If you want to be anywhere, come to the Twin City. All right, guys. enough of the board. What's on your mind? Not your cold weather story. Oh, there's a whole lot on my mind. That's a whole lot. You know, I have a library of ideas, a library of things that are happening around me. I can talk from here to the next 2 days without stopping. You know that. And you know that I have a reservoir of ideas to talk about. But until then, while we wait for the team to come on, you know, I can't just put stuff out there. You remember, I'm not a what you call it? I'm not a panelist here. No, I'm not on a region, and I'm a guest, so I can't set the pace for what is to be talked about. But in the meantime, I'm going to talk about my own stuff. You know, I'm going to be doing my own stuff. You know, and inviting people over to come to the Twin City. And when you come to the Twin City, anybody, if you want to have a good time, you got to hit me up, no matter where you're coming from. If you come to the Twin City, just ring me and say, "Hey Ben, what's up? Where you are?" And the rest will be history. The rest will be history because you'll be well taken care of. We're gonna carry you for lunch and have some good time. So again, if you ever have the opportunity to come to the Twin City again, don't forget to call on Ben Jonah, and I'll be there. I won't be your Uber because we'll have Uber around. It'll be a sign of us. You don't have to. Guys, mute just who came on like that? Happy. Anyway, yeah. So once again, this is your boy Ben Jonah, the guy from the Twin City, you know. And the children, you said,
Benjamin, get into the conversation. You're on the show to already. Start the conversation. There are a lot of things going on, a lot of conversation that can be held. Keep the people informed until everybody else come on. You start.
Listen, what is the fight that we're talking about? Because if
you're talking everything that happened, Ben. Go ahead.
Listen.
I'll be with you shortly.
Listen to me. You know, this is the high blood pressure show, but now I'm flowing. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to start something here that shouldn't be said here, you know. So I'm trying to stay in my lane, be as respectful as a guest, and do the best I can do. Because there are certain things I want to talk about. Probably this platform might not. What was the word to use? In fact, okay, let me talk with the county meet. You know, you see in the back of me there, you see Grand Crew. Grand Crew is my county. And for some reason, we were cheated. So there's a lot going on in Liberia. But again, if y'all give me a chance to talk about things that I want to talk about, I don't want to get in trouble. I have a lot. At least when you set the pace, then I know how to follow. But if I start my pace, because I have some documents here and some things I would like to read, I don't want to read anything here. Hey, what's up? What's up, Mr.?
They will have to actually restrict you. The comment that you make, and that's what people say. You need to measure. Like last night, some comment you're making are not appropriate on the show. So you got to understand that you're not on your high blood pressure show. You're on a platform that is respectful, a platform that respects the viewer, or a platform that will have to be decorous. I come in.
No.
I come in.
No.
And I just think I say you want to use your statement for use your statement. No. Listen, if you try to do that, we'll restrict you or something on that line. You have to be restricted for that.
No, Pewee.
No. You just said just now. That you are now you're about to use your word. No, that's not true.
That is not
No,
true.
no, no, no. You just said it.
That's not true.
No, no, you have a pressure.
Listen.
All right, okay, guys. All right, guys. I like the.
Let me do it.
No, I like the Z's.
No,
I like the higher
Listen.
I like the start to the conversation, but I think let's keep that to the maybe the end or the middle of the conversation when it is needed. We'll get into that part. We'll get into that part.
No. We're not going to discuss it again. I'm just saying something. So
there are a lot of things to talk about. There are a lot of things to talk about. Sorry, guys, give me a second. Guys, give me a second here. Benjamin, hold on 1 second.
Let's say if you are right. If you are right. You're not right.
Benjamin.
Approach was wrong, but that's okay.
Benjamin, we're gonna move beyond that. Okay, we're gonna go beyond that because I was hoping, and I apologize that I had to hastily step off. I needed to handle something, but let's get into the conversation. A lot of things that are going on in Liberia, including the upcoming SONA. I want us to actually start today's conversation with our expectation for the SONA. A lot of boiling water, one would say much more is hot oil. As we approach this SONA, we now have, as folks are now considering, we have two speakers. Some who consider Fanati Kofa the legal, as they will consider him, the legal speaker, and others who are considering, what's the other guy name? The one who put his left hands up to accept to be sworn in. What's his name? Corn. Okay. Corn is, I guess they will consider him is the illegal speaker. So as we approach this SONA, considering the fact that we have not resolved all of these things, I want us to talk about what would be the expectation of the Liberian people. What would be the reaction from both sides? What are people expecting to see on the day when President Boykai is to walk in to address the nation or hopefully provide what we would consider a report to all of us on his 1 year of governance? What has he done? What is he reported to our legislature? And we have two, in quotation, speakers. I want us to talk about this. Who will be representing that body, and who will he be addressing as the speaker going forward, based on the legality, based on the political aspect of things, and every other thing that may come with it? What would our international partner think of us as a nation that claim to be a sovereign nation and is in good standing, good rapport with democracy and other things? So let's start a conversation going this way. Considering the fact that, Tomalin George, if you're ready, we will start with you. If you're not, we will go to Benjamin, Jonah, Pewee, and then my brother. Welcome to the show, folks. As you join us, folks, do us a favor, share the show, invite other people to be a part of the conversation. Today, we will give you your money worth, your time worth. We will provide you the information undiluted. Guys, welcome to the closing argument. Tomalin George.
Yes, let me just first of all, let me say welcome everyone. Somebody got a mute. Okay, the noise in the background.
Greetings, Tomalin. Greetings, Chief.
Hey, what's up? Abu? Everybody got noise. Let it mute. Okay. First of all, earlier we had Representatives Friends Foucault on the line, and I'm delayed because I've been trying to work the phone lines, and I just able to speak to the IG Coma, and just confirm that he said absolutely there's no arrest warrant out there for anyone. He said nobody will be. He said I can confirm it that nobody is out there to be arrested. He said, but there are people of interest, and if they need be, they will be inviting people for questioning, and also no one's above the law, as he said too. But he said, like tonight, there's no arrest warrant out there for anyone that to be arrested, and including the representative. So that's what he just told me when I spoke to him. So let's continue the show. News flies quickly, and everybody concerned. I don't know why our country is in this kind of situation where it come to the point where lawmakers, I'm not saying they're immune from arrest, but to be hearing that they're arresting lawmaker like that, just playing with the words arresting lawmaker, that's not how it should be though. But this is the first year. Today marks the first year the day President Boga took the oath of office as president of Liberia. Today marks the first year, and social media has been boiling with lots of indictments against this government because of their first year, and people have been coming with lots of issues on them. In fact, about everything that the government claimed to have, they ran on to have won the election. It seems as though they have not done nothing because the people have come after them today on social media. In fact, the pro tem is in hot water. People are questioning her for purchase of new car she just bought that cost almost $55,000. While the Buchanan Government Hospital is lying in ruins. There's no fire truck. It only be $1,200 to fix the fire truck. The only fire truck in the county, there's no money available. And then everything else people said that happened in the last government is up there. But before we go to that, let me just I think you're aware the president yesterday we spoke about the assistant director of NSA for operations, Nyenwolo. Tell us what was saying. Somebody watching the show and they said it's true. That we said yesterday that only the president had the right to relieve this guy of his portfolio, not an appointee. So today, President Boga relieved Mr. Wolo of his duty as assistant director for NSA. For administrative reasons, but we all know what's happened, what led to it. And then also there were also news filtering that Mr. Wolo had gone to the vice president to apologize and later on beg for what happened. And so I immediately contacted the vice president to find out what's happening over this. And he said, the first thing he told me, what power do I have to fire or suspend somebody? I said, well, but your name was mentioned. And so now he said he had nothing to do with it. So the president has officially exercised his right as president. He served as will and pleasure to fire Director Wolo. But as many of the panelists yesterday said, Director Wolo's dismissal was imminent because of what he did, the breach of protocol as a sitting director of the National Security Agency to go to a political event and start to play politics there. And the government felt that his position undermines the authority where he sits. So Peabody said yesterday, and myself that I think only Jonah disagree as usual, but the other guys said that the president had the authority to fire him or suspend him, and today the president came out and fired him. So guys, Jonah, you're here first, so let's start with you. We're in the first year. Today marks the first year of President Boga's taking over the office, and what's your thoughts about the first year, the president marking the first year, and with what's happening in the country? What's your thoughts about it?
Well, there's nothing strange about this president because if you were to go into his record, he's never succeeded in anything he have done in his in all of his life. So I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. By the way, he is performing to his abilities. So he cannot do more than what he is doing right now. This is what he knows how to do best. He survives in chaos, if you have seen in recent times and few of the different positions that he held, there was always some chaotic functioning, happening. So yeah, it is not a surprise. And he's not going to get any better. He will get worse as the time passes by. And Liberians should just get ready for the ride, because this is going to be something that probably, if they're not used to, and I know they are used to seeing bad government, so they will not be. This is not going to be a surprise of Bouaka hailing them. But with regards to the question that Lofa asked, with regards to the sonar, it's going to be a little bit chaotic. It was going to be, but now that those guys are saying that they would not go there, the so-called rule of law guys, if they don't go there, then those means those guys will have a free ride. The question here for the Supreme Court, like we said yesterday, this will be the first time the Supreme Court will be led by a justice that they themselves claimed, not a justice, but a speaker that they themselves consider to be ultra virus. They will be Garguah in by a man who is illegal. So if that happens, that just tells you how a bunch of educated people performing things in such a wrong fashion. Because if you consider this guy and say everything that these people did was ultra virus, how can you allow such a man Garguah in this section on Monday? I think that will speak to their level of intelligence, and their intelligence will be questioned come on Monday. I will stop there for now and allow someone else to speak.
Hey, from Pewee.
Yeah, thank you, Tomalin. You talking about the expectation of Liberians, right? Hello?
Yeah, I mean, the president today marks the first. There was a day that President Bouaka took the oath of office and that he didn't complete his inaugural address.
Oh yeah, so a lot of things going to be popping up. Liberians, including myself, will be. We today mark the first anniversary when our new government, the government of Liberia, took the helm of power, and I will want to believe at this junction, most of the commitment that came from the president, his commitment to rescue the country, he didn't meet the face of those things. But I will say to you, this is not the time that I will want to cast and then issue that this is tantamount to complete failure moving forward. But tantalizing this process will reassure a lot of folks that hopefully they may change course and do something. But with the way things are unfolding in the country, and the way they perform in terms of rule of law, the government miserably failed in terms of applying the basis of the rule of law. And a lot of times things are unfolding in the country as though the president is not in total charge of the governance system of the country. It was evident yesterday. We have to remind the executive mansion that the Deputy Director General cannot take a decision on any presidential appointee. That is a violation of Article 56 of the Constitution, because Article 56 is clear that all those that the president appoints serve by the will and pleasure of the president. There's no individual whatsoever in no individual entity that would serve at the will and pleasure of the boss of that institution, because that individual also appointed by the president, and the president appointed his subordinate or officers in those institutions. So it does not any attempt to do that. That is not only a violation of the Constitution, but it's tantamount to abrogating the Constitution. And if you abrogate the Constitution, that it got consequences. So I think that was actually wrong, and the president should have taken some decision of suspension to reprimand anybody that would want to usurp. Because listen, the Constitution is not a play thing that any official, junior official of government or senior official of government will attempt to you usurp the authority of the president. And that's what Article 50 of the Constitution stated, that the executive power of the republic is vested in the president. And he shall be the head of government, head of state, president, and commander in chief. So it's very exclusive there, that the Constitution is very explicit, and it didn't leave nothing unattended to in terms of explaining the responsibility of the president. But yeah, a lot of issues in terms of the president's commitment to the process of building rule. I think that's one of the major project the president intends to push. This first year, I didn't see much. I think in the process of even moving to Lofa and getting information just now that the dry season is here. Cars are now finding ways to move to reach places in Ponjama and Foya and the rest of that. During the rain, it was even impossible to convey goods in certain part of Lofa County because those perishable goods, most of those goods, perishable service goods and what have you, just got damaged. So individuals that were involved in small businesses and the rest of that, even bigger traders, didn't yield any profitability in terms of their investment in the areas thereof. So a lot of problem in terms of legislative agenda. We haven't seen any strong legislative term implementation on the part of the government that have moved to the reduction of poverty. So we will have to wait and see what's going to happen now that we have a new finance minister. There's going to be some process instituted geared towards reducing poverty and ensuring that the developmental process on course. Because the minister even stated and reassured Liberians that we will start seeing new issues come this year. So we hope to listen to the president next Monday and listen to the president report to the nation. And part of the report to the nation will also cover his legislative agenda. So that would be a progressive action for me to take decision on as to where we headed, because he's just going to report what he's done this year. And I would say I don't think much has been done in this year. We will now hope to see what's going to be done next year and what's going to be done. This year. And what's going to be done this year is going to be strictly caffeine his legislative agenda that he's going to report on Monday. So I'm going to listen. I want to be very key. I'm going to take note. We're going to be prepared to critique his report he's going to give for this past year. But this year report is very cardinal to us to see as to what is in the roadmap, as to a projected plan, as to what the government intends to do moving forward. If I'm saying that, then I will be able to get a stipulation or try to do some advanced analysis in concluding that this is the path we headed to. So basically, Tumani, as I push back to you, it's just what we anticipate. We would love to see Liberia listen to what's going to happen. But for this year report, I haven't seen anything very in terms of foreign policy. Quickly, foreign policy, nothing much I've seen that have impacted the country through the foreign policy issue. We've seen few. We saw the Minister of Foreign Affairs sign 15 MOU. We've signed a lot of MOUs before. And in terms of those MOU coming to fruition is what matters, and the rest of that. We're tired saying MOU. Nothing much has been done from the foreign front. And I would hope the foreign minister will have to push her line, because she's been very inactive. And I don't think we need an inactive foreign minister. We need a foreign minister that have to be very proactive and engaging, that will use her own rapprochement. She already elevated her credential before she took on the job. I think her days of the UN does not reflect on her current role at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's quite unfortunate. She will have to double her effort to do much more for the country. Thank you.
I was informed that there will be. I was informed today that there will be a major. So what usually what happens is that after the first year of a president, they always, especially when they take an evaluation of doing an assessment of their first year, they always, if they found out that there's the public is not too happy with their performance, they come with a major reshuffle, and that this president is about to do a major reshuffle. I do not know. We're not in the government. They're just people giving it to us from within the cycle. So perhaps if you have, it's just like sports. If you're a coach of a team and you know your first half is the team is not performing, you do some substitution. So I think it won't be strange if this president decides to do some this reshuffle, because indeed what people just said, there should be some reshuffle. But again, let's hear from Lofa and his thoughts about what's happening in the first year. Lofa started the show, man.
Yo, Abu, don't run no UP kind of government here. I came first.
Laugh you today.
But anyway, great to see all of you guys on here. Dr. Peabody, Tomalin, George, Sylvester, my brother Abu, all of us. Great to be on here. In response to the expectation for the SONA, let me first of all use this opportunity to lay out quite a few things that this government have done that when I don't know what I should classify it as going beyond expectation or below expectation, right? For a government in waiting, in the case of President Boycott, and let me just lay the case out here, and anybody can correct me. President Boycott served in government for 12 consecutive years, working alongside Madam Sirleaf. Perfect opportunity to have, pick up the roadmap, understand the dynamics of governance, the missteps that took place in the previous government, Madam Sirleaf's government, and then he was given an opportunity to rest it off. So that's the reason why when you go to work, they give you lunchtime so you can rest, relax your mind, and recalibrate mentally, physically, psychologically, however way you want to term it. He was given 6 consecutive years to rest himself and evaluate the government in power at the time, President Weah's government, and also to do an evaluation of his government. Then President Boycott was given an opportunity to come to power. What did he do? Appointment and retracting of appointees, because he didn't know what he really wanted to do. After 6 years of having to just sit down, do nothing, you will think that he was preparing himself to come back prepared, because he, after the first 2 years of President Weah's presidency, he claimed in his words that the job of an elderly man was given to a boy. He referenced President Weah as a boy. He claimed that that job should have been given to an elderly person. But he came to the job now after Liberians thought to give him the opportunity to serve as that elderly man who came with wisdom. He came not even knowing who he needed to appoint. Not only did he do that, but he then refused to abide by some of the little things that should have been done, such as asset declaration. President Boycott, who claimed to be this man with clean hands, okay, and live based on transparency and accountability, he again went through the entire process, delayed his asset declaration, declare, and then claim it wasn't declared because there were information that weren't accurate. And up until today's date, we are yet to see his asset declaration. Not to stop at that point, let's go further, and then we look at the illegal importing of the yellow machine. Now, we're talking about a man who served for 12 consecutive years in government, sat back for 6 years on recess. Like the kids go to school, you're on recess, you're enjoying yourself. He sat back for 6 consecutive years, relaxing himself and just evaluating other people's performance. Guess what he did? He thought to abuse the law. He imported with his knowledge, with his consent and appreciation, brought in yellow machine. Okay, illegally brought in yellow machine. Then the LDEA saga for a man who's supposed to be well abreast, okay, and prepare to address conflict. As he claimed, he is the elder. He actually reconciles things. The issue at the LDEA came to his face. President Boycott again exhibited poor leadership. It lasted a little over 3 or 4 months for him to make a decision about who to replace those individuals that he may have considered to be incompetent. Now, you have to consider that few things here. President Boycott, dealing with the issue of drugs, he ran on the topic as part of his agenda as drugs being part of the CDC problem. He claimed that CDC was the problem for which there was so much drugs in the country. Now you came to power, you had the issue with LDEAs. Now you can even make conscious decision as to how you get rid of them. I'll leave that alone. And just to not keep you guys waiting too much, the investigation of the military wives saga. Do you all remember when the military wives staged their protest? Almost every part of the country was held hostage. All right. Up until today's date, we are yet to hear the result of the report from the investigation. I'll leave that alone and I'll go on to the consistent idea the LPRC director illegal withdrawals of funds. Okay. The
He said, what did he say there? He said, anyway,
the LPRC director, illegal withdrawal of funds. Okay. So, and then I go to the police brutality in King Jaw. Okay. Police brutality, something that President Boycott should have been against, because during the CDC government, he again said he's a man of peace and stability. King Jaw, there were people who actually protested, and some of those protesters were killed or they were shot at. And allegedly, some of them died. Up until today's date, we are yet to get information on that. And there's so many other things that I can speak to. But for the sake of time and being respectful of other people's desire to contribute to the conversation, I want to say this. I am a little bit more concerned as to what will be his presentation for the SONA. What are his accomplishments and what will he consider as hopefully areas of gray lines that he needs to improve on? If anything, I think everything about the first year of his governance will be much more of a great line where he did nothing. He used this as an opportunity, the first year of his governance, as a stepping stone to prepare himself. Now, if that is the case, it's a shame on the entire UP government for all of their wowing and yelling of intelligence and sophistication and how educated they are with so much experience to come and waste the first year of Liberians' time simply because you knew nothing as to what you really wanted to do. It's disgraceful. Thank you.
Okay. Abu?
Yeah, thank you, Peabody. What's up, Dr. Peabody? Yeah, too many. There's multiplicities of things to talk about. We achieved a lot in the first year, given what we inherited from a parallel state. Yes. But quickly, I want to talk about the economy. 2024, we were able to stabilize the economy. We achieved a growth rate of 5.1% in 2024. And as you may be aware, timely disbursement of salary during our first year on a review. We talk about the fiscal performance. We have strong performance with a collection of 619.9 million of our annual target, making key contribution income tax 137.2 million in international trade taxes. So these are multiplicity of things we achieve, given what we inherited from a parallel state under the stewardship of George Weah. I want to say to the people of Liberia, because of being here, for me, I don't want to narrate to the panelists. Agree that all of us have the same view as to how things are happening in our country. But there is my plea to those who believe that what they voted for is yet to be seen. But let me assure you that this president, as he asserted during his state of, as he asserted on inauguration day, that he has come not just to lead, but he has come to inculcate an exemplary leadership, and that is to ensure that things that were not experienced under previous administrations, that he would exemplify that was serving you, the Liberian people that stood in the queue 2023 elections to having elected. So that Tomalin, we have a couple of things. The Malena comply. I don't want to talk about it because hopefully the team will be concluding their assessment. They are already.
Let me ask you quickly. Which sector contributed more to the GDP?
Which sector contributed more to the GDP?
Yeah.
Well, you can say the health sector. You can say the health sector though.
What? The health? Did you just say the health sector?
Is a negative.
Whoa. No, guys. Abu, I want clarity.
Listen. I don't want you to keep interrogating me, though.
I'm not. No, I just wanted clarity. You
That's
asked
what
me
you're doing. Are we not grading?
Okay.
You grade at the government. You grade at the government. You grade at the government.
Can you answer Tomalin question for my understanding?
You grade at the government negative.
Abu, answer the question because you're talking.
Can you answer the question?
I still outlining my points, Tomalin.
No, I want you to.
I still outlining my points. My points.
So can you answer that part of the question? Like you asked me and I made clarity on my statement. Can you answer Tomalin's question? Which sector contributed to the GDP growth?
Which question did he ask?
Which sector contributed more to the GDP that you're talking about?
Right.
The GDP, the growth, which sector?
Yeah.
But I told you about the economy, and I said we achieved a growth rate of 5.1% in 2024.
Yeah. I said which sector? Which sector?
I have to do my. Okay. I just told you we achieved a growth of 5.1%.
Do you know? Do you know what 1% growth GDP is?
I said 5.1%. Then you see what
I'm saying. Even a 1% growth.
Trust me, I'm condoned by that, bro. I will condone it, though.
Abu, go ahead.
Everything by interrogating me will get me distracted, and you got it wrong. I just told you. I said we were able to stabilize the economy and lower inflation at a rate of 5.1%. That's what I told you, Ben. Were you not on the show when I said it? Huh? Were you not on the show when I said it? I told you timely disbursement of salaries. You ensure timely payment of civil servant. That was one of our achievements on letting previous administration. And we were able to do fiscal decentralization, implementing revenue sharing law, allocating 40% of revenue to county service centers. And that was in Doma, under the last administration. We talk about extended credit facility, secure IMF, ECF program, worth SDR 155 million. That's one of our achievements. We were able to restore water across Monrovia and neighboring counties. Isn't that an achievement to talk about? Given what we inherited, most of those sectors were being desecrated. So how dare somebody say we did not achieve anything? And Tomalin, I just want to buttress what you said. This president is passionate about the livelihood of the Liberian people. That's the reason why he has confided in folks who he believe that that share the same view, the same ideology about the country. After the sooner, trust me, there will be major reshuffle. And just as he said, it will reflect through his actions. So Ben, you and your folks on the other side, I believe that nothing should come out of this country when you are not in authority. You got it wrong, my brother. You got it wrong.
You got it, yeah.
Great to see you guys. Great to see everybody on this Wednesday edition of Closing Arguments. Sylvester, Ben, Abu, Tomalin, good to see everybody. But let me just chime into what you guys been talking about President Barker 1 year leadership. And as I sat here and began to reflect on the leadership of this old man, a couple of things came to mind. Uh, Nepotism.
You may like crazy, eh?
Nepotism was one of those. Uh, Tribalism, uh, very high on the agenda. Division, and lack of, very, very poor governance. We see here, he brought in all his family members. They all hold key position right now in this government. From the central bank to the finance ministry to the agriculture ministry, the internal affairs ministry, to different areas. He put key family members. Tribalism. So let me combine that too. Right now, the new Republic of Liberia is the Republic of Lofa, where you will include everybody from this county and put them in the government. If you're from Lofa, your chances of getting a job is at the top. It's at the top of getting a job.
Dr. Peabody, I'm still saying here, I ain't got no job here. How you gonna say that?
Well, you're not in Liberia, but if you go back, but
I got job. People, not got job.
we see how tribalistic.
Don't have job.
We see how tribalistic this president is.
But people
Very
will
much.
go fight you. I will call you tomorrow.
Look, don't interrupt me, dude. For me, I'm not used to people interrupting me when I'm talking.
But you get interrupted sometimes.
No, I don't. I normally don't. I don't. I'm one of the most, I normally don't. So.
That would be to me, yeah.
If somebody did that?
Yeah. I see something going on, man.
I did. I muted him. I muted Pewee. I did. I muted Pewee and Abu. Because I didn't want them to, I did.
And then we see division in the country. Liberia have become so divided, that even people now are not speaking to each other, and the country is so divided until, it just doesn't seem to. Look at the legislature. What's going on? The president have put himself into that. He took thousands, almost 500,000 of the country money, and give it to lawmakers to go and stay in hotel for almost 70 days, and to remove one speaker. They did not remove the speaker. He threatened the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can't even rule on their own opinion. They can't even go back to interpret because they will not get paid from the executive. And Liberia is just divided, man. Liberia, the rule of law is weak. It even have gotten worse under this leadership. It's have gotten so bad, and I'm talking about the most number one illness that that Liberia have, corruption. It have become a disease that's so prolific, has spread all over Liberia, coming from the executive. He's not a man of his word. He criticized others for riding private jet. Now he's the leader. Now he have even taken it to another level where he's flying the continent now with private jets. So what I would say here, Tiffany, in the first year of President Barker is a disaster. And for a man who claimed to be 40 or 50 years in government with all the experience, now it tells me that the presidency is not for old people. It tells me, because he said that it was not for little boy like President we are. But now it tells me that the presidency is not for old people, because the old people have a difficult time in really making concrete decisions, and we see all of this happening on this man.
Well, as we come to the first year of President Boyka's term in office, today we found out that the U.S. rate is up, it's not down, it's up. LEC is still unstable. Fire incidents have increased. The harmonization is still not reversed as the promise. and the use of private jets is still in effect. They talk about Kush. Kush is still on the increase among our young people. The data price is still high for the phone. There's no new jobs that were created. Lofa have asked that question. Professor Kennedy have asked that question. Whether there have been any creation of new jobs. There's no data to show that any job was created. The doctors are still making the same salary. They are not increased. And more generator is been paid for, and so forth. So it appears that there have been nothing have really changed. We saw this government, the president made several trips abroad, and all we heard was MOU. That's why Liberians are eager to listen to his State of the Nation address on Monday. The reality of the year, what he's going to tell the Liberian people. Our major foreign partner and donor, the USA. Yesterday, the president issued an order that 90 days he has put free to no aid from USA. Imagine people have visa today or coming to America. The man said they shouldn't even come. They should decide when they will come on our plane. So talking about aid, he's clear with that. So I don't know what will happen. Our budget is contingent upon direct foreign investment from the U.S. government too. So with no money coming, we know how we'll manage. So a lot of things happen, and it's scary though. And for I know Abu, you said something earlier about the extended credit. Okay, I want to just to help us. Let me just give you a few minutes on it. Can you just explain how the extended credit facility will meet our development needs?
I didn't hear you, Tomalin. You said what?
About the extended credit facility. I want you mentioned it. How will it meet our development needs?
I mentioned extended credit facility.
And you said about extended credit, and you mentioned it when you're talking. Okay, let me progress, guys.
Vividly mentioning that.
I know. Let me progress. You didn't say. So, guys, here's where we are.
So Tomalin, let me, if I would please, if I can chime in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Abu, let me say this, and
these are five. Man. These are five. Tomorrow I was sending to you and told me most of these things will be in the president sooner. I was sending to you. These are five, and I mean they won't say in it.
So Abu, here's this is an honest advice. If I would, I know folks will ask me why you can't call the man in the back to talk to him about this, but from a big brother to a low brother, let me be honest with you. This is what a lot of the information these guys are giving you. They're using you in the spotlight that they would.
Listen. You not the one to determine as to which information to the public.
Okay, all right. You can say what you want to say, Abu. That's fine. But let me say this to you, right? I think again, this is just my honest observation of what is happening here. You have been placed in the role of George Lobo, where they will tutor him on what to say and how to speak to certain things, and he is not informed as to that the actual aspect of it, and then it shows to the reality that is actually on ground, where he is not competent enough to even be considered for a position publicly in the word of the position. When it comes to national issue, let me say national issue here. You cannot play with the minds of the people based on your proximity to people in government. Look, Abu, we're talking about the lives of people here. What do you, okay? When people talk about Abu,
not you.
Abu, no, I don't care. I am a member of the audience, and I'm a member of the panel. What are some of those things that are not factual? What are some of those things that are not factual? Okay, I agree. If you want to claim that my statements were not factual to some extent, but I am not the one in government. I'm not a government official. I am not the
saying-
one who is
Go
representing.
back to your Tomalin. I just sent you something. Can you play
Okay.
it up? Your people can send it up. Or you read to it, Tomalin?
Send it to me. I will send it to me. I will put it up.
Yeah,
I don't have your WhatsApp.
Send it. No, it's okay. But you have my messenger. You don't have my
And I will
WhatsApp.
make you. These are
What?
fact-based. These are fact-based analysis.
Okay, send it to me. I will put it up. But in conclusion, since Abu would not allow me to talk, every time I saw the talk, Abu would purposely interrupt me. But I would just keep quiet.
Abu, let's talk one at a time,
I
man.
can't even talk. Abu just.
Then you say I speak out loud.
Abu,
The audience should be judging.
Abu, do not interrupt. You got people watching the show. Let's talk.
My point is, Peabody, my point, yes, my contention. My contention is Lofa should not be the one. Lofa should not be the one questioning what I say. The audience. He's not the audience. He's
No. Abu. I think you have this whole thought process misconstrued. Part of my position here is to represent the people, and that is to make sure that each one of us, and that is, you can check me when I'm providing false information, just like Pewee would do when he believed that.
If you are here to represent the people, you critique honestly, but you have not been doing it.
I think you
are not being objective. You are not assembling about objectivity on the show.
Tomalin, I'll give it back to you. Abu will not let me land today because Abu purposely came out here to just.
Abu, let the man talk. The man protected. What your problem? Let the man talk. Don't do that. Let the man talk. What's wrong with you, man?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
In conclusion, this government. In conclusion, this government is yet to do anything to really move the needle. And in my honest view, based on what Liberian really thought of President Boakai, with his experience in government, the hope were too high. And this is the first time I would probably agree with Amara Kane. If you all remember what Amara Kane he said, lower your expectation. You guys remember that? This is the first time I would now agree. At first, I thought he was actually making that statement out of frustration, but he saw something that we were not opportune to see. But it is literally is glaring that these guys came to power with no idea as to how they would steer the affairs of the nation, and now they are just trying to put their foots together and put in place things that they believe will help them politically, not to be factually correct and transform the lives of people. So they will try to give all of this information to try to, deceive Liberian. But thank God, the likes of Tomalin George, Dr. Peabody, Benjamin Jonah, and of course my brother Sylvester are all on here to hopefully erect the needed checkpoints so that our people are not deceived regularly as it is done on other platforms. Thank you.
Okay, I want to force somebody to.
Guys, mute yourselves.
Fuel in your bucket or running far away from.
Now,
go ahead.
The government, the revenue collected for 2023, they projected they were going to collect 485,000 in January. They collected it, so they exceeded the revenue generation collection. But the question is, they got more, 2 million more than what they expected. They said they were going to collect, and for the year 2024. And so I mean, with all of this, what we're looking at from the LRA, what's the problem now? Then why, if they collected more money, why is still some areas still not funded? Why still the hospitals still don't have some of the sectors they didn't get the money, the appropriation that was made in the budget for them last year? But sure, I can tell you though, all the elected officials got their money, and the lawmakers got it for the 4,000 for their cars. They made more money, but yet still the money that was collected was more, but then some areas didn't get what were appropriated for them.
Yeah, so I think that is quite this. So they may have spent on issues that were not allocated in the budget. They prioritize. So if you see these things happening in the government, you have prioritized non-budgetary process, right? Let's say for instance, there was some issues came that was around the executive. They took the money from there and put it in a different place. So if you overspend on non-priority area or non-allotted area, and if you check in the budget now, the money there is not the amount that should target those institutions that were legally money were allotted to, then you start to take from here, take from there, and make some adjustment. So basically, that's the cost of that. Now, you may have collected in excess of $2 million, but you already spend in non-budgeted areas. And that is also a violation of the PFM law, right? The Public Financial Act is very explicit in that line. Spending outside of budgetary allotment. And that's why sometimes we do these things we call doing recasting of the budget so that we can reallocate some priorities area, if you will. So it happened in past government. And again, if you don't manage the process very well, you start having some issues here. And it's been a mistake before, and that no kind of thing should not happen. So if you see, for let's say the Emory Hospital in Bopo. Now, in some cases, if you see in the national budget money and the rest of the folks, you see that the president is a travel and means of travel. So we have foreign travel and we have domestic travel, right? And means of travel. In some cases, if you listen to the press secretary, let's say there's this impromptu lecture the president just want to make. That money is not allocated, it's not budgeted for. You go in the budget, the Ministry of Finance will cut an allotment. And that allotment is coming, okay, they're taking $300,000 from the budget to use for the president.
Wow,
and yes, the president, the Ministry of Finance can never deny the president if there's a letter from the executive manager, the president is honoring this, right? They will find the money from somewhere. And then they'll use the money. So they may have used money that was not allotted in the budget. And then when they found out that they were short, then they went now back to those areas that already have money. So okay, you're not important, take it out, you're like, you don't get. So when you say, for example, if the Emory Hospital.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. Can it do all legislative approval?
No, so here's the process. If the budget is passed, it is now the executive to implement. If the budget is passed, it's the Ministry of Finance that will take every other decision now.
Yeah, but if the legislature appropriated money for certain sector,
yeah.
So the executive they cannot go and make
good question, Tomalin. No, good question here, right? But the legislature themselves, they are very weak and very corrupt. But here's what. Because we need to do a budget performance report. I come on. There's something we call that always have to be the budget performance report.
Yeah.
The legislature should request the budget performance report before even you re-allot any money to any other entity, right? So the reason why they won't call to do that, yeah, you're right, Tomalin. You have to know how much money JFK was allotted to JFK and how much did the Ministry of Finance dispense to JFK. Did they disburse all of the money that were allotted to JFK? Did you find out as during the budget performance analysis that all of those money were disbursed? So we don't do that. So if you don't do that, you did it at the mercy of the Minister of Finance and the Deputy Minister of the Budget or the Assistant Minister that will do the execution process and do all of the necessary allotment in terms of the government bureaucracy. And most of those things are in blatant violation of the PFM law. So we have to check and do this and do that. The reason why the Emory Hospital didn't get money and many other institutions didn't get money because the government knew some money in other areas that were not allotted, and then they had now to do some cover up. Now, those institutions also will use the money that will be nonsense. Nope, people will even capture it. It's just like the reason why the Emory Hospital is coming up because we have folks that are there exposing some of these things. But there are many other institutions that didn't get all their allotment. For instance, if the institution rose from that and say, okay, we need in our allotment, we got $2 million. They write for this quarter, we need $300,000. Then the deputy minister will say, no, we get $300,000, now we'll get you $100,000. And they will delay you up to the stress of the budget period. But which time those money, other money that already allotted, they collected, they may have spent the money in other priority area that the government prioritized. For instance, the executive. The executive say, hey, we need money spent here. They will have to take the money and chunk it there. So that's the problem. And folks will have to begin the process of the legislature will have to be very proactive on how they manage the budget procedure and how the implementation process and the report issue. And I carry on. Other than that, we're going to be in this cycle all of the time. So we collected this money and have few people just get rich in no time. They don't give the money to the folks, they keep the money and just blow the money off. It's quite unfortunate.
Sylvester, let me ask you a question. Do you think part of the 500,000 that the lawmaker used to stay in hotel overnight will come from some of these funds?
Exactly. The people. I'll be very clear here. Exactly, it's possible, right? Now, here's the problem. They need some money. They go, okay, they say, okay, I'll get the money with the account. We'll get it. We'll make a cover up. And here is that. Because it is done in collaboration with those guys. They are partner in theft, if you will, right? So they cover up everything. Mm-hmm. This money is coming here. This money is coming here. Who's going to ask the question? They believe that the Liberian people are lazy in terms of pushing for anything. They believe that the system is such that they control the system, so they want to dodge certain things and push certain things in certain area. But listen, we won't want to be sitting here no longer and fold our arms and allow folks that do things because they want to do it. And that's the basis of now we pushing in the country vehemently that there have to be an option or a tail lane in the country to make sure we emancipate the corrupt activity that they're holding in the country. We have to be very direct here, very direct in terms of trying to come forth with these kind of processes unfolding. There's a blatant violation of the PFM law of our country, and it would not to change course in terms of doing this thing. Because listen, we have to escalate this process to a level that will conscientize the people of the country. We can't continuously be between two institutions or two different political institutions that will give this to it, that to it, and the rest of that. There will have to be a roof or a tail lane to transform the country and change the course of the people. Why will you build a hospital in Bapolo? That is a dense forest area. You have those institutions. You have a hospital that was built by the UAE, a state-of-the-art hospital. You allotted $300,000 to that institution. You only provided $40,000 US. It's a shame on the Liberian government. $40,000 US out of $300,000+. There's a fortune got to stop. Other than that, folks, and you see that the people in that area have spent some time in the forest area in that area in 2015, 16, 17, and even 14, right? From Bopolu City to Gingbai, and Gingbai to Harristown, and all area, the Bayama, all those areas. These are porous areas and dense forest. That folks will have to be told in what we call the hammer, right? You know what we call the hammer?
Yeah.
We have to be told in the hammer. Pregnant women will have to be to convert them for one time so that you walk in 14, 10, 11 hours. If there's no motive to convert them, then they'll have to do that. And then you have a morning hospital that will help the people, but you don't want to even give an allotment that you made to the hospital in the tune of $300,000. You may have available $40,000, a little over $40,000. Where did almost the $300,000 go? So you see, if folks are not talking, and the representative in those areas won't say nothing, and then they want us to sit here and begin the process of saying, yeah, we'll have to defend the government. No, it's not that. It's wrong. And you read that the people, those money have been.
You who told you to defend the government?
Those money have been. Reallocated for. Those money have been reallocated for corrupt practices, and it got to stop. We'll wait for the president report on Tuesday.
So, Dr. P.
Listen, let me come in. All right,
I'll let Abu go in. I'll let Abu go first. Hopefully, he may educate me on.
Who told you that you have a comment defend the government?
No, I'm not. No. You want to go ahead? Then go ahead, Abu. I'm not today. This is something just scrap all, and we just want to discuss.
No. Pewee.
Go ahead, Abu. Go ahead.
Yeah. Here's my take, right? Here's my take on this issue. These things, I think it has been a systematic issue where people do budget of spending. The last time I heard this was on our administration. It is not illegal to do budget of spending though. It's not illegal. Is it, Pewee?
Come again?
It is not illegal to do
No, it
budget
is
of
not
spending.
illegal, but
It is-
it proves immaturity.
No, it is
No.
illegal. No, I come on me. I come in. There's
It's
a
not
federal
illegal
law.
to do
It is
budget of
illegal.
spending.
I come on me home. I'll take a few seconds, please. It is illegal when the legislature did not reallocate the money, right? So the
No,
PFA board cannot
it is not illegal to do
spending.
budget of spending.
You cannot do
Government
us spending. No, you cannot do us. The only time you do us spending, I come 1 minute. The only time you do us spending, if for instance the Ministry of Foreign Affairs got 5 million, I come 1 minute.
Abu, let's talk one.
Yeah, we gotta talk one at a time. We can't be interrupting people, man.
The
This
only
not
time
right.
you do us spending is to say the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for instance, got 5 million in the budget. Out of that 5 million, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will sit and say, okay, this is our own money. We are taking the money from the land item and send it to this land item. It is the appropriate way to do it. We're taking money from this land item to the next land item. But you cannot take money from another institution and use it on a land item that was not budgeted for. And that's what causing the problem we have today in the country, that they're struggling to meet most of the areas. The person that call them, and yeah, they call on the show. Yeah, they come.
No, listen to Pewee. Pewee.
Go ahead.
What you think in public administration? Government have competing priorities. There are sectors that are not paramount to government at certain time. So they what did they do? They take money when they put it in competing priorities. What wrong with that? That's one example. But it is not illegal. I just remember that it's illegal. It's not illegal.
So Abu, let me ask you a quick. Let me ask you a quick question here. Okay. So Abu, for men who did.
Abu, one at a time. Talk and let other people talk.
It's my turn. You want to
Who
borrow
told
time
you
from
it was
me?
your turn? You just came and interrupted
That's
me.
my
I didn't
turn.
even talk. You jumped up. Go ahead and talk. Go ahead, but you interrupt too much. That is totally
No, I'm not interrupting. You interrupt on the show. I got a question you. On the show,
All right. Look, I will. I don't want to get. I don't want to say something to you. Just go ahead and talk. Because if I say something, you're probably not going to like it. You probably will not come back.
No, but you said anything.
If I tell
Trust
you
me,
something you're not like it, you'll never come back on the show. Let's be honest.
I will take it in good faith.
No, you're not. You're not going to like it. So go ahead and talk.
I will take it in good faith. So there are other sectors that want government can prioritize. Like what happened during the recast, when the government recast the budget. What did the government do? They are paramount sector that the government can prioritize. So when for people to say the government I got doing budget of spending, it is illegal. It is not illegal. Even the administration is serving as one of the ministers. They did so. It is not illegal.
So Abu, let me ask you a quick question here. I'm very positive that the fact that you have worked in government for the past few months, you understand what.
And now you give me for I ain't no government.
You're not working in government. Okay.
But
he works for the National Port Authority. He's a special.
Okay. No, when you so Abu, I don't want to deviate. Abu, I don't want to deviate from the discussion point. But let me just tell you something, right? If you sit on this public platform and deny your employment, and one of these days, Abu, let me land now. You won't even let me to talk. So if you would sit on this platform and deny your employment, and one of these days it comes to the public, people will not see you as a reputable person. All right. I'm just saying this to you because you have a long way to go as a young man. But when we talk about budgeting, there's a reason why the word in itself is state budget. And then you prioritize the national budget. You can't simply just take money from one place and go use it to pay for more Ali's or gasoline, because More Ali claimed that he's making more money for you now through the water and sewer system. You can't just take money and go pay for Abu Kamarat and go pay for Abu's electricity because he's on TCA and there have been often electrical issues, and then now they have to pay for your generator. That is not how the government is run.
I hope my time will be given to me.
What time? What Abu?
Abu, got up here to talk.
It is my turn. It is my turn. I was
No,
speaking.
Abu,
You,
So when we discuss national issues, we
Yes.
must be cognizant of the fact that the lives of innocent people is affected based on decisions that are made by people in government, regardless of what position you play or you serve in. This government thus far has shown lack of any ability to truly transform.
That's
Okay?
our opinion. That's our opinion.
No, that is not an opinion. That is
It is an
factual.
opinion of you. It is an opinion of you.
No, Abu,
It is.
I gave you okay. So let me. You want us to go into it. Let me give you several instances that actually prove my statement here factual. Okay.
Will you substantiate all of your claims with facts?
I said I can give you incidents where, of course,
back by facts. Back by facts.
What more facts do you need? Yes, if you need detail on that, yes, I will provide facts for you.
Explain to the audience. Now you
okay. Let's talk about the LDEA saga. Let's start with that.
We got Guar around and Ben having some question. Look how we don't like the Ben. Abu, stop.
You know what? All right. So, in my closing,
Abu, you got to stop.
In my closing,
I'm not interrupting. I'm asking question. I'm sorry that the people there. How am I interrupting?
Lofa, did you ask him question? Lofa,
it was okay. It was much more of rhetorical. But anyway, let's go. Let Ben.
You gotta go around. You got people listening. You can't be yelling across the aisle like that. That's not a conversation, dude. It's not.
When the entire is at me, I will
hey, Abu, remember you are representing the entire UP. You're misrepresenting the people who claim to be sophisticated and overly smart. Don't do that.
Well, party is the most sophisticated political party in Liberia. Don't you know
you
that?
wish.
The Unity Party. Our party comprised of top-notch academicians and bureaucrats.
Okay. Y'all got so much academicians that you can't even pay your own damn stuff these days. That's why y'all got your own damn too much educated people. They just screw up the whole legislature.
People are your statements used by personal advertisement.
Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. Used by personal advertisement.
What personal advertisement? I want them to work for job.
I wonder if the word advertisement is removed from our dictionary, what will happen? What will we be left with? Advertisement. Hi, Mr. Advertisement. But anyway, look, the government is a bad government. But one thing that since today made the government 1 year, the old man had owed us some speech. On the inaugural day, he did not complete our speech. So I was expecting today that he would have come up to complete the speech he was reading. Unfortunately, he did not do that, and I find that very troubling. When as a man of his words, the purpose will come back and complete that speech for us. Abu, why he did not complete the speech?
About when we talking serious thing, we carrying a bag woman. Yeah, I can show woman will be doing that kind of thing.
Lofa.
You
have a contact of people.
Your problem.
You need play when you're small.
You got to
issue that you carry on bag woman.
You see, the thing is that I can say anything, but when I say one thing, they get riled up.
Listen, no, I'm not something else.
Well, Pewee, why do you keep hitting me like this?
But anyway, retrogressing, instead of progressing, retrogressing, how you be discussing something that happened in January 2024?
Oh, why were we doing
that?
Why
about that?
Was this not a 1 year in review? Was that what we were looking at? The things that were not completed. The speech was not completed. Everything he said. Okay, what happened to all of the various investigations that happened prior to that time? What has happened?
Which one?
But the speech doesn't. The speech not fast. Let's talk.
Hey, can't be wasting your time.
Your problem is seeing you always can manifest aggression, or you can want to trigger something. You just trigger those things. Listen, we talking serious points. They talking about speech. They got real pressure.
Abu, you causing the people on the comment section?
No, I'm not. I tell you, one person say that one euro price, just for him money.
Attacking Abu, if attacking the medic.
No, but to be honest with you, though, I mean,
you who attacking me on the show.
Let's be Dr. Peabody and Tomalin. Abu, let me be honest with you, right? Abu, can I say this to you? This is part of Liberia's problem. We don't understand service. When you sit on this platform on TCA, you represent the interests of every Liberian, regardless of whether they agree or disagree with you. So for you to disrespect the view, it literally, especially for you as a government representative or as a supporter of the government, you are seriously proven wrong when it comes to that. What you're supposed to be doing here is being able to convey the information to them so that they can understand that your government is doing good as compared to you being as, just resentful and combative as you come across sometimes.
Abu, look, we have a be serious, man. These people refer to me in a quote the same man.
Have you not? Okay, so Abu, let me ask you a question. Have you not heard? Peabody, Abu, excuse me, Tomalin, or anybody else on here? You can't always. You are here to do a piece of job for the people, the Liberian people. You volunteer your service, so you must commit yourself to what the people expect quality. The only way they can critique you, Abu, the only way the people, okay, so you ignore the comments and do their job. The only way they can critique you is based on the comment section. So you can respond once in a while, but to consistently go back, I think you're taking away from anyway. It's not that important. Dr. Peabody,
Abu, let me say this. If you come on the show and you pay attention to the people there, you can't be insulting. Then you need to just go and be a viewer on the show. If you and the people are arguing, and you know how many times we sit there and people criticize us. Some of the things we say, we hurt people as well.
Right.
Some of the things we say, we hurt these people sometimes by the thing we say. And when people comment on that, you just got to turn your face on the other side and don't pay attention to it. Otherwise, you'll be sitting in that chair and you'll be confused on what you're doing. Go when you read.
Move on, man.
So when you see it, don't respond. Let me tell you, I'm not gonna say here. I'm not gonna say here how I responded to people when I was on Spoon. I have my own way of doing it, and they didn't know what's even me doing it. So let's
someone I didn't want that. I didn't want to buy it. Come on and shoot and start saying.
I will preside it. Not going on.
Okay, so gentlemen, tell me what presiding. Tell me what. Let's move on, man. Let's move on.
Okay, move on. So Abu, everybody just said it. Abu, you can't talk. You gotta be quiet when you're talking. You talk. Please don't respond to everything. Right. Please, let me progress.
No worries.
Only
problem is my time should be rather to me.
Everybody get a time. Okay. The Inspector General just said that he will be having a press conference tomorrow to address all the things that happening about this arrest business. So tomorrow we'll be having a press conference at the Liberia National Police Headquarters. And he said again just now that nobody is being arrested tonight.
Tomalin, sorry, let me just say this. I don't mean to interrupt you, but let me say this. I just got a text. Yes, there will be arrest carried on tomorrow. It's not gonna be. Yes, there will be arrest carried on. Not tonight because of the public notification that have been made. It will not be tonight, but between tomorrow and the day, there will be arrest.
Look forward to the press conference tomorrow. And
right. But I'm just saying, and the message, the information I'm getting from somebody very reliable who I believe. Normally I don't say these things, but yes, I'm being told that yes, people will be arrested. And if they are found guilty, if they contributed to whatever took place at the Capitol, I think it is right that they be arrested.
What he just told me was, he said that this is concerning because he said no one's above the law, and
exactly
people will be invited for questions.
Yes.
So, I just spoke to Fogo Jedan. To Fogo say he's still at home, and he's at home.
It's not going to be tonight. Fogo can go to bed tonight, but tomorrow and the day after, one of those days, he will be invited or arrested. I can say that for a fact.
Let's see what happens. We know who will be arrested. We don't know yet. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Let's see. Let's keep our eyes open. Again, CDC had a press conference today. Anybody where I didn't listen to the press conference? Anybody listen to the press conference?
Yep.
Yes, I listened to it.
Yeah, please.
I listened to the press conference.
Yeah, so
CDC said if anybody arrests any of the lawmakers tomorrow,
one
at a time, guys. One at a time.
Now we're starting again. One at a time, gentlemen.
We speak now.
Gosh.
Abu, I beg you, Abu, call it, man. Don't embarrass everybody now.
Abu, you have to learn to, on a serious note, on that the show have to move on to set a mature agenda. On that, because the more we do this thing, we'll be losing most of those that won't take time to follow the show.
You got mature people.
We have to change it up and learn to at least give each other time to move on. They respect the audience also. It's very important to the show.
Thank you for your time, man. Don't do that, man. Beg you, please. Okay.
They respect the audience. Yeah. So I listened to the press conference started with the youth, Zigo mood, that kind of a revolutionary mood, and the rest of the thing.
With Johnson?
Other youth, one other guy spoke, then the former assistant minister for agriculture spoke, then the chairman came in, and then the chairman, Chairman Cole, spoke on behalf of the party. But he outlined a lot of things. He went to the process of saying that the government, the government of President George Weah, believe in the rule of law, adhere to the tenet of democracy, maintain the process of our forebearers that thought about democratizing the country, as to sticking to the result of the elections, despite the party observed that there was some discrepancy and some level of political shenanigans that surrounded the election results, but he didn't make particular reference. And he said, aside from that, the government still went on, and the president respected the rule of law and turned over power. President Weah administration was very peaceful, according to him. They allowed agitation. They allowed folks across the country to express their grievance as per Article 15 of the Constitution. So he mentioned a lot of issues, and he said that the government of President Weah left a good state of the economy, left a state, the country that was peaceful, a state of the economy that was very signed, and then they turned over the country, and the government maintained the posture of the maintenance of the rule of law. But he emphasized there are rumors that, and he also went on to say they don't recognize Kung as a speaker. They do believe that Fonanti Kofa is the legitimate speaker, and he also called on CDC lawmaker, and they send the caveat on. They send the CDC call on the CDC lawmaker to boycott the coming State of the Nation address of the president come Monday. And he also called on all he mandated the Youth League Party to begin a community initiation to trigger a mass-based response if there were to be any attempt whatsoever to arrest any CDC lawmaker. That would be tantamount of arresting all CDC partisans.
Wow.
So the Youth League now been mandated to do that moving forward. And so that was it was a short press conference, but these are just quoted. If you were to go through, I just quoted him verbatim. Basically, these are things he said. He outlined all those things, but the major thing, takeaway here, he conveyed President Weah's sentiments to the partisans, said the party is live and they're going to do a lot of things to move on to ensure that they will protect the interest of the people. And he hereby this government. He referred to the president as a despot. He said it's a despotic government. And that this government does not respect the rule of law. Unlike their administration respected the rule of law, but this Unity Party government is a dictator. And he also referenced that those that are bent on causing any issue that or coming to say you doing this to the CDC, you arrest all CDC. But finally, he said that lawmaker of the CDC should not participate in the pending presidential message that will be delivered as per constitutional responsibility of the president to fulfill the constitution of the country come the fourth working Monday of this month.
So
I mean, that's to conclude. That's a summary of what actually unfolded.
So that means that the CDC as a party will boycott the State of the Nation address.
Yes.
Led by the political leader, former President Weah, and then also the party lawmakers in the Senate and the House have been called upon to but now I know some of them have been expelled already, right? And expelled, some of them have already been expelled.
No, I think only one person was expelled. No time for that.
But Abba Jones, they were suspended or expelled.
They threatened to expel them.
So that means if the party. So
I think they after that, I think other point of view, so they de-escalated that process. So nothing has been done ever since then.
Well, that's the CDC position. Is the major.
But I don't see the Oppo joining them. I don't see the Oppo adhering to today's caveat.
Well, we'll be watching in the Senate, watching Senator McGill, watching Senator Abbott Chair from CDC.
Yeah, but McGill was in attendance. McGill was in.
Watching Senator McGill, Senator Abbott Chair, who the senator from CDC in the Senate again.
Yeah, they and quickly to conclude, the call on Lofa Julius to join the party.
Watching Senator Shah Joseph. We'll be watching on Monday. All the senators from CDC represented the legislature that will be in attendance, and let's see who will attend, who will not attend, and then we'll take it from there. But the party, now you see, having these press conferences and then saying these things and then not following through is another thing, because if you issue these caveats and these strong message to the ruling establishment, and then if no action is taken, people now just be considered as mere talk. So
now, and you're right. If the lawmaker go and attend this, they expose you to be weak.
But they got follow. I come in, Abu, please. You got follow that we found out. We got to reach out and then find out that if the lawmakers attend and in defiance of the party's instruction not to attend, what will be the consequence for that? So we got to find out too. So let's go. I mean, guys, give your thoughts about this CDC press conference. Lofa.
No. I want Abu wanted to say something that he said, because when I start talking, Abu even interrupt me. This entire show.
I will not interrupt you. Trust me.
Okay, so I can talk.
Yeah.
Again.
You see now the secret message what you're about to do.
I can bet that Sartosa and Sartosa of the CDC and Senator Zoe Emmanuel Pena of the CDC will attend the sooner. I can bet.
Okay.
Go ahead. So this in itself. So this in itself speaks to what we talk about when we speak of institutions, right? A lot of time we build institutions around individuals, not the institution or the core value of that establishment. When you hear Abu saying this courageously, that there will be members of CDC who will attend the SONA even after the mandate, have been given by their institution, CDC, saying to them, you should boycott the SONA. And Abu is courageously saying this. And after that, you see them in appearance. What that tells you is CDC in itself, and I talk about this the other time, and Ben and I were going back and forth. He said, oh, you cannot dismiss CDC. We have individuals who are honestly being a part of this institution. But are they sincere about the core value of the institution? No. Anywhere else, if a mandate is given that no sedition lawmaker should attend the SONA, I don't think it should happen. My only concern here is, though, I am a little bit wishy-washy on who will be addressed as the speaker. That is my concern. Who will President Boykai reference as the Speaker of the House? You have in this case, Abu, maybe you can speak to this much more than I could because you are much more inclined to governance in Liberia. But here's my question. Here's my question. Who would President Boakai reference as the Speaker of the House, considering the current situation, knowing the recent incident with Yeke Koloba, where he refused to acknowledge this guy who put his left hands up, his left hand, not hands, but hand, put his left hand up as in the process of being acknowledged or whatever the process is for being sworn in. Now, you also have Fanatic Kofa, who is claiming the legal position as the speaker. So who would President Boakai, who claimed to respect the rule of law and is a man of wisdom, who would he acknowledge at the Sona? And what if, and I will close on this, I know my question is lengthy. What if Speaker Kofa were to go and sit in that chair as the speaker? What would be the reaction from the folks on the side of the government? That's just my question. Go ahead.
Should I answer now? Lofa Julius.
Yes, sir.
I'll be very insensitive to not acknowledge that the president have no authority to decide who becomes speaker. The speakership is determined by lawmakers. The representatives elect their leader. And so far, my knowledge, the political impasse on Capitol Hill is over. Nonsense. It's over. Nonsense. We wasted a process where you have majority lawmakers electing an individual by the name of Speaker Richard Cohn. And since then, this man has been recognized not just by the president, but the senators, the elders, recognizing as a speaker. And it was communicated to the executive that we member of the legislature has elected or have elected a new speaker. And who is that president? Richard Cohn. Did the president tell the lawmakers to elect Richard Cohn as speaker? No. And the president don't dictate to no lawmaker to say vote for the president. They know who can better lead them. The speaker is first among equals. And that process was conducted in accordance with what our law says. So how will you say who will the president recognize as speaker?
I asked you a question. You ran around the bush. You did not answer the question. Anyway, Tomalin, you can go to the next person. Who will he recognize as the speaker?
The fact of the matter is that
the speaker is Richard Cohn. You know that?
The fact of the matter is that we all know. I mean, Lofa, that question said because you know the executive, the minute Oswald Tuer came out and said that the Supreme Court record was saying that when he told the people the Supreme Court decision was to recognize the so-called majority bloc, you know the executive branch ran with it, and you notice even at Senator Prince Johnson's funeral, I think the president, what he did, I think he did not address the speaker. I think he tried to dodge it. I think when the vice president recognized the speaker, called his name, and so forth. So within the executive branch, they've been going sending people to go honor his gavel, to attend for testimony concerning the budget, all the stuff. So you know the executive branch, this government recognizing the Sikun as a speaker, but
okay.
I come in. So now, but then I just Senator Joseph will be our guest next week. He said he'll be attending the Sona on Monday.
Senator who?
Senator Joseph just said that he'll be attending the Sona on Monday.
That's when I told you.
This Abu kid is informed.
And also he'll be our guest next week on the closing argument. So we look forward to see what happens. But again, that's the situation we find ourselves in Liberia. But I can tell you, like we were saying yesterday, Speaker Kofa will not go to the Capitol building on Monday. He won't be there. He won't go.
He won't. Okay.
Yeah, to avoid drama. What are you gonna go call? People already bring their own stuff. They already disrespecting you. You know, doing all kind of stuff. When you go there, there will be like commotion. You won't get involved in all that stuff. You know, so they will do their thing. But the real love caucus say they will boycott it. The main opposition party say they will boycott it. So let's see what happens. The Supreme Court now, we're watching them. If you say that the came out and said that the group that called themselves majority block, what they were doing is illegal, then how will you go to on Monday and sit and honor the gavel of this man? Because at the joint session for the SONA, the speaker presides. So if they will allow Richard Kuhn to preside, and you, Judge Senate Chief Justice Yuo, and then other associate justices go and sit on his gavel, and you guys, the Peabody said, then you guys are all making joke out of the country. But that's what we see.
But too many. That is the case. I don't know. In as much I would hate to condemn them, we have a compromised justice system in our country. From the Chief Justice, it's all about. It's not about the law. It's about money. They can't take certain decisions for fear that the executive will take action on them getting their pay, and they will not take certain action. We saw that from what happened. There's no way you can issue such a ruling, and the people say it's confusing. They come back to you and say, "Oh, this honorable body, we are asking you to please reinterpret this." It has been more than 3-4 months. The Supreme Court has just acted. They are mute. What happened after that? Did we not see the vice president of the Republic of Liberia at a private gathering with the Supreme Court Chief Justice daughter, and they were all there? What do you think that the optics? What about the ethical of that? People will shake hands, how you doing, everything, and you'll leave at a general gathering. But that was a private gathering where the Chief Justice was. Do they care? Do they care that the legislature, the House especially, is in a chaos? Do they really care that the ruling could make the difference in terms of ensuring that things return to normal? Do they really care? The law they pass, do they care if anybody abide by it? They don't care, because you know what? They are in the executive pocket, and the executive don't give them money, then definitely they will not be able to rule. So that's why we see Liberia continue to struggle with the MCC when it comes to the rule of law. Liberia always fail when it comes to the rule of law because of these kind of people you put there. By the way, the Chief Justice should even be leaving now. She won't leave. I heard I don't know, trying to do something. She should retire now. But again, I will say this. Liberia is in a serious problem. We can say in Liberia, the government doing, the government did, the government that. But how can anybody be free? How can anybody be comfortable and say, I'll go Liberia and invest $1 million? I know if anything happens, I can depend on the justice system. You can't depend on the justice system in that country. Why do you think investors are so scared to go into that country? They least think that we should all uphold and be proud of is the law. We are not. So like the law in Liberia, we saw people have killed in that country, and the next day they have released them and they left the country. Our law is very, very poor. It compromised, and even our whole Supreme Court there is compromised, and we will struggle because you know what? You can go in that country, somebody can take your money and stuff, and nothing will come out of it as long as you know 1 or 2 people were in that justice system. It's sad for our country. Very sad. Jordan, you want to go ahead, and then for Pewee or somebody coming. Jordan.
Well, like I said, like you regularly said, the justice system is a mess, and the Chief Justice, like all of those that work with her, this would be a shame on them. But I wanted for those guys to go to the program and disrupt the program. That's what I wanted for them to have done. But what are they looking at? They're looking at going to disrupt this program will cause some of them to go to jail, also for them to be beaten. So they don't want to risk that. They don't want to risk that them being beaten or taken to jail. But one thing I know, one thing they're not afraid of when it comes to looting the Liberian coffers, all of them are doing the same thing. They will do. I mean, they will not care. But why? I mean, like, why will you stay away? Even look, another thing that we just talking about that CDC gives this order, and we are now. The other guy is saying he will be there, and it's like these institutions are so weak that people in them are so powerful, and they have allowed their power to overgrow themselves. Even you can be as powerful as anything in an organization. What makes you stronger is not you as a person. It's the people that are around you, that unity. Today you can think that you know what, I have gained some status and now I can stand on my own. But the first thing you need to first remember is that you alone cannot do anything meaningful as compared to you doing it as a group. And there's a common saying that when you put one stick together and you try to break it, you can easily break it. But when you put those same one stick, if you put them together in a group and you try to break it, it can be hard to do. It's because there is strength and unity. So I don't know why the brother is going. I don't have no idea as to why he's not listening to his party. But again, that just tells us about these fragments that we have in these political parties. I do not, in as much as I do not like the CDC or other political parties, I still want to see a vibrant opposition, because having a vibrant opposition helps to make the ruling government better. But when you have people who are so stronger than these parties, then it kind of hurts everybody. That's what I can say. Stop there.
Abu, you want to come on, and then Sylvester?
Yeah, let me come in. Peabody. For me, obviously, the CDC are going to be a political party that very disorganized. They don't respect, or they are not cognizant of the fact that when you are an elected official, you owe it to those who elected you. As an individual who won on a party ticket, and I want to speak particularly to Tomalin and represent Senator Sir Joseph. These people were elected by people from diverse political background. So you mean because somebody taking decision and does not allow the CDC and say the president is not patriotic? So it must be wrong with you as an institution. There are a lot of decisions. In fact, legislative politics, we as opposition at the time, and the greatest regret we ever had, and let me say this on the show, was to see Karen Massacre not being re-elected, or the Karen Massacre of Lofa County, District number 2. That's one of the greatest regrets we ever had in 2023. Because this guy did not understand by the Unity Party, but you were ensuring at all times that the agenda of the party is being pushed among his fellow lawmakers on the Unity Party. Did that happen? No. Somebody goes on to expel another president because the president took a decision in their mind to honor the party. Legislative politics, even a political party ideology. There is now Sierra Leone and other countries. Liberia party is full way. Lawmaker wins today on your party ticket. The next day, the lawmaker joins another political party. And so you, as an opposition political party, you'll be something yourself. You go, you have press conference, you say, people will not go. And all that is not serious. Seriously, expect the issue a statement that Ava Jones and the rest of the guys should return to the CDC or raise expulsion. Did that happen? When did that happen? When they read that statement? Another people went on to suspend Ava Jones in District 2. Magibi, I know that District 2 or District 3. Somebody at District 3? Ava Jones?
District 2, he'll be primary. I mean, let you know that.
District 2, right? Ava Jones. The poor expel him. the CDC, my own brother, I got off Flomo, I got off cool. The man had press conference. He said, "Oh, in fact, the party Jallah statement." So CDC now, I got not party. Yeah, it is all now. The only thing the Guar is like seeing Baroka.
Let me say this, right? Look, gentlemen, look, what's happening? Look, I'm getting. I think somebody said it. Jonas said it. Yeah, he said why it's true that he's not supposed to CDC body. He's concerned about the opposition in the country. It's concerning. And if you are Liberian, you're a patriotic Liberian, you are serious about the country moving up or forward on a forward march, you should be concerned right now. All that is happening in the country, and where's the hope for the people? Nobody have given the people hope to say, well, rest assured, like in America today, at least in America, the Democrats came out today and said, look, there's hope. We are going to fight. We know the fight has started. We're going to fight. Trump not going to have his way. We're going to fight. Now, they are looking at 2026 and other stuff they're going to do. But in Liberia now, people are concerned with all that's happening, all the missteps, all the broken promises by the new administration. No one has come in to say, well, we're going to come forward. Now, the main opposition party, the larger opposition party, coming out strong today with a statement, and then to hear some of the senior top brass are saying that they are going to still defy the party instruction and still and not boycott. Is concerning though, very concerning, and people have their hopes in the CDC for a lot of reasons. I don't have the hope inside because I heard him Saturday he was clear, but yet and still is the main political party in the country, and they're the party that everybody look up to right now as head of the opposition. So, and with all that's happening, I mean, what do you think going to happen if nobody steps up? I mean, I know for me, I'm waiting to see what happened after Monday. I'll give you a week to see what will happen. What any party will come out to respond to President Boyka, and then from there, what will be the position? Are they going to say, well, we have taken out the gloves now, we're going to go off for them, we're holding the feet to the fire? What's going to happen after Monday?
So Tomalin, here's my thing. Here's my thing, right? I hate that we consistently, and maybe hate may not be the right word for this, but I just don't like the fact that the issue of politics in Liberia, we appear to just make it seem as though it's some kind of cosmetology program that people just go through and learn how to put makeup on people. This is not, I don't think that's what it is when it comes to Liberia. We are talking about the lives of people. Political parties are about the people's interests, and that is the reason why when political parties in the Western world, when they're no longer in office, they don't wait and give the incoming government time to go and have the honeymoon. No, from the day of the ascendancy, they start to address the key problems that government have. They don't say we will give you 1 year, we'll give you 2 months. No. What is in the best interest? And that is how the government or the state remain balanced. CDC to sit back and say, we will give UP 1 year to evaluate was a form of weakness. If you can recall, let's be honest here. Upon President Weah ascendancy to the presidency, how much time was he really given to govern the state before people started to organize protests? People started to make allegations of the money that were missing, death, ritualistic killing, and all of these things. How long? Let us just retrospect and be honest to ourselves. From what I'm hearing, CDC is sincerely not about the people. I think there are few individuals who are part of the institutions who have used the masses to their advantage, and they are just abusing the people so that they're like, hey, we understand to some extent the level of gullibility of the society. So we will abuse it even more. Because if CDC was sincerely about the people, I don't think they should give this government any chance to sit down and talk about the need to figure things out before they start, to give them time to settle in. No, there should be no time. You are not giving time when you are on earth, because we don't know our final day or our final destination. There are Liberians today who are being denied access to medical or facilities because they cannot afford. But President Barker can afford to get flown out of the country in a private jet to seek medical attention anywhere else because he's the president. Mo Ali, Patrick Horner, the money for their fuel and gasoline, however you want to reference it, is getting paid on time. It's never delayed because there are permanent members of these corrupt institutions referencing themselves as UP, governing the state, wastefully spending the people resources in the best interest of a man who have retired and should be sitting behind somewhere enjoying his grandkids. Instead, guess what they're doing? They are wasting our resources. How can we sit here and talk about institutions that are supposed to be serious? You listen to a young man today earlier, a permanent member, okay, a permanent member of the UP came up there today. She was complaining.
Oh, Queen Johnson.
Yeah, Queen. Okay, this is a young woman who was allegedly a part of some kind of action that may have caused the life of a young man, and the parents are yet to get justice. But you know what? This young woman is still gallivanting the social media and the streets of Liberia, claiming that her members or the members of their political party are not being rewarded jobs, as though that is their understanding of governance. Whoever told these young people that because you are a member of any political institution, you are rewarded with job? Whoever told these people that? Whoever told them that because you vote for a specific individual, you are expected to be rewarded with a job at some government agency? This is how narrow-minded some of our people are. And this is why I am so upset and I'm concerned about the path on which the CDC is literally taking. You're asking other political institutions to come up. I hear people ask all the time, why isn't the ANC speaking? Why isn't Mr. Cummins? Why isn't Mr. Gongloe speaking? Why are you not the same people who dismiss all of these people's suggestions? Here it is, an opportunity, perfect opportunity for us to again build for ourselves a foundation to move Liberia forward. There will be an election in Nima County. You will think all of us Liberian, diaspora and back home, should consider the idea of electing Madam Ida Gongloe to represent the people of Liberia, but you would sit out here and hear people trying to be dismissive of that claim because you know what? You want to elect a corrupt man such as Koga, the man who invented corruption and marked it with his signature for Liberians to live in abject poverty. And you want us to sit out here and believe that nonsense? The CDC ain't ready yet. If the CDC is ready, they will gallivant all of their forces. They will solicit support and be in collaboration with the opposition so that this ruling establishment that is in so much disarray and in disregard for the rules of law to be removed timely.
But Lofa, before Pewee or Jonah coming, but Lofa, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but tell me now, today marks the first year President Barker took over the office at the Capitol there, and up to now, I mean, you are saying there's no clear opposition now. CDC have been playing that role, I know, but yet and still, with all that's happening, all the guys you're talking about, all the parties talking about, first of all, they're not united. The opposition is they're not united. Okay, and as long as they are divided, they're gonna give the ruling party the leverage to give them the premium to keep on doing what they're doing to the people of Liberia. Honestly, nobody to put them in check. No God to put them to any kind of checkpoint to put them to court to put them in order. So they're doing things any kind of way. Okay, you just saw that they saw how the Supreme Court acted. You saw the tenure issue. All these things happening. All the orders that are taking place. Okay, they have not come out to say, get the order report here. We're going to prosecute this person. I just told you the other day, the bank's governor that was suspended by the president, he has now been paid $340,000 for settlement. Okay,
he has been paid.
I'm telling you, he's been paid. Go ask the people tell you he's been paid already. Okay, and but because
that money,
because the president's nephew, who is the acting bank governor, he about to face confirmation hearing. You cannot go confirmation hearing until the guy you replace issue have been resolved. So now that's why they come to understanding with Governor Talu. Now Talu is on the way out. Some while now will go for confirmation hearing to be confirmed as a bank governor. Now all the things are happening. Yet and still nobody taking advantage of it. Say, well, this is time for the capitalize on it. So
let me come here. Let me come here.
I'll come here. I'm talking now. CDC,
all right.
CDC came out with a statement. They issue a statement. Now, another thing is that Tangako issue statements is one thing. Make sure you come through with it. Okay, so you mobilize your base, mobilize your membership, and see what happens. Okay, if someone is being arrested with all the due process, yeah, you guys can say, well, we're challenging you guys. But if they allow, now already there's a minus on CDC for the fact that if they speak up, they had a tier higher position in the country. Speaker Kofa, to allow him to be treated the way he's been treated by this government, and nothing has happened. There was no reaction from the ruling party, the opposition party. It's a problem. So they feel down that they can do anything. Okay, now we took the highest man in the country who were from CDC. We have done this to him. So we go a step further. That's why now they're talking about saying they want to arrest lawmakers now. They are daring us. Okay, we're arrest the lawmakers now. If that happens, you allow any lawmaker to be put in handcuffs and put behind prison with all no action. Then you know that people are in full control, and that's a problem. Okay, so Lofa, you're talking about the end. You're talking about you're talking about Madam Ware. I'll take this for a fact. Madam Ware will not declare to run for that seat unless she got the support of the opposition, and that they're going to put their resources and their mouth where to in the county to get that seat. She's not going to take her personal money to go and put on ballot to run, and with no support, she will not do that.
And I agree. And so, Tomalin, this is where I come in to say she shouldn't. We must value and see value and quality in leaders before we actually elect them. Okay, we have learned from past incidents where the likes of Darius DeLon and other people misled us, and here we are. So we must do our evaluation. We must do our assessment of individuals. But in this case, after I have, done due diligence, I think the people of Liberia, and I would not reference Nima County specifically, the people of Liberia so actually solidify reasons as to why they should come together and support this woman. Now, let me give you several reasons why it would be at our detriment if we were to have Samuel Koga, who is the front runner for UP, to ascend to that position. You know what you'll be doing? This is the man who was at the forefront of the recent removal of Fanatic Kofa. For those of you who are running around here, you claiming to be in loyalty to Fanatic Kofa. This man, Koga, is in the race. This is the man who wants to come up now as the senator. And you will sit there and allow him to win election. You know what message you're sending? You are simply telling him it's okay to walk on my back. Okay? This is not something that we should even tolerate. The people, the people. Go ahead. Go ahead. You have a question? Go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah, but somebody can also say the same thing, that this is the same reason why we all want all of us to support to stop the removal of Fonanti.
You
Because
cannot, Benjamin.
because
I don't want us to just speak off our head. You have
no,
no
I'm
authority.
speaking for my brain right now.
Let me land on this case. You have no authority to stop the removal of Fonati Kofa because, first and foremost, Fonati was elected to that position by his colleagues. Secondly, they have the rule of law, the rule book that they follow. Third, the Constitution. We are as individual. We can only make our views heard. You can assert as to what you think about the process, but you cannot stop it. The Supreme Court in itself, knowing the position she's supposed to play, obviously dismissed everything and left you in limbo.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
You said what you wanted us to do was to sit on the Bureau platform and advocate.
My argument that I am making here is somebody who was fighting for Fonanti, because we all knew that there was so many wrong done during the whole process. Even the issue where we heard a video of people discussing money of the process in which the process to remove him. How many of us took our time to investigate that issue about the money? No, we were not talking about this guy who was in the car discussing money to remove Fonanti. The only thing we were interested in was, you know what? The lawmakers got the right to remove him, so they decided to move him. And there are sometimes, even Martin Luther said it, look, there are unjust laws. When the public see laws that are unjust, what you do is you stand against them. You do not stand in a place where you are saying as if you are supporting the wrong. Because when the coin turns, now you also want other people to support your position. Now, when somebody's sitting down who was fighting for Fonanti, and then yes, somebody say, "Oh, let's carry it," it would be like, okay, the same thing those people did to Fonanti, they could do the same thing to Edith. What will you have to say? They can.
I'm sorry.
They can play with the law. There's the same Supreme Court that is still there. The Supreme Court can still cheat and do anything. So then, where do we start from?
Ben, give me your. I heard you literally rabble out everything.
Yeah, my argument here is.
What is the point of contention? Like, give me that.
My point of contention here is the same thing that we did not solve when it came to Fonanti Kofa removal. How then do we support
Ben, hold on one second. Ben, hold on one second. Let me ask you a question.
If we support Edith and the people cheated Edith, what will you do?
Ben, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
how does the removal of Fonanti Kofa compares to an election that is between Edith and a corrupt individual as
they have a lot in common. And
what is the comparison? We're talking election.
The comparison is there is no law in the country. The Supreme Court can do whatever they want. So either can win all the votes in case they come out and say no. We are giving the vote to Koga. Then what then do you say? What's the argument?
Ben, my point here again, I think here's where you're missing. I think you're missing the line. But I don't want this conversation. I don't want this conversation to end up as a dialogue. But let me say this to you.
I'm just saying.
I think where you're missing the point here is very simple. What you're trying to say is, okay, when people spoke against the illegal removal of Fonanti Kofa, others did not join the rank to protest against the illegal removal of Fonanti Kofa. Okay, that is your point. Okay, when of course you are incapacitated. My point, you are incapacitated to obstruct anything. The removal of fanatic Kofa, regardless of what you did.
I agree.
Hold on
Why
1
can
second. Hold
you?
on 1 second.
Why
Hold
can
on 1
you
second.
stop?
Ben, hold on 1
When the
second.
Supreme Court
Ben,
says either
Ben,
that
Ben, hold on 1
what will
second.
you do?
Ben, hold on 1 second. Let me land. You are incapacitated to change anything when it comes to that decision. One, the Supreme Court, which is the highest arbiter of the law, okay, they rendered the decision that left you in limbo. Secondly, I spoke about this from the genesis of this entire conversation because I invested my time, okay, which I know people on here who are following the platform and will say they got upset with me, okay. My significant others got mad at me for taking my time because I sat with an attorney and I asked about the situation. He asked about our constitution. We had a constitution, and he asked me to obtain the house rules. Okay, I bought it, and obviously he read through it and said, at the end of the day, this entire process is political. It's going to end up based on the political decision, not based on the legality of the constitutional mandate. I tried to educate people here.
But is elections not political? Elections are. Is it not? Is it not? Is it not political? What are you saying
Ben,
there?
Ben. Oh my goodness, Ben. I'm not. So Ben. Okay. In short, Ben. In short, let me say this, right? You had no decision to make. You could voice your opinion in the process. In this election, you have a voice because people will be casting the. Yes, you will be.
No, you do not.
Ben. Okay.
Because,
all right. Okay, you're right.
No,
okay, Ben. This would not end in a dialogue. Ben.
It's not ending the dialogue. I'm just telling you.
Let me say this. Ben, let me say this. All right. And then and sometimes it get frustrated when people are so bent over believing what they want to believe, but because
I'm always these things when it happen, I always end up on the right side of it.
How are you right? How are you right, Ben? Ben, let me ask you a question. How are you right when I told you? I'm a living witness of Donald Trump when I went against Donald Trump today. Ben, now you're changing the whole conversation. All right, Tomalin, let's go back to the initial conversation.
Yeah.
This, when we discuss these things, let us not confuse those who are contributing as our audience, because when you start to pull this entire thing, it just becomes more like a mumbo jumbo, and people become confused as to what is sincerely being discussed. So I will throw it back to Tomalin.
Robert,
go ahead.
Let me quick. Just 1 minute, please. One minute. All I'm saying, whatever process that started with Frantic Kofa, that process was illegal. We saw people collecting money. And all we were saying is that let's put a stop to this corrupt process. We know Frantic Kofa is not a saint, but let's put a stop to it because we did not stop it from the genesis. It went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court turned a blind eye on it. We could all gather here and go and support Eden. And Eden wins. And it end up into a conflict like it has always been. There have been 3 elections in Nima that almost end up into the Supreme Court. And the same Supreme Court that gave the same vague ruling. In case they gave the same vague ruling, and that vague ruling allows the government to recognize where's the.
All right, so that's the next topic.
I want to know what the next topic is. What's the topic?
Well, you guys are weighing this one quickly. Look, we're saying that today marks the first year since President Biden. I come in now.
Abu, if you don't come on camera, you're not closing tonight. Your current goal, don't.
No, I'm in the back. I couple of meetings tomorrow at 10, man.
Go to the meeting, Abu. You don't have to be here. Go to your meeting. You don't have to be here. Bro, we're not joking here. You be in the back.
I know.
Don't
Turn
put
your camera
something
on and you want to be sitting in the
It's a
back.
serious show. You got serious people watching. You
Right.
can be in the back, and then when somebody throw, you just jump and start saying things.
Look, man, let me come on. Turn your camera on.
So
Now,
so now
see
with
you tomorrow. Oh, what's up?
what we are saying, right? With all that's happened in the first year, and now the president is speaking on Monday, and people are saying all the things this guy said in the first year, nothing came true. So, what's your take on the first year and then the president's sona on Monday?
The first year, I mean, I want folks to come on, and maybe the folks in government, the Unity Party folks, someone from the executive mansion. I know that the deputy information minister was here struggling. He struggled to articulate the government's progress in his first year, to the point where he was talking about buildings that they inherited, buildings that were renovated as success, right? Conversations that have not yet been concluded as success. But I want the someone from the executive mansion or those who supported this government to tell us after 1 year that the issue with regards to drugs are no more an issue in the country. I want someone to confidently say that Cooch is completely off the market. Uh, I want someone to completely tell us that corruption is no more an issue after 1 year. It's no more discussion, that Liberians are happy when it comes to corruption. I want someone to tell us that the use of private jet is no more uh, an issue. It's no more an issue, right? That the use of private jet is no more an issue, and everything has been dealt with, right? I want someone to tell us that um, the issue with regards to the companies, LTA, for instance, all of the different issues that they mentioned under George Weah. I want someone to tell us that the cost of gasoline has gone down, and it's less than it was when they took office a year ago. I want someone to tell us that the country is back on the international stage, and Liberia is well respected than it was few years ago. I want someone to tell us that the rule of law is now the order of the day in our country. Freedom of speech is better than it was a year ago. I want someone to tell us that there are not a single political prisoner in office. In fact, people are not being targeted based on their political affiliation, or they are not being targeted based on their exercising their right to free speech. All of these things were on the ballot. Every single one of these things were on the ballot. I want someone to tell us that they have abolished the government officials gathering at the airport to greet the president upon the president arriving from international trips. I want someone to tell us that, in fact, there have been less trips. There have been less trips from the president and more results than it was a year ago. Because remember, this government complained that the previous administration wasted taxpayer money on taking trips abroad and did not return with a single thing that benefited the Liberian people. I want someone to tell us that this president in 1 year took less trips and brought back more to benefit the Liberian people. I want someone to articulate, and don't just tell us. I want you to show us the tangibles. I want someone to tell us that jobs have been created in the country, not the 25,000 raise of salary that the deputy minister talked about that has not even taken effect. I want someone to tell us that private sector job growth has increased than it was a year ago. Can anyone tell us what has happened after 1 year? Can anyone from Unity Party and or those who supported this government tell us that there have been a shift on all of the key things that were issues back then. I want someone to tell us that our life is better today. And don't come here with your political joking. This is serious matter. This is very serious matter. I want a Liberian, especially someone who supported this government, to say to us today that their life is better today. And when I say better, I mean if you could not afford to put food on the table for your family a year ago, can you afford to put food on the table today? If you could not afford electricity, if electricity was scarce a year ago, are we good with regards to electricity today? I want someone to tell us what has happened, what has shifted when it comes to the bread and butter issue in our country. And if things have changed, then this government is making progress. But ladies and gentlemen, if Liberia is worse off today on all of these key issues, or if nothing has changed, I want someone to tell us whether or not they have reversed what they frowned on and talked about, which was the harmonization. Has harmonization been reversed? I want someone to tell us what has changed. What did this government do differently on day one? On day one, Donald Trump, in as much as we don't believe, we think he's funny, he's a crazy guy. On day one, he signed over 11 executive order with a shift.
78.
78. I was even 78. With a shift. With a shift of what he promised during the campaign trail. What has this government changed that have directly benefited the lives of the people than they were a year ago? What have this government changed with regards to leadership? What have this government changed? Joseph Boakai was on national radio telling us that when you look around the country, while Liberians were struggling, while Liberians live in abject poverty, the country's resources were being spent on private jet. Today, he's taken over 11 trips and he's used private jet in 1 year that we've seen ever in the history of our country. What has changed? What has changed? Let Jallah then tell us what have changed in the lives of their families back home. I want someone to say that the remittances of Liberians to Liberia, because things are getting better in Liberia now, has decreased. I want someone to tell us that because things are getting better, less families are calling in the United States for remittances. What has changed? These are things we must reflect on, my people. It's not political matters. And I may not agree with her, but when you see people like Queen Johnson and others who supported this government in less than a year crying about how people who supported this government have not benefited. I'm not talking about the partisans. I'm even talking about seditionists. There were seditionists who were disappointed in George Weah. There were seditionists who thought that George Weah was too kind to people who insulted him and his mom and pa. There were seditionists who did not feel part of the coalition. And they said, you know what? We need to teach George Weah a lesson. We need change. What have changed in the lives of these people after 1 year? And if all of these things have shifted, then again, this government, this government needs to be applauded. But ladies and gentlemen, if nothing has changed, my folks, we're headed down the wrong path, and something have got to shift. Something have got to shift. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Chairman Ben. But look, why is it true that nothing has changed, but now
Tomalin, can I? I want to ask Ben.
The question is, who's taking advantage of it? I mean, who? I mean, if your opponent, you're supposed to in a game, if your opponent making a mistake of messing around, you supposed to take advantage and capitalize on it. But what's happening?
No, Tomalin, don't muddy the water. I understand. That's a whole different argument. Because this is what the Unity Party wants.
Now, because I want to find out from you guys now, what's happening? You compare the first year. All the thing the problem is nothing have come to fruition, right? Nothing. Everything's still at a standstill. I mean, something are getting worse. So now, how will you force them to effect these changes when nobody's taking the charge, taking the lead to say, well, we'll go after them, we'll hold our feet to the fire. But what we're seeing right now, we're seeing an opposition that seems to be very, very disorganized. And if possible, UP is infiltrating opposition to take them apart.
I think, but Robert, tell me not to kind of color your question here, but I think Tomalin question is in direction of what I was going to ask as well. What benchmark are you using to quantify or quantify your expectation of this government within a year as compared to what is going on? Because you made mention of several things that was expected. Some of those things definitely could not have been accomplished in a year time. So I think, what benchmark are you using to actually make that clarity or that to meet that expectation?
Well, few things. Everything won't happen overnight, and I'm not naive to think otherwise.
Okay.
But here is something that could have happened on day one.
Mm-hmm.
Something could have shifted with regards to the president's promise to use the Liberian people resources better. He frowned on it. Number one, the usage of private jet.
Okay.
That could have changed. You don't need a whole year or 2 years to change that.
Agree.
That could have changed immediately.
Agree.
Has it changed? Absolutely not. Number two, they said that the government was so, George Weah government was so less busy to the point where ministers stopped the Liberian people business, drove to the airport to greet the president. The lines have gotten longer on day one at the airport. We saw that happen. That's number two. Number three, METEC. They frown METEC. Have they even reviewed the contract? What has happened? Number four, they frown on harmonization. This political narrative that George Weah was basically taking from the poor to give to the poor, right? And that this strategy was a strategy that basically added to object poverty. Well, it's been a year. What have they done to abolish harmonization? Will harmonization ever go away? What have they done? Right? There are many things that are not even policy related, that does not take years to address, that could have taken place to signal that this is a new chief or sheriff in town. What can you and I say about Joseph Boakai government? And I will close on this note so the other guys can come in. What have we seen about Joseph Boakai government that is different than George Weah's government, if not worse? What have we seen? So even for those who supported this government, look, this president, beat his chest as the agriculture guru in the entire Republic of Liberia. Have they put in place any kind of strong policy with regards to rice sustainability in our country? Have we heard that? Have we heard a policy from the president on what he intends to do to ensure that Liberia is sustained when it comes to rice in our country? No, we haven't. So again, how long do you need to show that this is a new government, this is a new sheriff in town, to start to have people look at your government like, wait a minute, these guys really came to rescue the country. What have changed? What have they done differently? Of all the things that they came to rescue, other than themselves, have the Liberian people been rescued on all of these key issues? Look at education in the country. The University of Liberia have been closed for going 8 months now. That's not a change. It's not the change we expected. Even with the dilapidated building, even with the inequality of education at the University of Liberia, the doors of the university were still open. Why have the university doors been shut down? Can we not walk and chew gum at the same time? Are we going to compromise the education of our kids because what we cannot afford that? We cannot afford this. Yet instead, the government was able to find $600,000 or more to buy a bulletproof vehicle for the president's protection. The government was able to find money to renovate the president's home, to reflect and to provide security for him. Yet and still, these folks in government are continuing to get paid. They have been able to find money to purchase, yet and still lawmakers are still getting paid. They quickly allocated or suggested $1.8 million for a Capitol building that was burned even before the investigation concluded. So again, what has changed to show that this government is about the people, is about rescuing the people rather than themselves? I want someone. Maybe Ben Sanvee can tell me something that have changed. Maybe.
Tell me all right, I think I beg you.
But I think what we have done all year, we've just been talking, right? We're talking, but now, what for me, what I'm saying now is that who's going to take the lead, the charge? We say, well, we're giving it 1 year now, so let us go after them now. We're going to do it.
So, Tomalin, if I can chime in here real quick, and I guess other can come in. I think part of Liberia's problem, we have always been looking for someone else to stand in that role as a hero or hero. We have never accepted the responsibility to be who we are supposed to be as Liberians. You're already playing the role. You consistently sit here. You think when you come here every day and contribute to national discussion, you're not already doing that? You shouldn't have to stand in the streets, okay, to voice out your dissatisfaction. You're already playing that role. But all we need to do is we need to amplify the message, and we shouldn't have to be reliant on politicians and political figures to make it seem as though they possess what it takes to transform the country. Because your voice in itself is just as transparent and probably forceful than you can ever imagine. But until you put it to a test, you don't understand that. Tomalin, I and like several other people are sat right here, and people were very dismissive, okay, of our contribution. Nobody listened to you. You're in America, who care about what you're saying? Nobody talked to you. But in the back end, there are people who will call you and say, Lofa, the thing you said the other day, I mean, how can we get these things done? There are people who are cloned with that idea that we should be dismissive of other people who will contribute in the way that they shouldn't have to sign. So you have started to do that. Let us not rely on these political institutions. Why it is truth that we cannot get beyond ourselves without an establishment contribution, but we can start the process. And in that, I'm saying to you, do not wait for a hero. Do not wait for a hero. You be a part of the process and let us get forward. The progress you made very often, and I'll close on this note, very often, Liberians, we love to be a part of the success story, but we don't want to be a part of the beginning or even anything come closer to the failure. When you start to show that shine, that glamour, then everybody want to associate with you, okay? But if it comes to the failure, everybody disassociate from the actuality on ground. And I'm saying to you, you've already started the process to transform Liberia. Do not go back on it and wait for any political institution to take that decision, because it is within our domain for us to move Liberia forward. Let us fight consistently, continuously, and let's just be positive and just honest to ourselves as to how we can change Liberia. I think there is hope at the other end of the tunnel.
No, quickly, right? Let me tell you. Like yesterday, right? Somebody just told me today, before we got on the show, we're discussing about this Nyenwolo guy who was fired by the president. It's true. People listen to us, right? Somebody said, we say on the show, Patrick do have no right to be suspending this guy or taking action on this guy. They told the president. And sure enough, the president exercises his authority and dismissed this guy. Okay, dismissed Wallo instead of another deputy director. So, like, we play our part. We come, we talk, we yell at each other, we make noise at each other. The idea, like for instance, I see another joker here in a group called Pan Butter. You know the CDC. You think CDC that you're today. You know CDC. You know CDC. Don't tell me I take action. I'm a blind person. When I say that, I'm a better go sit down somewhere. But the reality is that we should focus. Look, right now we got to call the action on these guys. Call them to tax.
I agree.
Right now, let me be frank. I'm not ready to go say forming political party or want to take the lead. So, but now who are the major players? George Weah, Alexander Cummings, Kehleboe Gongloe, Clarence Moniba, Simeon Fremont, these are the top people for the political leaders in the country. They are the ones now they have with the base need to now come forward and engage the government. So for me, when I'm telling you guys, after Monday, I want to see what happens next. When guys speak to the nation, I want to see how the other politicians will take forward. That's how we'll know where the country will be heading to. And I told you guys, this is my last election I'm taking part in 2020.
I would be. I mean, I personally will be having. I'll be giving a response to President Weah broadcast show now.
Anybody who support win 2020 now, I'm done because I'm going to go beyond winner.
Let Ben chime in.
I'm beyond winner.
But Raul,
I'm boarding right now. I want to hear you, then I'll come back.
Listen, I'm laughing at Tommy. I enjoy Tommy when he's talking.
They must say, he came out yesterday again, president again.
But first of all, it's good to be here. It's good to see you guys. Success. I'm trying to figure out. I've been listening and I've been hearing from all of what I think Robert was very explicit in his critique of the government. I think the government themselves is aware that 2024, the first year, was not the year that they hope it will be. I don't know of anything significantly concrete that was accomplished. But the good news for the government is that they got what, 4.5 more years, or 5 more years, or whatever, 4 years, because once 1 year before election, right? So that's the good news for them. They have a couple of years left, and they can do a lot. That is, if they're willing to muster the political will to be able to take some of the decisions that needs to be taken. But I want to. The reason why I was smiling when Tommy was talking, and also when Lofa was talking, was because, again, I want to figure out the measurement of success. I want to figure out the measurement of impact. And the questions I want to ask, it's going to be, it's honest question, because funny thing, yesterday I had a long conversation with someone who has been involved in advocacy in Liberia way back, even from the Taylor days. And I was talking to him, and he said, well, man, I'm focused on trying to get myself ready. I'm trying to focus on making some money. I'm trying to focus on taking care of myself, because I'm in my late 40s now. Once you hit that 50 heading up, when you leave, like the scene, like Brempo will say, oh, look at him, he the one there, they were there talking, and he ain't got nothing for himself. And so, and it struck me yesterday, because this was a voice, I wouldn't call his name because I never said that I would. But it struck me because I think there is some kind of fatigue that is building. The fatigue comes from the fact that people feel that they're just talking, or they've just been talking without any major progress. Yes, you can say you've elected one of few people in the House of Representatives, but the truth of the matter here is the real change comes from the presidency. The way our country is structured, the presidency is extremely powerful, and so there is a sense that we keep doing the same thing over and over. We keep doing the same thing over and over, right? And Maasarans Toure is not Costa, just for the record. No, it's not Costa. All of you are saying it's Costa, but it's not Costa. Somebody totally different. Somebody who was talking even before Costa started talking. So this is not Costa. But let me say this. So, Tommy, I wanted to ask you, and maybe Lofa, maybe he can come back on. I'm trying to figure out what's the measurement. Thank you, Lofa. I thought you were. I'm trying to find out what's your measurement of success. How do you know how do you feel you are making an impact? How do you feel that all of the talking that we're doing, or that you've done and you continue to do, that the needle is being moved? Is it because one or two people or a couple of people will call and say, you know what, I like what you say? Because Liberians are very good at that, by the way. We're very good at hyping people up, calling them, saying, because Liberians, they like for people to chew their pepper.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we like it. They're always looking for heroes. They're always looking for the next person that will, and then they will go and make the same kind of decisions, and then the things will come back and hunt them and hit them in the face. So I'm asking because I know you were encouraging Tomalin to say, don't give up and don't, but what is your measurement of success? When will you say we made it? And do you see that happening anytime soon?
Okay. To be honest with you, Ben, success is not determined just based on a specific incident, but especially when it comes to the governance of a nation, all right, and when it comes to progress, we must also consider the fact that it is not instantaneous for one to determine that. But what I would say to you, Ben, why it is truth that it is frustrating to come here every day and try to advocate for people who's supposed to know better or hopefully should know better, but they appear to not accept the reality. It's also to take into consideration a handful of things that have changed over time. A few things that I can say to you is that, one, if you are to look at our political dynamics today, the Liberian politics throughout the past few years, at least since I decided to be a part of the discussion, I have seen a major transformation because a lot of people are now deciding to be a part of the process. People are now voicing their dissatisfaction as compared to years back when people would say that the people think, oh, I don't want to be a part of it. Okay. Today, people are now engaging and contributing to the conversation, regardless of how you see it, how they go based on their views, but people are now contributing to the conversation. That's a step forward. Now, the next step would be, how do we corroborate effort to attack specific issues such as corruption, which is that cancer to the success and growth of Liberia? It appears to me that corruption is just a part, and I hate to say that not to be disrespectful to our society, but corruption is a part of our society. So for us to actually eradicate, which we would never do because it is impossible for any society, but we can quarantine corruption. It must start with leadership. In order for us to quarantine, we must make sure that the rule of law is enforced, and it must be done to its core. Unfortunately, the last two governments have not been able to do that. But if you listen to the public outburst, majority of the people, even those who supported the government, are saying our expectations are not being met. What we expected of you is to come and make sure that things were done accordingly. You are regulating all of these things. Unfortunately, you didn't do that, and you're not doing that. So I think we are succeeding to some extent. Are we there yet? No. Are we? Maybe we're probably at maybe less than 1%, but that's a progress that we cannot ignore. But our consistency also play a major role, because people look up to the likes of you, Benjamin Sanvee. When you speak on certain issue, people value your opinion. When the likes of folks who have been a part of this political dispensation, when they speak out, people listen to them. But when we are inconsistent in the fight and the desire for true transformation, then the people themselves becomes a little bit perplexed. And they say, you know what? We can't even trust anybody. Then it becomes more like this saying that they can't trust anybody, so they must just let it flow. But when they hear you, the Ben Sanvee, your voice is very powerful. When the Ben Sanvee comes and say, this that is happening is just unacceptable, I think it makes a lot of sense.
But I wanted to say something. And anybody can chime in here. Do you think our problem in Liberia, and this is maybe Ben, Tomalin, anybody, Lofa, do you think our problem in Liberia is corruption or is incompetence at the different levels of our society?
Hell yeah. Somebody go ahead.
Do you think it's corruption?
I don't want to dominate the conversation. Somebody else tell me.
Incompetence at different levels of our society, right? Government, just as a whole, society as a whole.
I would say both are the problem.
No,
so
please
when
pick
you
one.
hear that phrase,
and Ben, the reason I'm asking you to pick one because I want to know how you're gonna rate it. Pick one. One got to be higher than the other. Do you think? The reason I asked that question
is higher. Yeah,
okay. The reason I
corruption
asked
is
that
higher
question,
than.
let me tell you the reason why I asked that question. Because you can do away with one. You may not be able to do away with the other. You can minimize the other, but competence, you can do away with competence. I mean, incompetence, right? So that's why I'm asking you, do you think, because for the last couple of weeks,
corruption. It's corruption.
Thinking.
So he said
corruption. You think corruption is the major problem for you, Ben?
So I want to let me speak on that part then, not that Benjamin Charming. I think Liberia's problem, and the reason why I think, and I'm making this claim is because I feel like if you have competent people in position, I think our problem is incompetence.
Thank you.
All right. If you had competent people in place, I think there is an African proverb that say the fish rots from the head. Okay. If you had leader in place who were firm in their decision and will implement based on the law, we will be able to quarantine corruption. We may not eradicate corruption, but we will quarantine. And in quarantine, what I'm saying, we will control it to some extent, like it is done in the Western world, even in the great United States of America. Corruption is not eradicated, but it is controlled. So if we had competent,
you will be able to deal with corruption,
right? We can control corruption.
So Robert, before you come in quickly, Lofa, I want to ask you, since you said income, so were you, if you had a choice, right? Will you deal with an incompetent person or with a corrupt person?
Would I deal with an incompetent person or corrupt person?
I mean, will you deal with a corrupt person or
when you said deal with, to what I mean, be clear, like as far as being able to work with that person?
Just accommodate. Will you be able to accommodate? Which one will you accommodate? Incompetence or corruption?
Yes, because I can institute mechanisms.
So you say you can deal with what? Incompetence?
I will accommodate an incompetent person.
Well, no. What I'm saying here is when you have to deal with an incompetent person, so you want to know whether I am okay with dealing with an incompetent or a corrupt person.
Or a corrupt person, exactly. Yes.
Okay. So what I'm saying is I can deal with an incompetent person and help them to become a little bit more competent or even more qualified and become an asset.
But
you see what I'm saying? As compared when a person is corrupt, it's almost like it's like an inborn act. It's part of their blood.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I say it's like I made
okay. Let Raul come in. And the reason I'm going, there's a method to my madness here.
It's almost exactly like what I'm doing. Ben, when a man decides to be a thief, you can't do nothing to change that man from being a thief.
You can. But let Raul come in.
I don't think that Liberia has a competence issue.
Okay.
I don't even think it's close. Do we have we elected some incompetent individuals? Absolutely. Yes, we have. But for anyone to even think that the major issue in Liberia is the lack of competence, I totally disagree. We have elected some
Correction. Point of correction to help your thought process. This is not squarely in election. I'm not talking about electing. I'm talking about the society as a whole. I'm talking about at different levels in our society, right?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily in who you put in Capitol building. I'm talking about the structures of the country.
Yeah, but
the
Ben,
fabric of the country. That's what I'm talking about.
But the fabric of the country is controlled by the government.
The
fabric of the country is not. Liberia, I'll give you an example. In fact, I don't think we have any. The strongest institution that we depend on for every single thing in our country today is the government. The buck starts and stops with the government. So, on that note, it's not like the structure we have in America.
But everybody in the Liberian government is not elected.
But everyone in the Liberian government is not elected. But there's a reason why today, Ben, the president of Liberia is the most popular figure in our country because he or she appoints damn near everyone in government and autonomous institutions.
So
we don't elect superintendents.
So that led me to the question that I asked.
So again, this is why I disagree that competence is the issue, right? Okay. And if competence was if competence was the issue, then again it will be squarely due to the government inability to create the level of competence that is required to move our country forward. But I think what is the major issue in our country? This is not limited to government or elected officials or appointed officials. This is the entire country. I think the lack of patriotism and the lack of leadership, I believe, is Liberia's own problem. You can a family member today in our society, Liberians, especially those in the diaspora, are afraid to even do business with family members. These are people that you should not be afraid to do business with. Can you imagine trusting a stranger that you don't know from nowhere over a family member that you know?
Okay.
It tells you that in our country, a lot of people cannot be trusted. And there are reasons why people cannot be trusted, right? But if each of us were patriotic enough, we will understand.
What is patriotism, Robert? What is patriotism?
It's a devotion and commitment to one's country.
Yeah, I think that's too vague.
That's vague.
Give me some meat. Give me some meat.
It's not vague. It's not
Who do
vague.
you? Are you patriotic? Are you patriotic, Robert?
I want to believe that I am patriotic. Yes.
Why are you saying you're patriotic?
Because I'm patriotic because I believe that I am a part of the forward margin of our country. I would do everything in my possible will to ensure that Liberia is the very best of every other African country in the world.
Why are you not in Liberia right now?
I'm not in Liberia right now by choice because I don't want to be in Liberia right now.
But you say you patriotic?
No, but that has nothing to do. No. Ben, I think you should focus this discussion because I think you're straying apart.
No, but you don't want patriotism.
No,
Robert. Okay, let's bring it back in context.
Exactly.
Let's bring it back in context. I asked a simple question.
Exactly.
Competence or corruption? You went to
patriotism. And then you got patriotism in it.
No, the question was, what do you think? Because I heard Lofa talk about competence. What do you think is Liberia's main issue?
No. Let me repeat what I said. I said, do you think Liberia's problem is corruption or competence?
Incompetence.
If the question, Ben, if the question is just about Liberia's problem being corruption and incompetence, I don't think you should limit incompetence.
Well, no, the reason I limited it, Robert, and let me tell you why. And so Pewee can kind. The reason I limited it because every Liberian, patriotism is relative. Everybody Liberian believe they're patriotic. I don't think we can legislate patriotism. I don't think we can say you are patriotic.
But you cannot legislate incompetence either.
No, I agree.
You cannot legislate corruption either.
No. I know you can legislate incompetence, but guess what? There is a measurement, right? There's a litmus test. There's a rule that you can guide and say this person is incompetent and this person is not incompetent.
And this man is
competent. Okay, so who determines that?
There's a way you can gauge it. There's a way you can gauge it.
Granted. So who determines whether one is incompetent or competent.
Your superior, your leader.
Delivery.
Okay, so exactly my point. So when you ask for Liberia's main problem, and you say if it's a corruption and incompetence, it falls again. It goes back to government structure and leadership. The person you select. I'll give you an example, Ben. I'll give you an example. If you think competence is Liberia's problem, let's assume incompetence as Lofa State is Liberia's problem. The next question is, how do we fix that? How do we fix that?
That's
and who is responsible for that?
That's a discussion, and that's the reason.
That's what I said. In order to fix competence, in order for you, the rule you just met, that litmus test you just talked about, in order for that to be effective, it starts with a leader who understands that rule, who understands that litmus test.
Okay, Robert, we'll come back to you. I love what you're doing.
Robert,
I want Pewee to come in. I want Pewee to come in.
Even for corruption, the leader is up to that leader to say, you know what? Based on the fact that I don't want my government to be corrupt, or I don't want a corrupt society, here are things that I'm going to do. So it falls down again to lack of leadership and patriotism, because people are intentionally looking at incompetence, but they are rewarding incompetence. People are intentionally looking at corruption, and they are rewarding corruption and greed in our country.
Okay.
So it becomes
complicated. I think I like what you're saying, but Pewee, I want you to chime in on this, and we'll come back to Robert, because I think you are onto something else. You are onto something, right? Pewee, I asked a question because I'm trying to peel an onion here, and the reason I'm peeling this onion is because of a conversation that I had a couple of days ago, and I promised that I was going to have this conversation on the show, right? Because it was very enlightening to me. I literally started thinking outside the box. So I'm asking you, Pewee, do you believe? That's why I asked Lofa, who would you rather deal with, right? If they hand you an incompetent man and a corrupt man and gave you that choice, say decide who would you rather deal with? The two are almost like that. You got two poison. Pick one, right? Pick one poison. Then I asked a question about Liberia's problem. Is Liberia problem corruption? Has corruption been the reason why we are where we are, or has it been incompetence?
Thank you. Thank you. But before I get to that quickly,
coming to me.
The issue about incompetence and the rest of that, incompetence can never be legislated, but it can be regulated, right? So that's a standard. It can be regulated.
No, but you can regulate it. Anybody that's in authority, anybody that has the authority to do something,
that is a policy process. That is a policy process that I learned.
When you working in your company, you can decide
regulations of incompetence, right? So then I learned that in structural policy, it can be regulated. So, but the basic line is that I want to, because again, I differ also with the process that incompetence. Because incompetence, competent element are more corrupt than the incompetent one in our society. Competent elements are more corrupt than the so my problem, the problem of our country is systemic corruption, Ben. It's corruption. And that has been the problem of Liberia. It's not incompetence. No, we're not short of that. We're not short of manpower. Absolutely. There's no those kind of a line of limitation in issue of manpower, but the system of corruption. We have folks that have been well landed in terms of policy, in terms of academia, and the rest of that. Our major problem, if we want to fix the problem of Liberia, is to head-on confront corruption. I'm not going to do it yet. So the whole debate here, for me, if I was going to the debate, the striking now to deal with, my worry is how to deal with the corrupt person. And the system is so corrupt to the level. And I like how you put it, Johnny, that changing you around about being patriotic. Patriotic, and you put it back to you, say, why are you here? Because patriotic is defined as love for country.
I'll do anything.
I can take Ben. Please let people going somewhere. Love
for country, being supportive, being proud. But there's a key word.
Stop right there. No. Stop right there. Love for country. Love for country. I want you to elaborate on love for country and be supportive.
Yeah, love for country, be supportive.
Do you have to be in Liberia for that?
There's a key word there. Be extremely loyal no matter the situation.
I want to say patriotism is relative.
Yeah, be extremely loyal no matter the situation. Being loyal. So if you are patriotic, the amount the country is high, I will be in Liberia. You have to be loyal. If the matter what's happening, I will live there. I will not say, oh, they play high. When I go there, I gotta carry security. No, I will be there. So
Sylvester.
Okay, so I wanna chime in. I think Ben has already spoken, right? Ben has already chimed in on it. So let me give you my thoughts.
But Ben, that conversation after is just we need a whole show for the conversation.
No, my man, but we're talking.
Let me get a word.
We're here.
We're talking. But let me say this.
Yeah, we're talking. We're here.
I believe, right? And I listen. I love the answers from everybody, right? But I believe that our problem has been incompetence. I don't believe our problem has been corruption, and let me tell you why. I think Lofa said it right. Corruption can be minimized, and the reason it can be minimized is because you can put guardrails in place.
Thank you.
Human beings, as human beings, we are born with a mindset to do right and to do wrong. Corruption, in the essence and the definition of man, is associated with wrong. Right. So you can almost say every human being has a corrupt trait in them. What suppresses that trait in you?
It's the laws and regulations.
Laws, regulation, discipline. What makes you don't want to go and rob a bank today? What makes you don't want to get on the interstate and drive 200 miles per hour, even though your car can drive 200 miles per hour?
Yep.
What makes you don't decide today that, Lofa, you piss me the hell off? I'm coming to drive to your house right now and put slide in your ear. The reason I can't do those things is because there are guardrails. There are consequences for me if I do those things. And how did those consequences and those guardrails come into place? It was competence. It was people who knew what it required to be able. It was people who understood what it required to be able to have a functional system. In this country, there are corrupt people in this country.
Yeah.
There are corrupt people in the U.S. government. But guess what? There are guardrails in place. There are guardrails in place that stop them. There are checks and balances in place that stop them. So the problem with Liberia, I believe, it's not corruption. And I also ask the question, will you deal with an incompetent person or will you deal with a corrupt person?
And I say incompetent.
Right? Incompetence in a sense, right? If somebody is corrupt, you don't look at somebody today. By the time you see the person, you say that person corrupt. No, you can't. The person has to prove that they're corrupt. There's the same thing with incompetence. You almost like you go and apply for a job or you lie on your resume, right? You pad your resume, you apply for a job. You get that job as a result of being not, not truthful. It's going to catch up with you because you will have to perform the job. You will have to carry out the job. You have to be able to live up to what you say on your resume. That's the guardrails. So that's the reason why I say the problem with Liberia is incompetence. And the reason is simple. And this is not, you know why it's scary now? And this is not knock on 2 or 3 generations. We have a generation, we have about 2 or 3 generations that have been through, one that went through the war. We had the war generation. Then we have the post-war generation. The educational system in Liberia has been gravely affected. But guess what? Every year we are putting out graduates. Every single year we are conferring degrees on people. There's stories in Liberia, right, that university graduates cannot even write a business letter. I remember when I was going to school, high school in Liberia, one of the things that I remember about writing business letter, right, is don't put command after dear sir. How many? I'm talking about simple things. And the reason I'm simplifying it is to raise the magnitude of the problem we have in our country. Anybody who graduate today from the University of Liberia, what are they? And that's why one of the reasons I'm glad that maybe there's a new university president, and she talked about increasing the capacity of the university, right? Because it's not only about painting the buildings, it's also about what is impacted in the minds of the people at that university. So the reason I say that is, if somebody go and buy a grade, if somebody go buy a degree from a university, and that person is conferred a degree, Robert, you can tell that person in Liberia, that person not educated. The person will show you that degree and say, this is my degree, I'm educated. What would differentiate or distinguish that person from somebody who is truly educated will show incompetence in how the person is able to carry out the functions. So I believe, and I will end on this for you to come back today. It will be my last offer for you to come.
Ben, did you say buy a degree?
Yeah, I said example is somebody go and purchase, like, they go and pay. Okay. I'm just trying to, I'm just speaking. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I don't have no evidence, but I'm just saying. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying, no, I know. All I'm saying, guys, right? All I'm saying is, if you even look at this, if you even look at the human capacity of Liberia, one of the problems we have in our country is we have they got capital flight, they got intellectual flight. Our best minds, whether we like it or not, is out of the country. The middle class of Liberia sits in the diaspora, not necessarily in the United States. That got Liberians in England, in Sweden. They're educated. That is the intellectual capacity that we have. That's why they say, why you can bring people from the diaspora who can't help, right? But we got to find a way to bridge that gap. And until we bridge that gap, we can talk about corruption all we want. But if we keep recycling and doing the same thing, we will continue to have this problem.
I come in, Robert, but Ben, what you just said, I disagree. It's not incompetent.
Absolutely not.
Because like Benny Warner said, the problem with us is us. Our problem is we have our own problem. Because guess what?
But it was that.
No, but you said it's incompetent.
Ben, let him land.
Since 2005, we have 4 elections. What happened? And we have put the same 2 parties in office.
How many? But I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, Ben, you said the problem.
Ben, let him make a case. Hold on one second, Ben. Let him make a case.
It's with Liberian themselves. They have their own problem. You keep
Liberian.
The same thing. Ben, I can bet you, high election tomorrow. All they put us is sitting in the house. Go put on the ballot tomorrow. They'll win again.
But isn't that what I'm saying?
But Tomalin, before Tomalin.
The problem is with the electorate.
But when you said the electorate, that's what I talk about. The 2 generations.
But you said incompetence. That was it.
But Tomalin, that is a fact. You have people in your country right now. You have people that is a part of your ecosystem right now who believe that they know what they don't know. That is a fact.
Exactly.
That is a fact.
I agree with that, but Ben, I see that, Ben. Until the electors go to the poll and
it's not only the electorate. You see, that's the problem. The reason we are having this conversation. Okay, but let me put this to you. Let me put this to you: educated, competent, or the perfect legislature that you're talking about, right? Or the perfect leadership you're talking about, with a messed up civil service.
Okay,
how does it work?
No, but Ben,
who's doing the heavy lifting? Who's doing the real job?
I'm talking about for instance, Ben. Right now, you say you're running. You run for a district in Liberia now. You come up with good ideas, lofty ideas. You put it for.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Let me come in for a second.
Somebody who run against you, person who will just come with maybe just talk part of trash.
I don't disagree with that.
But then I won't say that incompetence is the people.
But that's what I'm saying. You are narrowing Liberia problem to just election. That's not only Liberia problem.
Ben,
no, Dominic, that is the mistake I think we continue to make.
It's not a mistake, man. It's not a mistake.
Liberia problem is not only election. You know why I say that? Let me tell you why I say that. And Robert, you're gonna come in. Let me tell you why I say that. You know, I was reading the book from where her name, Lee Kuan Yew and also Sheikh Maktoum from Dubai. They have not held an election. They don't hold elections in Dubai. They don't. They don't. But you know, one of the things that he said, when you read his book, he said one of the first things he had to do was to identify the problem. Where do we fall short? He recognized that his country's problem was human capacity. It was a small country, but they did not have the capacity, the human intellect, the capacity to be able to have the Dubai that they have today. So what did he do? He imported human capacity
building.
Yep. He imported human capacity to build the capacity of his people.
So you just made a fine point, right? But you just made a fine point. Had he not done that, perhaps you and I would still not see the Dubai that we see today as it is today. And so when you say competence is Liberia's issue, I totally disagree, because it takes a leader. It takes a true leader. He may not, and it depends how you define competence, because again, there are educated fools. I don't think everyone who has a degree.
Do you think Joseph Boyka is competent?
Ben. I think he was going to a point. Ben, let him talk himself.
You're trying to make me lose my train of thought.
No, I'm not trying to make you lose your train of thought. Do you think the current president of Liberia is competent?
I think no, I won't answer that question. I want to stick back to your point you just made. Because I think the point you made,
I think he's competent.
He's competent. It's just that he just lacks the political will.
No.
Yeah, my people.
Okay, go ahead.
Ben. Because I think this is a fun discussion Ben started. And because Ben had the discussion prior, he's bent on his belief, which I respect, right? But I think, again, there's some missing pieces to Ben's belief, right? Because I think we're saying the same thing. Ben just said something very profound. In the book, it took someone to, first of all, acknowledge or identify what the problem in Dubai was. How did he start that process? It takes leadership, Ben. Leadership. One second. Leadership. He had to identify what Dubai's problem was. The problem was identified, and then structure and certain things were put in place to fix that problem, which is why Dubai is what Dubai is today. Now, when you continue to say the Liberia problem is incompetence, the question I continue to ask you is, it based on how you define incompetence. I'll go to the Liberian terminology. Let's look at Joseph. Let's look at Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, from my perspective, I may not like the woman because she's a warlord, but I don't think I don't think she's incompetent.
Okay.
I don't think she's incompetent.
Okay.
Right? And the reason why I don't think she's incompetent is because on many occasions she has exhibited and she's proved that she's not incompetent. Right? But when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf took office in 2005, though faced with a lot of challenges, given the fact that Liberia was emerging from a civil war, Ellen understood what Liberia's problem was. But did she, her government for 12 years, did she invest in fixing the main issue that was Liberia's problem? With all of these issues.
What was the problem she identified?
Did she identify any problem?
No, you said she did.
I believe, I said she knew what Liberian problem was.
Okay, what do you think she knew?
She knew that Liberia was a failed state, right? Okay. That's number one.
That's
and a failed state it's not vague.
It's vague. Failed state is vague.
Failed state, it can be anything.
Man, come on, man. You want me to?
No, but we're having a serious conversation.
Okay, so Robert, let me understand, right?
You had no roads, right? You had no electricity. Okay, you had a country where
incompetence there.
But that's not what you see. Y'all missing.
I think Robert, you're confusing yourself.
No, I'm not confusing myself.
You're confusing yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm not confusing.
Okay, so let me say this. So Robert, let me say this, right? Let me point something out.
Listen, my people.
For years.
Robert, let me point something out. Can
So
I
let
point
me give you
something
an
out real
example.
quick?
Lofa, I beg you. I beg you. I won't give an example right now. I
Okay.
give you one example.
Uh-huh.
Again, let me clarify something here.
Yeah.
When I say Liberia problem is incompetence,
Yeah.
I'm in no way saying Liberia ain't got competent people.
Right.
That maybe y'all need to hear that.
I agree.
I'm in no way saying Liberia ain't got competent
what you
people.
said. We're not saying that. No, but we understand what you said.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say here, let me give you an example. Right?
Yes.
The boy, and I'm sorry to pick on him tonight. Alvin Wisa. President George Weah appointed Alvin Wisa as Assistant Minister of Agriculture. Mark Jabate. President Joe Baka appointed Mark Jabate as Assistant Minister for Urban Development. Urban Development, yes. Is Mark Jabate competent for that job?
But Ben, it's going back to the point we keep making. You keep saying competence is Liberia problem. No?
Yeah, it comes to the leadership.
Okay. So can I chime in here real quick? Guys, can I chime in here real quick? Robert, let me land on this quick. Real quick, Robert, real quick, please. Let me just say this, right? I see how you guys are trying to deflect the responsibility to leadership. But what we are saying here, if the leader was competent enough, he or she will make rational decisions that will impact those government institutions or agency. An example, I will say this. An example, simple example, and I'm not going to try to derail the conversation. I have two cars over here. Give me just 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. A minute, 30 seconds. This car you see here, this one right here, it says stop on there. It's $100,000. I had $100,000 on this state budgeted for my employees and everybody to purchase equipment for the stuff, right? I made a mistake one time. I used this card for the wrong reason. Okay? And I'm not going to try to hide it. I used this card because I went to purchase something. I mistakenly put up my credit card that is of the same color without even noticing, and I swiped the card to purchase my daughter's phone. Guess what? My supervisor came literally on my neck. You know what? His supervisor, a manager, came down and was like inquiring, okay, why are we using state's card to make purchase for mobile devices, right? So guess what happened?
So where you headed?
Hold on 1 second. What?
I said, where you headed? What
I'm heading to is the managerial skills, the responsibility. I had to get a new car because my supervisor came.
Is that corruption or competence? So here's
my thing. The competency here is my supervisor could have paid no attention to it and just let it slide out the door, or his or her manager. And this is where it comes in, because if you're competent enough.
I want to step up some more. Ben just make it a quick point. The problem, I will say again, Ben just talk about the appointments. So now the leaders that made these appointments, who elected them? The people. Okay?
Man.
I'm coming. The problem I will say, Ben, is again, the Liberian electorates we are the problem. We elect the same people over and over.
Okay, but do you agree? Do you agree with the American people electing Donald Trump?
Okay, so you blame them for that.
You think America is going to crumble? Because
they have institutions and they have
One minute. Let me answer this. I won't forget my thought. You guys been having. Let me. I insist. Let me say this.
Just now. Okay. But we have also people in Liberia to interpret the grand opinion. What they do, they play with it, they throw it up there and left it hanging. And everybody interpret it. What the country today? You have a legitimate speaker.
But I think you are.
Ben, look
what you say. Hey.
Because Ben, you said too much already.
Let me come in a little bit, please.
Yeah.
Ben, I think you just you built. I mean, I was just leaving to go up, and I didn't get the point you're saying. But you said, "Oh, you're talking about this issue of incompetent." I don't buy the issue about incompetent. And you just justify. Okay, you set an example on Mike Jamate appointment and that of having Wisa appointment. Is that an issue about incompetence that lead to those things?
Absolutely.
When the leaders man are corrupted, it's the same process of corruption that leads to those things. Most of the people get elected on the basis of sometimes bribing people around the presidency, using their influence to ensure that folks will have to go on certain. It's not a base of incompetence that
I beg you, can I both 30 seconds? No. I beg you. Let me get this part. I beg you guys. Guys, please. I beg you, Robert. Please. I beg you, Robert. Please. Let me just make 30 seconds clarity. My point here is I spoke to this because I made a mistake. And that's the reason why I have both cards in my wallet today, because I learned from my mistake. So and it was rectified at the state level. I learned from my mistake, and I had to pay back because I didn't have to do it. So you can't say I was corrupt because it was a mistake on my part, and that's why I was not.
Yeah, they put you like a steam on you, like bro, that mistake they can make.
Oh yeah,
that mistake.
So you keep making examples again. I think that it doesn't do justice to your.
I think you guys are minimizing the conversation. But anyway, go ahead.
Let me because
we try to maximize it.
Sometimes, Ben, I think again, you made 2 fine points, and I was trying to go back to this point. You read a book, and you said something about this guy had to identify what the problem was in Dubai, and they did something about it. They acted, right? I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that he's less competent than whatever. I think the political will or the ability to want to know what the problem is and fix the problem. It takes a heck lot to do that, and it starts with leadership. When Joseph Boakai makes appointment in certain areas, because one, he did not evaluate the process for himself, right? Rather than political appointments, because this person helped me and got elected. This is what always happens. This person helped me, got elected, and so in order to reward this person,
that's the norm. That's the norm everywhere.
One second. I will intentionally make appointments in areas just on the basis of rewarding rather than marriage. The issue we have in Liberia, we have many issues, but I think because we have a system where we depend on government for every single thing. To fix the private sector, we start with the government. To fix education, we'll start with the government. To start fixing institutions and building institutions, we'll start with the government. To fix some of the systemic issue you just mentioned, you talk about this country not crumbling. You know why? Because the system structure in place. Our leaders in Liberia have intentionally, in my opinion, refused to put in place this structure and system because they're afraid that they won't be held accountable by this structure and this system. In Liberia, we have checkpoints, we have constitutions, we have rules, we have laws. Are they enforced? No, they are not enforced, right? So again, to get the needle moved, to start getting things where it's supposed to be, the president in Liberia is the most powerful president in the world. He or she can say today, corruption stops and corruption will stop. He or she can say today,
in the world,
we'll invest in education, and education will be invested in. He or she has control of the legislature. We have the most powerful president in the world. He or she can decide we will move the needle today. We will stop certain things today. We will start certain things, and it will happen. We have not mustered the courage from a leadership perspective to get these things done because we're afraid that politically it may not benefit us. Decisions are willfully made in Liberia from our leaders. So when you talk about competence being the problem, the question I want to ask you is, if competence is the problem, then how do we fix that problem? How do we fix the competence problem, Ben? Without having someone, I can guarantee you this. If Alex Cummings, if the other folks that we have in trial, or even if Barack Obama, even with the message system we have in place, were president of Liberia, and he or she says, I don't care about the political consequences. I care about doing the right thing. I have my vision. I know what the problem is, and I will make radical changes to fix this problem. I will not appoint people because they supported me. I will appoint people based on merits. If I want the agriculture sector to be improved, I will appoint people with the best agriculture expert opinion. If I want the private sector to improve, I will appoint people with the
and
best.
who's gonna do that one?
So Robert,
fire leadership, Ben. Leadership.
Who,
Robert, that would be why he would be considered competent.
What do you mean?
That is why he would be considered competent.
People in government right now that have not done the right thing for political reasons, they have done it intentionally. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. There's no problem.
Ben,
y'all open the phone lines.
I will say this right. Open the phone line.
We should open the phone line. All right.
Give me a second. So do the right thing for our country to improve our country. But when we go out to other people, oh, they play beautiful. But why
again, guys,
it boils down to competency, Robert.
I asked the question that I asked was specific. The question that I asked.
We heard the question already.
Yeah, I mean, y'all give me shit, but you
don't
modify the question.
I'm not modifying it. I'm telling y'all the question that I asked.
What problem, Liberia?
What?
What's Liberia problem? That's the question I asked.
I was very specific.
Let the man talk. The man got more to talk. Somebody let him talk.
That's my topic.
I won't spin it. But go ahead, Ben.
Oh, now I won't spin it?
Ben.
If you realize, all Ben example, it's a reflection of lack of leadership.
Well, the problem is, okay.
So Ben, are you competent?
Guys.
Ben, are you competent?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Every year,
guys.
Every year, Liberia go to election.
You see, this is the problem. This is the problem we're having Liberia. And let me tell you one of the reasons. You see, every one of us here on the question on the panel got specific problem we think wrong with Liberia. Every one of us, we got specific. Tomalin believe that are the people who voting, the people who are in all.
Exactly.
I hate issue with Liberia. Right? Robert believe leadership. The president just needs to muster the will, and he will say no corruption and no corruption.
It starts with the president, Ben.
Yeah, guy, I'm not, and in me, again, it don't mean anything. What you both are saying, I'm not saying you wrong. I was specific in my question. I was selective in the two vices that I picked: incompetence, corruption. Y'all didn't stick to it. I asked a specific question. I said incompetence, corruption. I didn't say lack of leadership was not a problem. I didn't say people voting wrong leaders was not a problem.
Robert introduced lack of leadership.
You see what I'm saying? You guys introduced. You guys went and introduced your respective vices. Tomalin didn't say anything about competence or corruption.
The reason why the question
Liberia.
But you see, that's what I'm saying. Again, Tomalin.
The problem is that
if you want to ask the question. Said, what do you think is Liberia's problem? You can say, I think competence is Liberia's problem, but you can't limit Liberia's problem.
No, but you see, you see, it was the question. I wasn't limiting Liberia's problem. I wasn't limiting.
I got a caller on this line. It's unfortunate this guy got my number directly, so he can call me anytime.
Do you think of all the challenges given the government structure and the system having Liberia, looking at competence?
Hold on one second.
Competence is Liberia's main issue?
Between corruption and
not corruption and competence. Do you think competence, of all of what we just discussed, leadership, everything, do you think competence surpass all of these? And do you think once we address the issue of competence, we will move forward?
I think it plays a major role.
I believe. Oh, Lofa, you say what? Sorry.
I got some on the line.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll come in. Let me answer this.
Okay.
I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
The issue of competence at different levels in our society is a problem. Because, like I said, the engine of any society, you can have the best president. You can give Barack Obama the presidency of Liberia today. If he has to deal with the current reality, he will fail.
So Ben, are you going to fail if you're president?
With the current reality? Let me tell you something.
if you're president of Liberia today, you know
Yes.
this, right? If you're president of Liberia today,
Somebody
one second. If you're president,
Yeah.
and you won the presidency on whatever mandate,
Yes.
you within you have said, I have decided I'm not going to think about the next election. Whether I win or I don't win, I don't get the support though.
That is the competence he's bringing to the job.
No, but Ben just said. Ben
Go ahead, Robert. Ask your question. Ask your question.
So if you went there and you basically said, I'm not going to subject myself to political pressure. I'm not going to subject myself to the system that
Jesse, hold on 1 second, start.
I would make the right changes and let the chip fall what they may. If you went with that mindset, are you telling me that you will fail?
So let me tell you. No. You see. That's what I said. You see it?
Ben, before you respond, let's take the call.
One side. I'm going for America, but he didn't get minutes.
No, you said.
I'm not the one saying it.
Let me tell you, Robert.
Obama was
president of Liberia. If I was president of Liberia, if I got elected president of Liberia today, first thing first, I'm starting with my government, right? Formulating my government. The first thing I will do, right, is to institute a vetting process to name my cabinet, to form my government, to bring the best and this is like you say, taking into consideration, I don't worry about the next election. I'm coming pay political debt, which is by the way virtually impossible. Let's be honest, right? Because that is the reality. You got to pay for it. But I'm just talking about the fact that recruit the best. I will not tell Robert Garguah, who has an expertise in hospitality, hoteling, all of what you do, right? At the best. And I'll go to you, Minister of Health.
But do I have to take that position? I won't take it.
No, but if you don't take it, I mean you don't want to Liberian.
Exactly. But I won't take it based on what, Ben? I won't take it based on what?
What do you mean?
I'm telling you, if you give me a position,
you're simply trying to based on moral or ethics.
Which position? You mean the Minister of Health?
Yes.
But you were not even the offering.
No,
that's the point. You are in reverse agreeing with Ben, though.
You will not even be offered Minister of Health. That's my point.
Because people that are corrupt tend to do immoral and illegal things.
But that's what I'm saying now. Because Robert, you know why you will not be offered that job? Because my vetting team will not even, they will already know your background.
Okay, so are you willing? Are you willing to silence all of the Moyans and all the boys?
But that's the point. That's what I'm saying now.
Asking
you see, so the Moya comes in place because of the incompetence of our society.
The police Johnson and other people.
Let's get it, people.
One second. Ben is under pressure. One second. Ben is
hold
on. Ben is on 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Go ahead, Robert.
Pressure after he's been elected by 90% of the group that he considers incompetent now. He's under pressure to reward them. This is the system Ben is dealing with. Ben has moved in, set up a vetting process, and he has instructed his vetters to ensure that they recruit competent people. It doesn't matter if the person supported him or did not support him.
Exactly. Yes.
So Ben, are you telling me now, based on that, would you succeed or would you not succeed? Because you are in a position now to not think about 90% of the folks who got you elected.
So Robert, right? I don't think
you know what that is, Ben? That leadership.
So Robert.
That leadership.
So Robert,
is that competition?
So Robert, I think
Robert, I'm not saying
what you're talking about here.
I'm not saying leadership is not a problem.
I'm
talking about the nitty-gritty.
I understand.
The belly of the beast.
The decision to even consider the Moyans to not be in that group of employees or potential employees. That is that competent decision that must be made because it must come from somewhere where
I heard something, and before we get the caller, I heard somebody say somebody who supported Joe Parker, John Molu. I heard he say the other day on one interview, I think the interview he did on interview, right? He said they asked him to say,
sorry, Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse, you come in on in 30 seconds. They asked him to say, why you stop your support from Joseph Parker? You know what he said? He said the number one reason I supported Omen Joe was because Omen Joe told me, say, he will work with me for us to formulate a team to recruit the best and the brightest to be a part of the government. The moment he became president, he deviated from it. I said, I got nothing else to do with it because you know what? This thing is not going nowhere. Come in, Jesse.
Jesse. All right. So I got Jesse and I have my brother what's in the Gus on the line. Jesse, go first, and then Gus, you can come in later. Let's hear from you, Jesse.
Yeah, so let me go ahead. Look, guys, I think Ben for bringing this topic up. I think this topic can take a whole month to exhaust it.
I know, right?
Aside here, I think for me personally, I think corruption is our problem in Liberia. I said this to say that with the corrupt system we have in Liberia, it is bound to make any decent person corrupt. If you mean well for Liberia and you want to go and work in our system, I'm sorry, you have to be corrupt. Now it will take a good person, but let me just put my brother Lofa on his spot here, right? Lofa, I was listening to you and started laughing at you, my brother. Now, had your supervisor, if you hadn't realized that you used that card, were you yourself, were you going to report it that you used the card?
Of course, because
you say it was a mistake.
Yeah, of course. You know why? Yes, that is. Hey, let me answer the question now. You asked me the question, and you want me to answer the question?
Go ahead.
Okay, because first and foremost, had I not reported the usage of that card, and then it is noticed few months later, I would have been reprimanded because I would have been given the time. There's a time in the policy statement for time usage of that, and that is where the competence come into play because people above me instituted or they have implemented a system that regulates all of these things. Okay, that is what Ben is saying. That's where competence play in. If you come into that role, you need to make sure that all of these things. And even after that, the reason why I kept both cards in my wallet today is to remind me of that stupid mistake that I made. One could consider it as a sure idea of stealing. Anybody, I could have been fired, but because you know what? Here's my point, and I'll close on the notes for you to chime me on here. Well, because they understood exactly what I said, and they knew exactly that there have been situations of such. So I mean, that's why I'm still at my employer, and people I'm still allowed to make purchases for my techs and other people. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I was just asking, given the duration from the time you made the purchase to the time your supervisor got to you, right? Had that system not kicked in for him to come to you? I think you're a decent guy. But let's reflect this. If this was to be Liberia now, without no system, the corruption,
right?
No use and no report. So you see, what system is good? But Liberia, corruption. Even if you're working on a system you can implement in Liberia to work, the system in Liberia is meant to make you corrupt. So thank you for the time, my brother. I'm listening.
Thank you, Jesse. Gus, let's hear from you, brother, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. First of all, look, this argument for the Robert Amateur so far. Here's the thing. System is not implemented with our people, right? I mean, let's be honest.
Thank you.
Everyone was talking about competence, Robert. The reason why they leave you over there with all those people employed with you because they know you're going to follow the rules. You want to make sure when your clients come or customers or whatever you refer to them as are going to get the best
Call
service
on the WhatsApp line. Hold on.
You know what I'm saying? So first of all, competence is the biggest problem. And one of your arguments, Robert, is, the people that aren't competent, what do you do with them? Well, what you do with them is basically what Madame Salif actually did. The difference was Madame Salif did not have competent people either. But she was foresighted enough to send more Ali's to Stephen Johnson and all those people to at least go out and get some kind of a idea as to what it would take to move our country forward.
Thank you.
Without competence, you are never going to start a system. You are never going to hold people accountable because when you have competence, my brother, you know what it takes for you to function. And
So-
if you cannot function, you truly do not have any competence.
So let me ask one question. 30 seconds.
Well, let me ask you one question.
Okay, go ahead.
So, guys, you said systems are not implemented with our people, right? We do have people. So we're not talking about system without people. We have people.
But they're not in the place.
But one second,
we're talking about competent people.
But one second.
Man, I'll start this talking.
We have people and we have systems. We have
a competent problem.
So there's my question. Are you saying that the systems are not highly functional, or people are not? What are you saying? I'm confused.
No. What I'm saying is this: without the competent people, Robert, I will speak Loma if you want me to.
I don't understand.
Without the competent people, there is no way you put in a system that is required to move Liberia forward.
True.
Who controls the system? Who controls the system? It's not the incompetent people that control the system. It's the competent people. What are you talking about?
But Robert, what
did you just say? Hold on, Robert. Ben. Robert, what did you say?
Yes, what I'm saying. When
okay, hold on, Robert. Say that again.
It's not the people who control the system. The people who control the system in Liberia are the power that be. They are not the folks in the villages. The people who control. When I say control, they are responsible to enforce the laws. They are responsible to enforce the rules.
And all of them competent?
The question is, are they doing that?
But all of them are not competent.
All of them are not competent.
But that's the point.
But listen, all of them are not competent, but they are appointed by people that are deemed competent. Ellen Johnson was competent.
But Robert, that's the point. That's what we're trying to do.
We're saying the same thing.
But Benjamin Sanvee, Ben,
leadership.
Wow.
Listen, all right, Gus, go ahead.
Confuse the entire topic.
Guys, you guys got another caller.
Ellen Johnson study.
Guys, I have another caller on the WhatsApp.
1 minute for the caller. Listen to
Pewee, hold on 1 second. Pewee, let the caller land. Call on the WhatsApp line. Then you're going to go ahead, Gus. Close up.
Yeah. So just to close up, man. Look, let's be honest. We're saying the same thing, Robert. The truth is this: corruption only happens because of people. This is why Liberia, four most important things that we have to do. Any president, if you introduce automation in Liberia, but everything you do, tax collection, everything, do you know how much more revenue we can generate today?
You're talking.
If we just put in a check and balance that prevents.
We already have check and balance that are not being enforced, my friend. What are you talking about, man?
All right. Thank you, Gus.
I'll see you.
All right. Call on the WhatsApp line. Call on the WhatsApp line. Let's hear from you. Your name and where you calling from. Okay, let's hear from you.
After him, let's Pewee talk.
Yeah, so
okay.
My contribution is Liberia issue is incompetence. And I think we need to all work together as Liberians to make our country better. Example is people refusing to do their job because of maybe other influence. Let's take, for example, the guys at the Senate. They confront people all because they say they want for the president job to go on. And that alone, they start to show incompetence right there. Because we don't just go and do things where you want to satisfy another person. Because if you don't do it, maybe they will say, oh, you're not supporting that government or things like that. So it's everywhere in our country, in every sector. Someone will go, they get a degree, but as soon as they get a girl, the birth system will change them. All they will say, oh, when I do it, people will say this, they will say that. Once you are competent, do the right thing and do not get time for what people will say or what they will not say. Stand for the truth and do the right thing.
Thank
you.
And
that I think will move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So caller on this line here, Quetta Salante. Hold on 1 second. Let's listen to Pewee and I'll bring you on. Pewee, go ahead.
Oh yes. The last caller first. I think was it Mohammed? Also, maybe right up. The last caller said something about.
It was Gus.
Yeah.
Gus, come on.
Okay, automating the system and the rest of that. We do have some basic thing in place. We have the ethnic system in place that was introduced during the Ellen administration, right? So, and it's not incompetent. That's pushing people to not go and pay their basic due to the country in terms of respecting the ethnic system. There's a structural process we have in the country, Ben. And I listened to one of the callers say, when Eddie came, there was this issue. Eddie sent, how many person Eddie sent to school? How many percent?
He
What?
mentioned-
How many percent? Most of those that had the bureaucracy doing telling, I'm sure we had competent individuals in the country. Before people started leaving to come to school, but there was a structure in place. There was a bureaucracy that was functional, right? There's not a problem that we have competent problem in the country. I will vouch for that. We don't have a competent issue in the country, Ben. And I agree, you're so passionate about this debate because you struck this side. You want to insist and make
But
things
you
debate
see,
on
you're
that.
minimizing the
No,
debate.
no, it's not about minimizing.
You're minimizing the debate. I'm not only talking about government.
Well, no, Ben, you minimized
No,
it.
no, no. It's not
You
government.
minimized it
But
by
the
the
only
question
thing
you
you're
asked.
talking about, yeah, government.
No, okay.
You minimized
all
it.
right. So
Let me
wait,
explain.
wait,
Let me
that's
explain.
not that we have a caller on the line. If we want to engage,
No, the government don't control
Yes,
everything.
it does.
No, it
Yes,
don't.
so who controls everything in Liberia?
I'm not. I'm not.
Government, how many employees the government have?
Ben.
How many employees the government have?
The government have about 70,000 employees.
How many citizens in Liberia?
There are about 5 million citizens.
Are you guys listening? Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
But Ben, where are you headed?
Who does
Pewee,
the
are you guys hearing me?
to create a system for them to function and have jobs? Who do they look up
Guys,
to?
y'all get the call on.
No.
You got anything you're doing?
All right, go ahead.
Ben, how many person working in Liberia? If
Well,
that
no,
was the training,
but if they were working, who do they look up to create that environment?
I had this discussion with someone a little while ago, and I'm glad I've been brought up to date again. But I don't have to side again with Ben like I sided with the person the other time.
I mean,
our problem in Liberia is incompetence.
How this thing is?
Incompetence is our problem. People go to school, yes, they are educated. But I think it's not just being educated that makes you to perform. And that's our problem.
Thank you.
We learn all the
Training, all of those things.
Do the thing on the job. The professionalism to execute it on the job is what is lacking.
Thank you.
People are more loyal to each other than doing their function appropriately. I don't know who get a master's, a doctor, or whatever degree they want to get. But to execute the professionalism to the letter on the job, they're not able to do it. They'll be loyal to you because you're their boss or something. Instead of them doing their job for you to see the performance, for the government to show up. People think that they should be
I'm talking about loyalty. He confusing things with competence. Don't know loyalty. He's not even confusing. You're not
confusing nothing, Pewee.
You're confusing. What is that?
But the thing that confuses me is most of the people
from abroad. We're straight to
what? Let a man land by.
No, go ahead. No, I just try to bring them on. I captured that. He missing. They committed to the loyalty.
Function appropriately at the job site, so you will have to do your job. They can't do my job. They do everybody's job.
People, oh my God.
Nonsensical. But as a corrupt person, like someone was saying, corruption, we can easily read that corrupt person.
We can quarantine.
And get a full team to get a job going. And everything will become small. That corrupt person is up. But to have the incompetent people in the system is why men like you are looking the way it is.
So is it incompetence that allows?
Everybody in the judiciary went to school. They educated. But look what they're doing on the practice for judgment. I cannot deny everything going on. Look at LRA. Just everything just happens in the country. So our problem again is incompetence and not corruption.
Okay, so let me ask this question.
They're still moving because they are competent.
Robert has a question for every caller tonight. Hold on 1 second. Robert has a question for you.
Let me ask you a question. Since incompetence is the problem, right? You said something about. Wait now, my man. Let me ask you the question. You answer the question. Here's the question I have for you. You said people want to school, but school and education is not enough. They have to prove performance. You brought a whole different word in the whole thing, performance, right? So I know a guy who was a judge and the first black judge in Gwinnett County, Melvin Johnson. He had an aide from Georgia State University. He performed in his very country. When he went to Liberia, for some reason, I'm not sure what he could do. He could not perform. He became very corrupt, right? We have people who leave this country, go to Liberia and do things in Liberia that the dead would not do in this country. They pee on the sidewalk. They throw trash on the sidewalk. Would you attribute that to incompetence?
Yes. Because you know why?
Yes.
Let me tell you how.
Tell me why.
Yes.
Because the system
not working.
Enforce.
Yes.
Okay, who enforced the system? Who is running the system?
And Robert,
Lofa, please take your message.
If a competent society is where things work.
A message?
It's where things work.
Yeah.
If somebody go, if you say somebody leave from here, and they go steal and they do the wrong thing, you fire the person. So give me the person, the only person that to do the job.
So Ben, in this country, just 2 days ago, Trump released people who were found guilty of heinous crimes when they invaded the Capitol. 15 years.
Yes.
They have systems here, right?
Yes.
Those folks are out of jail today. Are you saying that the system doesn't work in America because
No. I didn't say that.
So what are you saying?
It means the system work. You know why? Because the president has that power. He didn't do anything outside his power. He had power. Joe Biden was able to pardon his family.
Ben, let me take the last call here.
Falls on the shoulders of those in leadership. The lack of leadership will not make a system work. I don't care how competent you are. When you don't show leadership, you don't show rules and laws.
If you're competent,
people will get away with murder.
You will show leadership. There's no way you will be incompetent and show leadership. If you show leadership, it means you are competent.
But Dr. Peabody spoke highly of the Chief Justice, the Justice Minister. He was very competent until he went to Liberia recently. He decided.
But then, Robert.
All right. So,
good job,
guys. Let me take. Gus call back to make clarity on whatever. Let's give Gus a minute. Gus, go ahead. Let hear from you. Gus, go ahead.
This is the thing we're talking about. The people that are listening to us were supposed to be educating them.
Right.
What we're talking about when we say competence, we're just trying to blanket it. My brother Pewee said, when people come to Liberia or he made a statement about there's a system in place and no one's using it. By the way, Pewee, in America, the system are in place, but you are forced to use it.
Why?
In driving, why?
Because if you don't do it, somebody else will do it.
That goes also why?
But it's simple.
Because there are consequences, right?
Of course.
So why is the lack of consequence in Liberia?
Because of competence.
Because of lack of competence?
Because of lack of competence. And because guess
what? Guys, you know what? I sense it just want to go back and forth. Let me send a link to Gus so Gus can come on. Gus, I'll bring you on. All right.
Yeah, I can't agree.
Robert.
My man. You're making it sound as because one person who is educated came and he failed. So it means
people have a tendency of doing so well in places where system actually works because there are consequences for their actions, and people have a tendency because they're human beings without morals of doing things in certain areas where if you allow them to get away with murder, they will get away with murder. If I allow my staff to not do that side work and that responsibility, if I don't expect what I expect, they will get away with murder even in this country.
Yeah, but the reason why you doing your job, the reason you are allowing your workers to do their job is because you are competent.
Not only that.
Wait. Robert, let me ask you a question.
People are not born as leaders.
So Ben, let me ask Robert a quick question, right?
Leaders are developed.
That's my point.
Exactly.
It's competence.
So Robert,
you're competent to do it. You know what you're doing.
Ben, I agree.
Robert, let me ask you a question.
Competence is part of the issue.
It's not part of this. It's a major part of
the issue.
No,
I
disagree with you.
Robert, if you don't perform tomorrow, Robert, if you don't perform tomorrow, I won't call your company.
You will be terminated.
They will fire you.
Of course,
somebody will take your job tomorrow.
But Ben, I agree. They're not paying me for free. So guess what? You know why they'll fire me? You know why they'll fire me? They will fire me because I have not met
incompetence.
Right?
Incompetence.
Exactly. But guess what? In Liberia, the president have appointed some really competent people. You said proof. These people on other jobs have proved to be competent. In Liberia, however, because they understand that the president lacks leadership and political will to act.
So I'm not disagreeing with you. So we don't disagree with you.
That's the competence. That's the competence and the lack of leadership. Then we agree.
Okay, I can buy that.
Then we agree.
Okay, I can buy that.
Okay, we agree.
I can buy that. But competence is the main thing.
Ben, let us not muddy the water here. Robert, what is your understanding of leadership? What is expected of a leader?
Leadership. No, wait.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Okay, let him go ahead.
Let me minimize it. Right. Leadership is, first of all, knowing what's right and what's wrong, and doing what's right. Leadership is the ability to act.
What is competence?
Listen. Leadership is the ability to act. Here is the thing. I can be competent all day. If I
wait. What is competence?
I can be
just answer the question. What is competence?
Listen.
But Lofa, game change that he learned.
Lofa.
Yeah, my man.
When you're competent, you know how to do. You know your craft pretty much.
Okay.
There are competent people who really know their craft, right? But like leadership. This is the reason why in most, I'm telling you something very serious. There's a reason why in our, let me tell you something. We strategically hire leaders and managers in certain areas. I can tell you there are people that are stronger than others in certain areas. There are people in my department, there are managers in my department who I know may not be they may not be efficient in certain technical ability, right? Certain ability, right? But when it comes to but when it comes to leadership,
just let a man break his own neck.
But I'm not breaking my own neck. But when it comes to leadership, that means they will make sure things are the way it's supposed to be. They will make sure the standards and the policies are followed. They will make sure people are doing what they need to do, right? But they may not know everything like the other guy. They may not have that skill set, right? So we hire those people. But what does it take? What does it take to be able to make that decision? It takes competence, but it also takes leadership.
Of course.
But what I want you, but that's why I said I would agree with you when you said
but we not. I never. But let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth, Robert.
But I don't want you to just spoil it.
No, Robert. Let me tell you the truth. I never threw leadership out of the window. I never did. Let's be fair. I never threw leadership out the window, but I come back to tell you,
and Gus, in
order for a leader to lead, you got to be competent to be able to lead. You can't lead without being competent. You can't. It's not possible. You see me, right? I'm in my company. I'm project manager 2. They got project manager 3, project manager 4. They got head of the PMO. We are project managers, but they're different levels. Same thing with you in your company, right?
Yes.
There are certain roles there's certain things I cannot do because I don't know it, right?
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, I have to train or either get the experience to become project manager 3. You cannot lead if you're not competent. It's not possible.
But you cannot lead what you don't know, Ben. I agree.
Well, that's my point.
In the end, Ben, would you agree that there are people who know but still don't lead?
Oh, of course.
Then that's why I said I will concur with you if you said lack of competence and leadership.
But competence has nothing to do with knowledge.
Wait, what you said?
Competence has nothing to do with knowledge.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, let's be honest.
Wait.
Let's fascinating conversation.
What do you mean by that? Okay. What I mean by that?
I don't think I agree 100% with Gus.
What's wrong, Gus? You come confuse the whole
Robert.
If competence got nothing to do with knowledge, then what is competence?
No, Robert. Let me fair to Gus.
Ben, 1 minute, Ben.
Let me fair to Gus and let Gus explain.
Oh, yeah, you have to explain. I just want to listen. Lofa asked a question here about this whole thing. Before Gus can come in, God now strike a Bob Rousey, we are gonna get confused.
Yeah.
Lofa said something here, because leadership and competence, and that 2 basic things there. It's so important you ask the question, right, Lofa?
Okay.
So the process is one ability to guide and lead team to achieve a certain goal. That's a kind of a process of leadership.
Okay.
And then the level of competence is where you hire a particular skill, right? A particular that's
where you will achieve your goal, right?
Yeah.
When you achieve your goal,
leadership influence and guide
people to achieve certain goals. Why are you doing that for? You said no. You said competent and not knowledge. Why are you doing that?
No. Here's the reason why I made the strong statement. Look, Liberia is known for. Look,
let him talk, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dude, we have some of the most educated people in our country. On paper. What is one of our weaknesses?
Ben, can you
Every single person today that are in those ministry
And this is where you guys are having an argument. They have gotten to school, they've gone to school, they have gotten every training necessary. But what did they not do ever?
Experience?
Probably 99% of them never sat down and learned how to do the job.
Practically.
True, that's true.
You see what I'm
Experience.
saying? Because competence is actually doing what you know.
It comes with experience. True.
Okay? Doing what you know is where your competence is expressed. Because if everybody can be father, you can go and do how you call it, and have a child. But to be a great father, you have to be around people. You have to exhibit those things.
True.
To be a great teacher, you're going to have to sit in classroom and have had students after students done well in your class. For you to now go to Liberia and say, I am going to institute this in Liberia, so students, I know over time these students are going to do such and such. You, as a technologist or as a healthcare practitioner, you went and got your medical degree and they send you to Liberia, you are going to fail. It's not because you didn't go to school.
True.
It's not because you didn't learn all of those things. But when you go to Liberia, first of all, right out of medical school, you have never touched any medical equipment. So you go to Liberia and now you're a doctor. The medical doctors in this country, the reason why it takes them almost 4, 5, 6 years for them to actually practice, they have to learn the instruments. They have to see patients after patients
residency. You have to do residency.
Yes, the residency. So they can expose themselves to so much that if you go to Liberia, you know, my medical team I take to Liberia, there's a reason why they don't even do any surgery. Everybody's like, oh, y'all do surgery, you do this and that. They said, no, we don't have post-care. After we're done, we're going to leave you here. Where are you going to go to get treated? I can't trust my licensure on the next person to take care of you when I leave Liberia. Look, my people, the truth here is this. Our biggest failure has been when we bring people in. Ellen Johnson, again, I said this. Ellen Johnson tried. You remember, after 2005, go to all of the ministry.
Mm-hmm.
There was expats in all of those ministries. And the intent was to make sure these guys got trained so they can carry on. The problem was majority of the heads were trying to get their retirement because Ellen Johnson, later her government, a bunch of old folks that had to get their retirement. Same thing like Joseph Walker is doing now. Now we go back to your point, Robert, where the Muyan people, the difference also there is this. Most of those young people needed assistance to be able to build their capacity. You could have done that by you remember at the CDC headquarters, they were going to do the
vocational school.
Munapena Vocational School. Did they ever do that? No.
No, they did.
They built a school, but the school was never functional.
No, I think they did. I think they had one graduation.
Man, 1 day, 2 years, 2 days. Trust me.
No. I think they had one graduation.
I'm on Freedom every morning, and the thing is that is the people's biggest downfall.
Okay.
We do not want to make sure that there's Robert Garguah, there's Gus Coleman, there's all of us on here that we know.
Let's get Robert to come in.
Yeah, when we go to our place of work. When we go to our place of work, that's what happened. One story. Let me give you guys one more story, Robert, real quick. I had some video. I sent it to some of these guys, Aziva and them. There was a case at JFK, not JFK, but Catholic Hospital. They suspended the anesthesiologist and all those people because they administer a anesthetic or whatever, and the patient died, or they didn't make it. Robert, Gus Coleman work on anesthesia, X-ray, CT, all of those things. I cannot work in Liberia, Robert. Do you know that? With all of my competence, with everything they pay me in this country and everything I do, I cannot work in my own country because there is no competent people that have ever been hired in it to lead that Ministry of Health that understand the importance of medical equipment. You have people going to ICU and ERs that are not
monitored. So why you can work in your country? No, why you can work in your country?
That's the point. Because if I go to my country, for instance, they don't understand my role in the healthcare system.
What's the role?
Okay. I just said it, but I think you must have skipped it. So my role in the healthcare system is every medical equipment in the healthcare system. Okay, is not only maintained, cared for, make sure they meet every standard as for Joint Commission, CMS, and I can go down and down a list. But the point is,
so is that road that you said they don't understand in Liberia?
No, I'm not saying they don't understand. They don't have the importance of it in Liberia.
No, you just said it. Don't. No. You see something we have. You just said it. Don't. That was call my attention.
All right, yeah, okay, let's go.
You said they don't understand. Like,
okay, they don't understand. Yes, I'll use the word. They don't understand, because if they understood it, every single hospital, like in America, there is a department that has to run that. Because if they understood it, they will have it at JFK. They'll have it, how you call it. By the way, when I turned 40 years old in 2012, I went to Liberia for the first time for my 40th birthday. I volunteered to do it. And you know what happened after I left? That system died. Okay? Winnie Scott Madonna was there. I have pictures. I have everything.
You know,
so again, that's what I'm saying.
I'm a little quiet, and that's one of the reason of the debate today we've been having here about patriotism and the rest of that. You know, because I don't want to turn the statement just not to be outlandish, right? But it's unfortunate, actually, that you say, because I agree the health system is challenged in the country, but we still have a lot of trained and competent health practitioners back home in the country to come out and make a blanket statement that they don't understand it. It's just
the leaders that run it is what I'm saying. It's just unfortunate.
We have a lot of professional girls. I agree, you may be doing well here and rest of that, but to make a blanket statement that they don't understand it there, sometimes some of those things pin some of us to the extent that we challenge, but to say they don't understand it, I mean, we live all of our life in Liberia. Some of us have just been here quite
my brother, and you're in America, right? You're in America, right?
Yes.
There are certain things that you have to do for your children, right? Would you ever not do those things?
Of course I will.
Okay, because you understand the importance of it. But these people do not understand the importance of it. You know why? Because they have access to being able to leave Liberia. That's the problem, my brother.
But there are many folks that don't have that.
Yeah, but Pewee, I think what he's trying to say. But Pewee, I think what he's trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is that
not the individuals.
There's no emphasis on the importance of what he do, right? Well, because if there was an emphasis on the importance of what he does, it would a department of the department like
every hospital
where he work will be there. He's saying that it's not there. Why is it not there?
Well, why not even education? Sanvee, education.
Again, Ben, the issue of why it's not there. Then we started the discussion, right? I'll go back again to try to set some basic standards here. The reason it's not there, these are some policy failure sometimes. It's not on the basis of competence and all those things, as I said. Corruption is pushing on me to major problem.
All right, let me pull up.
We may have infrastructure deficiency in the health system, right? Mm-hmm. That why it's not there, we should be asking, but we do have some there in the private areas. We have the Jallah and other areas in Liberia.
Yeah, no, but I don't think.
Right? Hold on. Don't even talk about Jallah. Let me tell you about Jallah.
Recent one that's been out for the past recent 10 years, 8 years. They've been doing a lot more fidelity and other areas.
Pewee, let me tell you something.
We have the structural situation, but to just condemn it outrightly, I think is unfair.
Pewee, listen. At Jallah, they had one Liberian boy that was trained by the UNHCR or whatever. The kid is in North Carolina right now. Do you know who runs Jallah? Foreigners, Ghanaians, and you know what? When they're ready, they leave. Pewee, how is that not telling you that our leadership? I'm not saying there isn't a person that knows how to do it.
You see again, if you come back to that statement, then you push me to the line to put a very question to you. Do you also know who controls the medical system in this country? Foreigners.
Oh my God!
That is again, if it is in the sixth country,
that is not true. That is not true. No,
I don't think that's all.
That's not true.
You know what country of
it's not even a comparison.
Ben.
Pewee, foreigner might work in this system, but they don't control the system. I don't know if
but if they work in the system, it means they control it.
They don't run the system.
If they work in the system, it means they control it.
Why you understanding of control? What I mean, but why you?
No, but I mean, but you gotta also understand. But
his sister was saying control just like Liberia. They're not going to control it.
Yeah, but Pewee,
they do.
Pewee, you gotta understand something.
You don't control it.
Pewee, you gotta understand something. I don't think you can compare. You can't compare the U.S. healthcare system and Liberia healthcare.
German Day.
No, you're not getting my point, Ben.
What's the percentage of healthcare workers at German Day that are Liberian? My brother, my
yeah, but they're not foreigners here. They're Americans.
Wait.
They're
Americans, all right?
They're Americans.
Yeah, don't put Kenya. Naturally, they're Liberians.
Pewee.
No, I get to the Liberians.
Pewee, how many healthcare? Pewee, how many doctors, nurses, or technicians at German Day that are Liberians?
I need to tell a lot of them are Liberians.
In fact, what is the
percentage? Just give me a percentage.
In fact, what is the ratio?
I haven't seen the workforce. The complexion of the workforce, right?
But when was the last time you were there? When was the last time you were at German Day?
The last time when I took my uncle, but the last time I was in Monrovia, before the election, before the second round elections. Right? The last time I was in Monrovia. So I'm often in the country, my brother. I'm not one person that come here and like Ben. I've been here for 30 years. I haven't been back. No, I'm just a visiting stranger here, right? So,
but people, let me say this. First of all, we must accept. We must accept that our country. We have to accept the reality because first of all, what's the ratio? What's the ratio to per what did it say? Doctor per person, right?
Doctor patient ratio, yeah.
Doctor patient ratio, all of those different things. We are. I think the word challenge.
1,005.
I even think the word challenge is even nice.
Yes.
Look, that's the other thing that I learned, right? This is the other thing that I've come to learn. We have to accept where we are.
We've accepted it, but
but I think sometimes we try to. You know what I think sometimes we try to do? I think sometimes we try to compensate ourselves and make ourselves feel like our problems are not as grave as they are. They are. If you in a country where people are still dying from curable diseases, in itself is a problem.
Let me just define competency. Okay, just Google a simple competency. It will tell you. Maybe it will help us. Okay, so the ability to do something successfully or
efficiently. Yeah, that's the key word.
We keep
efficiency. That's what I was saying.
And I think the role that God's plays here in America, that role is needed in Liberia. It is It's very important. It's even important more than the doctors, because when doctors get into the stable, they don't know anything about this.
Just put it that way.
Another thing. Another problem. And Pewee, you can also vouch for this, right? Another issue we have in Liberia, when it comes to even competency, right, is the fact that we have it set in our mind that the Minister of Health of Liberia got to be a doctor. The Minister of Health don't have to be a doctor.
No, but Ben, I disagree with you. We don't have a study. We have had a lot of non-medical personnel as
Pewee.
Yeah.
Name me the last 3 ministers of health of Liberia.
No.
And when I say the last 3 ministers of health, I'm talking about the last 30 years.
The last 30 years?
I'm talking about Ellen 12. We are 6. Boyka. Go even to Charles Taylor. All of them, all of the last governments we've had, from Taylor to Ellen to Buckeye, every single one of them have been doctors, medical doctors.
And have they changed anything?
No. Every single one.
No. And the problem is that, and one of the biggest problems is that
Ellen Johnson shall leave Minister of Health who? Water Gwen Gali.
Yes.
And our Minister of Health?
8 years of
her
first Minister of Health.
That was the Minister of Health she had.
No. No, he left later. She brought someone for him.
He left. Guess who she wanted to appoint? You know who she wanted to appoint as Minister of Health, but they deny him?
Who?
George Wenham, the one she made Minister of Information.
Let me tell you a story about that. Let me tell you about a story.
They denied George Wenham because they say he wasn't a doctor.
let me tell you a story about that.
No,
Like
coming,
on Radio
coming.
LIB, the propagation against George Warner was there. Okay?
Yes.
No, that's not. And George was the reason why I was able to get at JFK. I was there. Look, man, I took care of JFK. I have pictures. I met Mrs. McDonald and all those people. But
Thank you. Nora Hope said even though all of them have been doctors.
Speaking of this whole thing with
Dr. Peter Como was Charles Taylor's Minister of Health. Dr. Peter Como.
But here's the thing, my brother.
Yeah.
This guy and I
I
work.
think Taylor had one minister of health that was not a doctor.
All were doctor.
Ben, come here.
Fanboy Dakina was his first Minister of Health, Pewee.
Yes. Then Peter Como.
Fanboy Dakina. When Fanboy Dakina left, he made Peter Como Minister of Health.
And Peter Como left. There was another.
Taylor, only president for 5.5 years this year.
Yeah, coming. Yeah, but Peter Como left in our space. His sister husband.
Who?
He was the last minister.
He was deputy. I thought say.
Later on, he was minister. I think.
No, man, Pewee. I thought say was not Minister of Health. No, man, I know. I thought say that my own man. Trust me. I thought say was not Minister of Health or deputy minister. What I'm saying is that is another issue.
No, we had a none, but yeah, but there's not an issue. That's been part of the line, and that's one of the things.
So that's my point. That is
we don't have to have a medical doctor to be a good administrator.
Oh, good. That's all you need. You need
that's what I was trying to say.
Go ahead.
If you look at the doctoring program, the amount of managerial programs that they have in the whole doctor program is less than 3 years.
Right now.
So management skills, they are very low management. A lot of these doctors. So if you see a doctor who is running these big corporations, that person must have an extra management skills outside of their doctoral programs. But if you just take someone who just came from the field, you have because these administrative skills.
Exactly. So here's what people don't get in this America, and this guy knows about it. So in a hospital, every month there's a thing called environment of care, where they bring all of the various.
I mean, I don't think I should do your medical show here.
No, I'm just saying. If you talk about so we talking about somebody running that. Same thing with IT, same thing with healthcare, same thing with education. When you look at education, you look at the schools. They have the superintendent. What's the superintendent role? Manages everything. They got the principal. The principal is limited to just that one school. Okay? And the reason why they do all of these things is all these layers to all report to one another and meet a certain goal. But we don't want to invest in that. Let's just get Robert Garguah. Garguah is going to run tourism now.
So, okay? What I was trying to say is, what I was trying to imply, and that was the reason I sparked this conversation. One is because as we leapfrog and we look ahead in Liberia, one of the key things that, in addition to competence, one of the key things that we need to look at as a nation is innovation. We're not going to be able to thrive without innovation. Yeah, no, but Robert.
Man, do me a favor, man. Come tomorrow, because I thought someone just called me and said, I think Ben raised a very important discussion, right? And we can agree to disagree all day, but I think even in our disagreement,
and I think we found a middle ground. Yes. Even with you, when we went back, we found a middle ground.
There's some things wrong that we can identify as key issues as to why we are not progressing, right?
Yes.
And I also believe that because politics
clouds everything.
Exactly.
Clouds everything.
Politics cloud everything.
Every little thing it clouds it.
And it shouldn't be that way.
We lose focus.
Exactly.
On the main things.
So I think we should have a list. Let the people get involved. Let's have a list of maybe 5 or 10. Okay? And we can probably pay for a whole show to invite some other folks to come on to talk about these things. And not only say, hey, what do you think is some of the main problems? You talk about competence. Yeah. To actually talk about the competence and put forth some sort of suggestion.
Yeah. What do we need? How can we do this?
How we can start fixing
honestly,
right?
Let's look at
Because in as much that I agree now, since we have the middle ground, that competence is a problem, but I also think leadership is a problem. Because if I were to go to Liberia today to run tourism sector, I am going to Liberia to run tourism sector and change the system. I'm not going to Liberia.
But Robert, if you mess up, your people in here was gonna disown you, because now you're not just dealing with Liberians. You do have a resume in this America.
Yeah, but that's what I have to protect. That's what
exactly. But that's what I have to
protect. Because I have to protect my own integrity. Because if I don't succeed, and I'm not going with the mindset that I won't, I'm going with the mindset that I will succeed. But if the system that does not embrace change, if that system does not allow me to change, I will push back. I'm not going there to
that speaks to your competence.
Yes. So if that system does not allow me to succeed, Goss,
what are you gonna do? You're gonna
I can easily come back. I don't have to come back
because you have competence to get another job somewhere.
I can go exactly. But the reason why I was mentioning leadership is because I know some very competent people that I've worked with that have gone to Liberia, and I've asked them, and they can tell, Robert, I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that question. And I asked what happened. Because they will come back, Robert. They allowed the system to conform them, right? Rather than implementing change that was anticipated.
So you see, Robert. So that speaks clearly to where I was going, right? That is not. It's a deeper problem.
Yeah.
Like you say, you allow the system to eat you.
Because it will come back.
It is at different levels. Look, example, Robert, the Minister of Finance today, right? You are competent. You got your MBA from Wharton School of Business, wherever. Name the best economic school in the world, right? London School of Economics, wherever. You get in there today. You the minister. You sit on the 16th floor in the Ministry of Finance. There are 15 other floors below you. Who are the inhabitants of those offices? You see what I'm saying? Competence. You know who inhabiting the offices? People who they're all day playing Zumba. People who are there, they're just passing around.
Exactly.
People who are there. It is that why I said I didn't want to box it in. It is
so Ben, who responsible on the 16th floor, right? You're on the 16th floor, and you also got to remember, as the Minister of Finance, you got to remember that the floor below you also have to do their part for you to be successful as Minister of Finance.
Agreed.
So then let me ask you this though: if all those people below you are playing Zumbo, they are playing checkup, and they're just doing whatever they want to do, are you going to? Is it competent that will enable you to act to ensure that the people below you are I
know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly where you're going. What are competence? I know where Robert going. What are competence or what are leadership? Your question is going to be what are competence or that leadership, right?
What will make you to act?
What will make you to act, right?
Yeah.
Is the competency in you as a leader that will make you make that decision. To say, you know what?
You have Ben Kule instead of leader there. I like that part.
No, but I told you. I told you there is no way. But Robert, I told you, I said there's no way you can be a leader and you be incompetent.
But Ben, from the Genesis,
you're not leading. There's nothing called an incompetent leader. It may sound right. People can say, "Oh, that leader incompetent."
Exactly.
Get leader from there. The man incompetent. He's an incompetent man.
Incompetent people.
But leaders are not the word leader. When you define the word leader, there are characteristics. And competence is number one on the list.
But Ben,
where we're around it.
But Ben, the genesis of this conversation tonight was simply two questions, right? It was simply. No, but Robert, let me bring you back to something here. The conversation. Right, the conversation was simply corruption and incompetence.
And I still, you said you would deal with the man. So you said you would deal with the man who's more corrupt than competent. That's what you said, right?
No, well, no. Actually, what Ben is right here.
Ben, what did he say?
He said, who would you deal with?
I will deal with the man who is incompetent because I can quarry.
No. And I disagree with Lofa.
Oh, you
I disagree with Lofa. I would deal with a corrupt man. You know why?
Thank you.
Because as a competent leader,
God will punish.
I will put guardrails in place for him. He will not be able to be corrupt.
Thank you.
Well, but that's the thing.
Man, incompetent man. You know why it would take for me to deal with an incompetent person? First of all, the person stopping my flow.
Okay.
Corrupt. And that's what I said earlier. Every human being, every one of us
is corrupt.
We got corrupt traits in us.
Dude.
You know what suppress those corrupt traits? Discipline.
Yep.
Law, order, all of the things that you go to school. That the reason why
even in religion, we know
the reason you sitting in your office today,
and that's the reason why you can apply that control.
The reason you sitting in your office today, you can walk and go in your manager office and go open his vault and take his money from there, even though you get access. It's because you know what's waiting for you, and you try it. First of all, there are cameras. Secondly, if they catch you, you are gone.
So Ben, you think if there are no cameras, you think that if I could just go and take the money, knowing that there's no cameras, right?
If there are no guardrails,
no guardrails. So I would just. So you think I would be brave enough to just get up and go take the money? I don't belong.
Hell, fucking yes. Sorry.
At some point you will. At some point you will.
Yo, the real big.
At some point you will. I don't care what.
What are you talking, Robert? What are you talking?
Yo, the real big came out. He said,
"You're asking me that question? What are you talking?"
My man,
you drive a BMW. Your car can run. That's why I let her use that example. You know how many times you can be on that Atlanta freeway, 99, 100 miles per hour? What you can be thinking about? By the time you reach you looking around for the state police. What is stopping you from hitting that pedal? Not the police? If no police were on that highway, you would not be hitting 90, 100?
Ben, that's a really good segue, and that's what people say about the system and how you call it. You see, my brother has said something about, we got system in Liberia. That's another perfect one right there, Ben. Exactly. They don't chase everybody that speed. We all speeding.
Exactly.
But when they get you, you will pay.
So
Robert, remember, one time you had to take care of something for me.
Yes.
I took my kids to Florida. We were on our way straight through. Robert would tell you, I got a ticket in Atlanta. I couldn't come.
So you see like you said, Robert, how many of us go to Liberia? Then we say we get to Liberia. You ever to drive in car in the country with beer bottle in your car? Open?
Or no seatbelt?
Even if they're not you drinking it. If I come to Atlanta tomorrow, Robert, and I come to your office, I say, Robert, let's go, man, get in the car. Take me to the ABC store. We get in the ABC store, I get a bottle. I sit in the front seat, I open that Hennessy bottle, I start drinking it. Why you look at me and tell me? Ben, I beg you.
Put it up.
If we were in Liberia and I went to the supermarket and I said, Robert, let's start the supermarket. My man, it's hot. Let me get one beer. I enter that supermarket. We're talking real talk on the show.
No, but I do drink my beer in the car.
Thank you. Does that make you corrupt? Does that make you corrupt?
I'm not driving.
No. But can you drink beer in car in the country? Even if you're not driving.
I'll put in a red cup.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, but they are real.
Put in the red cup, but when you get
in Liberia now, I think. I'm asking Robert, in Liberia, you drinking that beer in Liberia, does it make you corrupt?
No.
But
why not?
At the back of your mind.
Why not? Why are you not corrupt? You're breaking the rule.
Because it's allowed there.
Because there are no rails in place for you. And why there are no rails? Incompetence.
I mean, let's revisit the conversation. I'm exhausted now.
You see, I told you. No, but I think it was fascinating.
Guys.
And I love that I was able to pick our brains. Because
that's a good one. But here's the thing. I talked to Lofa quite a few times. I would love for you guys to really look at some of these issues. Because, Ben, you used to remember back in the days on Radio Live, that was one thing that we did. We picked a topic. Ellen was tough. We got to stop picking these topics and actually exhaust it.
Oh, man, just say because we are not in office now, you want to...
My man, even when I was in office, you know
leave for a little bit.
No, what I'm saying is, seriously, Let's talk about
Once
healthcare.
we know you,
Let's talk
come
about
with,
entrepreneurship.
come with topic for we discuss it.
I don't want we are topic.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
talking
I
about
agree
all
with
your
you,
videos
Josh.
you share.
Lofa.
I agree with you. I think in the end, we need to stimulate the conversation. We need to get away from all this.
I bet you will go.
We need to get away from all this. Because look, let me tell you, whether we like it or not, we got to start appreciating the severity of the problems we have in our country. And that is the first problem we have. We are in denial as a society. We are in denial as a society.
I don't think it's only denial, but we are dismissive of the reality.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's the same thing. That's the same thing. Lofa, that's the same thing. We know we got our problem, but we actually don't have it. You know, we are in denial.
But Ben, I will disagree a little bit because some of the problems, those of us who are outside, we see it as a problem.
Let me put both of you guys next to each other.
The people who are living in those problems, they do not see them as problems because they have internalized them for a very long time, and they feel as if these things are regular things when they are not
I
regular
disagree.
things.
So that's where I pivot to Lofa's mindset. Lofa mindset is we got to keep talking about this.
Yes.
We got to keep letting them know that this is not normal. This is
but
not
I just told Lofa, he said no.
No. That he was joking with you, man.
No. It's a girl.
And sometimes it's tiring because that's where I get that. Where me and he get bum head.
Yes.
Because I can tell. I said, Lofa, I'm tired. We tired. We've been talking the thing for the last I don't know how many years, right? Mm-hmm. But I agree with him. It almost like they say, you tell a lie 3, 4, 5 times, the lie becomes truth in the person's mind. Right. And it's like the thing we say in Liberia. No politician in Liberia right now can go campaign and use poverty or suffering as an issue.
Scare the people.
You know why? The people are not afraid of that.
They're used to it.
Have you noticed? Have you ever heard a politician campaign in Liberia and say, if you vote for that man, you will suffer?
No.
Have you ever heard?
One man that tried that your man retired suffering. He's an ambassador now.
Exactly. Right?
You're talking about what?
Louis Brown.
That's your Cindy cousin.
So what I'm saying, guys, you don't hear most Liberians saying,
I'm just kidding.
If you go vote for that man, you will suffer. Or that man, if you vote for that man will suffer. Or you vote for UP will make you suffer. You vote for CDC. No, they don't say that anymore. They instead of what they do now is they find catchy things to say, or they find ways to be crafty around it because suffering is a part of the people's reality. It almost like they say you can scare old lady with nakedness, or you can scare bucket with nakedness, right? Now all bucket can see every day. Nakedness.
This is why when people say,
Gus, I want to ask a question to you and Ben.
Go ahead.
I want to ask a question to not just you and Ben, all of us on here. What strategy?
You can say the good looking Ben and the other Ben.
Okay, the good looking and the ugly Ben. Anyone there can pick whichever you fit in. But here's no homo, by the way. But let me get silly, right? What strategy can we actually apply to address the issue of, the people being so comfortable with their current situation that they're not even willing to budge for anything else? Like what you just explained, Ben. If you were in the race with another person in Liberia, I don't know whoever is in your community, right? I'm weighing the option of Ben having to think outside the box, be innovative, to bring something new to the table, right? And in comparison to the person on ground, I'm trying to weigh the option. What is it that we can do as people? And when I said diaspora, I don't want it to appear as though the United States. Diaspora, once you're out of Liberia, I think you're considered a diasporan, right? Ghana and other people, you are considered a part of the diaspora. What can we do to truly transform the governance of the state, incorporating what we have learned, experienced in other countries? What is it? What would be that actual message?
So my question is simple, and this is, and I may be wrong, but this is my mindset now. You can't win an election in Liberia just by talking.
Okay.
It's not going to fly. I can tell you that clear cut. You're wasting your time. You will be seen as just making noise. You literally got to have a little bit of everything, right? Almost like a jollof rice, right? You got to take the musability approach, right? Where you actually do things for your people. You got to be able to invest in them. Meaning, if you're running for representative, senator, wherever, you got to be able to invest in them, right? Go into the communities. Get yourself to be acclimated with the people. Become the people. Become one of the people. Be there with them. It's almost like stay in their faces, right? But in the same time, you have to be able to show why you are different. You got to be able to implement projects. You got to be strategic. It can't be, you're not trying to do everything at one time. You just got to be strategic. Pick your strategy. You stick with it. And then, right, it almost like in order to be able to change the system, you got to get in the system, be one, and then get in and be the change. But if you attempt to do it the normal way, right, where calling out all the wrongs, you just talking, and you're not doing anything, you're wasting your time. Because the people will say, all that man talking for, he just won't get a chance to come here to do exactly what the man doing. That's all he's trying to do.
But the thing is, it is no different from, Liberia is no different from any other country. And this is where we keep making a mistake. Like Ben said, exactly what you need to do. But the true ingredient is this. People would never give up something that they like.
True.
They don't. And this is why when Ben talk about what musability is doing, when these people are used to going across good bridges.
Exactly.
Great schools.
Who do you think will beat Musa in here district?
Look, even in this America, look, this and this is why I think most Liberians don't even pay attention to where they are, especially us diasporans. Look at abortion, guns rights, and all of those things.
Yep.
Today. You can't take that gun away anymore. You can't really take abortion away. You're gonna do states, you're gonna do this and that. It's gonna be fights. People are gonna do what they're gonna do. There are once people like something in this country we live in, all of us here, every day turn the TV on. You're inundated with commercials after commercials. Go to a store, they got samples, they got this and that. Why do we forget the psyche of human being? Well, human being first and foremost. But we always forget the reason why. And the Liberian people, when people say, like Tomalin James was saying, is the people. I always say no. The Liberian people have shown that they're willing to change leaders after leaders. We see it every election cycle. But their choices are very limited. And then somebody will say, well, they had commies. They didn't know commies enough. Again, he is not giving them anything that they know. Okay? We said this to some of us that was on the outside. Imagine Mr. Cummings did what Musa is doing with all the money that he paid to surrogates and whatnot. You have market people getting loans. You started a school. There's one school in Monrovia. But look at all of those different counties. How much would it have cost to build a real tangible school and hire some young people that are at the universities? Take them to those various counties and make sure they have a functioning primary school or high school where you have some of the brightest from Monrovia is transported there. One, you show the people that the government is not doing them fair because this is an individual doing this. And some people say, well, individuals should not be doing that. That's philanthropy. You're filling the void that the government cannot do. And when you do that, you control the people. You can use bag of rice or you can do it the other way. You see what I'm saying? But the people have gotten used to the fact that once the bag of rice is done, they're going to be hungry again. So you got to give them something that they cannot resist, something that they know is so good. This is the reason why all those of us that are here, the reason why we don't go back to Liberia. Liberia is beautiful and fun. But I know damn well, my man, when my funds dry up, I ain't getting it from nowhere else. When I get sick, I ain't getting it from nowhere else. But in this America, my man, I can go to McDonald's today, I'll get a job. I'll be start tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, those are the things that we have to do.
And when those people follow you, even if you lie to them, if they follow you, they follow you. When they become yours, they are for you. To peel them away, it can be difficult.
Yeah.
That's why you will have to go and get new set of voters.
Isn't that what
people
we're
that,
thinking?
the people that are supporting the people that are supporting Unity Party and CDC, you can't get them away right now. It's just you would peel some of them away that will be angry here and there just a little bit. But
well, I mean, I think that's the presidential you're talking about, right?
Yes.
You're talking about the presidential. Okay. Yeah, the presidential is a little more tricky, right? The presidential is a little more tricky than running for representative or running for senator. Running for senator or representative, I know people who are Unity partisans who will vote for somebody who's a sedition. I know Unity partisans who voted for San Joseph.
Yes.
Unity
But you know what's funny,
Joseph.
Ben? I don't want to cut you up, Ben. I am the only person here probably that voted for Ben Sanvee against George Weah.
I know, right?
Oh, wow.
I said George Weah. No, because here's the thing. Principal still said that during our early days, Ben would tell you, young people were like, no, let's give chance to us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Today, even when our brother, what's his name now in Limba?
Ta.
Yeah.
Ta Wambe.
I mean, there was Ta. What's the other kid? Fire. What is he? Fire. Where is he at? Is he in Australia? There was another kid called Fire. I think he's a Unity Party guy. But the point is, these ideas kept happening like Lofa and them are doing. Those ideas have been there, but we have never capitalized on it because we are not doing what we're doing today.
I think, like I said, I think we have to be strategic. We got to be able to.
Well, is the internet a plus for Liberian politics or negative?
I think it depends on how you make it.
How you use it.
How you use it. I don't think it could be negative. It could be positive.
Yes.
It could be negative. It could be positive. But
it depends on how you use it. Yeah.
I think we have to meet the people where they are.
All right. So let me give my answer. I think it has had a net even result because the level of people voting for the presidency hasn't changed.
Mm-hmm.
We still for over the past 30 years. We are still, we're still choosing the same people. So why it is true that the internet has been very, very effective, our decision-making with regards to the presidency has not changed. At the representative level and senatorial level, it have changed significantly because the people, the turnover is high. But at the presidency level, it has not.
It hasn't. I agree. That's why I said.
They're coming quick. But guys, let me ask you a question, right? We talk every day. I can bet you now, come 2028, 2029, all of you guys are sitting here, you will not take a side. You won't be public with it. And that's the problem I got.
No,
okay?
I'll take a side.
I'll take a side.
No.
I'm coming.
But just call Lofani.
Exactly. Just call Lofani. I have an answer. Just say Lofa.
Lofa Julius. My man says Seku Kane. Moses there.
Everybody else here talk about Lofa. So you and Lofa just talk your thing you want to talk.
Right? They were talking. They want to change. So come now. Right now, we all have seen the problem now. Will you guys be willing to take a side early this time around? To say, well,
Tomalin, without you even having to open it in your statement, I made this clear years that the next election, I will not only take a side, but I will be in the forefront of it.
Very good.
All right, and that's part of the reason why. No, to be honest with you, and that's part of the reason why I'm openly coming up to say that. The Nima County election, I will be a part of it. I will be in the forefront of it because that is where the true transformation.
I think that's where the change has to happen.
Okay? It starts in Nima County, and I will be in the forefront. We will have to make our voices heard. If it happened where the people purposely dismiss our view, then we did our part, and they just solely chose to live in abject poverty. Other than that, I'm telling you, there would be no room.
We will not have enough time, Lofa. We need to start now.
I already started.
Let's forget, right? That seat, that Nima seat is for MDR, right? Listen to me. For MDR, number one. Number two.
May the heaven and earth crumble if I support Koga.
I want to ask you a question now. That seat is for MDR. The ruling party, Unity Party, wants they will support. They claim they will support MDR, the field of candidate. Now they want to maintain that seat. Now I'm hearing that CDC, if this guy run, Garrison Yellow, CDC may try to way behind him. I don't know, but yeah, the situation now.
No. Tomalin.
Assume that how to call it? Senator Johnson's wife decides somebody pushing her to run. She's out to run for that seat. Now it ties Kung hand, it ties Koga hand. Now they have no choice because they have denied support because she's in MDR.
I mean, Koga can just fly on the other side.
What happened in that case, Ben? How are you guys?
Here's what's gonna happen. You want to go first? I'll go. Yeah. But here's my.
If Prince Johnson's wife runs, first of all, she's not going to run without a decision that they will all be a part of. Right. There's no way Koga will challenge Prince Johnson's wife. There's no way Kun would not support Prince Johnson's wife. If she intends to run and they don't want her to run, they will try to convince her not to run. If she does run, it means that they have made a decision that this is the person that they're going to be with. That's just my answer to it.
But you know that the chairperson we are from the same county, person they're close. He may endorse her.
Yeah, I mean, but then he does. I mean,
he endorsed her.
And all the other guys they're going to surrender.
So Tomalin,
yeah.
As long as Koga don't win, we're good.
Here's the only person who can truly
and
successfully transform or put Liberia on the right trajectory when it comes to Nima County politics and that of the national politics. I would say Edith Gongloe, Madam Edith Gongloe, right? This woman has shown to be consistently in the same position. The first time she ran, I think she came second. The second time, second, and consistently. What we want here is we don't want the consistent or the repetitive idea of just maintaining the same people because of our loyalty to institutions. And that is why we want somebody who will come and serve in that position as, no, I am not your regular politician. And I think Madam Edith Gongloe will serve that position legitimately, and she will definitely win the election. Because obviously, if you were to do your own math and analysis of the current situation on the ground, she's going against all of these guys, and all of these guys whose name you're mentioning, they are all part of the corrupt and failed system. All right.
To your point, the only way we're going to change it, we have to end that system. Look,
that's why.
If you don't do it, if the Liberian people do not do it,
I'm begging, please let me land. That is why we must all of us on this platform should see reason to throw our support behind Madam Edith Gongloe so that she can serve as that
individual. But is running?
That's simple. She is running, and what we're going to do is petition her to run.
Yeah, but the thing, Lofa, let me tell you something, right? I will support her, but guess what happened?
I think she will run. You know how much she will run? Our brothers are not saying anything about it.
For her to run, it would take the support of the opposition community behind her. So
United.
Yes. And that includes you, Tomalin. That includes you.
I'm for 100%. But you need the support of the likes of George Weah.
You need Musa support.
All of them. You need support behind her.
So,
I agree. I agree.
But here's the thing, Lofa. So let me come in on that. And this is the point that is so important. And George Weah and every single person that's in opposition should support her. If we want to see Liberia presidency change, Prince Johnson had a hold on this. And if we continue this, the same tribalistic stuff will keep happening. Thomas Pala broke that in Lofa. You guys saw it, right? When Thomas Pala and them did that thing in Foya, CDC for the first time got numbers in Lofa. It's the same thing here. If Edith go ahead and win that seat, and we can support her, Nimba County will not be so says or follow this person, Godfather, God this. No, Nimba County will not be a county where not only are they prospering, but they can start making logical decisions. So they're not like entrapped by this one individual. But sometimes people have to be held by their nose or whatever, take them to the creek, and maybe they will drink. And I think that's what we in opposition have to do. And I truly believe, I don't know her much, but I respect her brother so much. Over the last 30 years now, I can almost say with the whole, from 2005 until now. That Pape, my respect for him is so high. It's crazy. And his sister has continued to exhibit that. I believe this is why we get people like that. And Lofa, if you really believe that, the petition has to start now. Because when they make the announcement, it's going to be
the petition started yesterday.
Okay, good. Well,
let me ask you a question.
You can sign me on. I'm interested.
Do you think she will? Do you think she's able to? Do you think she's able to overcome the tribal thing?
I think so.
That you know, I think the way our body politic is shaping, right, Ben, I think we do have the ability to overcome the tribal aspect of the thing, because I want to use Musa Hassan Bididi as a case study.
It was fear, man.
Okay.
The tribal is always fear.
Right. Now let's look at let's look at Representative Musa Hassan Bididi. It was the whole
No.
thing.
Well, no. Musa, you can't compare Musa and Edith. Let me tell you why. And I'm
trying
to.
I know Ben, you want to use the individual projects.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. No.
Okay, so
Musa didn't run for senator. Musa
right,
representative in a district.
Representative position, right?
That's true too. People can forget about that. Ask Mandela Patrick.
Edith is running for senator in the whole county.
Right.
Senator is pretty difficult.
And again, this is also part of the process of acknowledging. And listen, I want Edith to run. I mean, I think it would be a good thing if she runs, right? Mm-hmm. But we also have to be cognizant of the fact. And I'm thinking that's what she's thinking about. She's looking at all of these different scenarios and trying to play it up before she maybe come out with a definite decision. Because from what I've been told is that she's thinking about it seriously, right?
Right.
But she's going to be running in the entire county. There is the Mano and the Gio divide. Mm-hmm. I don't know a lot about Nimba politics, at least from the surface. I'm not trying to sound like I know a lot about it. But from the surface, I know they normally like to balance it out, right? Where if a Mano has one of the seat, a Gio has the other seat. And Tomalin mentioned the issue about the seat being an MDR seat, right? As much as we want to break Prince Johnson's stranglehold, the MDR still has a strong support base. Now, it will be tested in this election. This is the good thing. It will be tested in this election that Prince Johnson is now on the ballot, because in the past, Prince Johnson has put people hand up and they've lost. That is a fact.
But this government have already tried to break MDR wings. Let's be.
Well, no, it's not. That's for me. It's not necessarily. Yeah.
So Ben, so here's going to be the thing, right? This is going to be the issue of discussion. This government now is looking to obtain that seat. UP wants Kogar to take that seat, or however way it is being discussed, but that is it. All right. So based on the current narrative as to the death of Senator Prince Johnson, where people are claiming his death was as the result of UP decision to establish the World Crime Court. All right. Now I want to ask a question. Do you sincerely think that those who may have been honest supporters of the MDR will still support a candidate from UP side? And if not, who else could possibly stand up against Madam Kehleboe Gongloe had she decided to put her hands up and say, I'm going to run and I want to represent my people at the Senate?
Edith's greatest challenge is right? Is It's the machinery. Whether you like it or not, or the old UP, you've been seeing them passing.
Money, yeah.
You've seen things popping up here and there. MDR people apologizing to Kuhn. There is an attempt now by Vice President Kuhn to consolidate this election. Trust me, he's not taking it for a joke. He is going to do whatever he has to do to feel like he has to win this, because this is going to be a referendum on him.
Right.
It really doesn't matter about Joe Biden. Joe Biden already, he can care less who.
And that's why we want to stop.
Well, we know that.
This clearly is about Jeremiah Kuhn. This clearly is about who he supports. If this person wins, you saw he did it in the election, the election for his replacement. He supported Yan Twine when Prince Johnson gave lukewarm support towards Yan Twine and supported Koga. And Yan Twine win. This is actually, I believe, the ultimate test for him. This is the ultimate test for him. And so that is going to be her greatest challenge. It's going to be the issue of money. It's going to be an issue of organization. It's going to be the issue of the system. We don't forget the system. The system is, Kuhn is in control of the system in Nimba. Now, like Tomalin said, for Edith to be successful, and I can tell you it is almost certain that if she does not get the commitment from all of these major, at least the major opposition big wigs, right? If she gets CDC,
she's good.
If she gets Musa,
yep.
If she gets, like I said, the key people, right? Key opposition folk, she already starts at an advantage, because then the argument can be made about the opposition politics, right? But that still doesn't give her the seat or guarantee her the seat.
But Ben, let me ask you a question. Why you speaking to that though? What are the possibility? And I'm asking here based on just possibility. What are the possibility that Musa will pledge his support to Edith, knowing deep down that he's planning to establish his own political party, or is already looking to take over his sister's political party? What are the possibilities?
Oh, he said if.
No, I'm asking the question. That's what I'm saying. What
So that's
are
what I'm saying.
possibilities? Yeah. That's what I'm asking.
If Musa does not support Edith, it's a negative. It's a net negative for Edith. I can tell you that. If Edith cannot get
Musa, but my question is though, man, what are the possibilities that he would do such, knowing that he wants to be a part of the process come 2029 and make his presence felt? Let's give us a possibility. Will Musa support Edith, or he would say, no, I'm not supporting you because I want my political party to be felt, or our presence felt in the 2029 upcoming elections?
But that's what I'm saying. It's left for Edith. Edith will have to build her coalition. Okay. If Edith is not able to build her coalition, nobody's going to just go running.
No, and that's the thing. Lofa, here's the other thing.
And let me, sorry, my camera was turning up. Let me say this. I believe, and we said it last week, sometime this week again, it's going to be a difficult process for Edith. If I were advised her to not get in the process, she can win these elections.
I would never do that.
Wow.
Right, that's what I would say.
I would never do that.
Y'all let him talk. Y'all let him get her reason.
I would to get in the race.
I will be very emphatic, Lofa.
Well, y'all let him talk now.
Y'all let him get her reason.
I spent a lot of time in
this is a neo-progressive. Y'all gotta let a neo-progressive.
Thank you, Gomirao. Thank you.
Man, I'm busy. I'm not busy right now. I'm closing up, my man.
I spent a lot of time, Lofa, in Nimba County, right? Going across Nimba, and I do understand the nuance of the Nimba politics very deeply. Now, we currently do have a minor senator. There's absolutely no way Nimba County will take two minor senators when you have the Guar that is predominantly inhabiting the county, right? So that's one of the things I would say to you, Claire. The Guar people, and there's not to target them in any other way whatsoever. The Guar folks actually love to exhibit themselves also. There's no way, I will say this to you, no way you're going to have either winning election or Koga or and then if you brought wouldn't do, and these are the name, right? If you brought wouldn't do in this election, wouldn't do would defeat Edith Gongloe. If you brought Koga and the support, if you just brought one Gil candidate in the race and something they're going to do, they need to coalesce. That person is going to win this election. Listen, and we have to be a little, and that's one of the things. I don't know how, and I don't want to say.
So how do you know the changes to Liberia?
I do not know the way Musa Bete is looking at it for now. I don't want to project anything moving forward, but he's going to be a very strategic element in the my politics moving on.
Okay, let me come to real quick. So again, guys, in politics there's time and place, right?
Go ahead. Sorry, can I just ask Ben a quick question?
I didn't even learn that.
Go ahead.
What was the name of the Liberty Party VP that ran with Conway? Yeah. That's the guy. I was talking to somebody earlier. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but he would describe during the election that this is the ugly guy that ran. Thank you, Conway. Okay, I know he's supposed to be running.
No, he's not running. Trust me.
Oh, he's not going to run? Okay.
I'm making
All right. Go ahead, Gus. Sorry about
you
that.
can do all your thing.
No, my brother said he wasn't done. I will let him finish. Peewee, go ahead. Peewee, when you finish,
you can do all your thing. You want to do petition. You bring Eden up, they will be all the time. That evening.
Peewee, you done?
We'll find out.
We'll find out. My only fear here is with Musa. Musa is a very strategic politician. If his ambition for becoming the speaker is still there, then he will side with Koga.
No,
you smart.
That cannot happen. No.
Ben, you smart.
No. Ben, I don't care how smart you are. You missed this one.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me finish.
Wait.
Let me tell you. All the guys that were at RJ, you know who was the leader? Now Toga. Just imagine Toga calling Musa and saying, "My man, look, this thing."
But you gotta, my man. Koga has nothing. First of all, let's be honest.
I'm just putting all of the cards on the table.
But who have heard of Koga besides the support he got from Unity Party and Joseph Walker? Let's be honest.
Who was
like Ben knows.
Right
Money talk. Wait now. But money talk DS walk. So
but Gus, Koga, in my estimation, as it stands today, is the front runner.
He is a front runner. I agree. But here's the thing, though.
And until we gotta wait and see who the competitors will be.
The competitor. Right. So that's why I was trying to debunk my brother Uno thing I said he missed, because Koga don't need to work with
Musa.
But
I don't see Musa supporting Koga.
That's what I was gonna say. Koga don't have no reason to support Musa because he already has the money. He already has the money. But here's the thing. Everybody forget this lady ran multiple times and she lost narrowly, right? It's not like she was blown out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
She wasn't blown out. Now you're in opposition. Again, I was bringing like the Barack Obama time situation. She now, with whoever she had last time that supported her, plus the opposition that we have today, young people dissatisfied. CDC, if CDC support her, because remember, she supported CDC the second round. Okay, CDC support her. You're bringing a lot of people in the fold that never, probably didn't even vote for her the first term. The first time she ran. You know what I'm saying? So on top of that, my brother mentioned something, the funding. This is where Musa come in play. You know, because Lilith is not going to have that much money by herself. But Musa and his boys, Ben Sanvee, and them didn't know how to run the machine. My man, you bend that, yeah, man. The machine that Ben keeps saying, the machine, everybody keep forgetting about that. Musa has done a lot in that District 7. Or is it District 7 he's in? There's a lot of Gil people there too. There's a lot of Gil people in those places. They are benefiting from things that Musa is doing. George Weah, ran into that Nima Kante. You saw it. If George Weah is campaigning because he wants to hit Joseph Boakai too hard, let's be honest. The only way Elif can lose if they cheat. That's the other thing.
So,
That's
Gus, can I ask a question? Excuse me, can I ask a general question to all of us here? Considering all of the potential candidates in the race, who brings more value to true transparency and transformation for Liberia? If they would
say competencies, then we want
okay, let's go back. Exactly. Let's go back to Ben. Let's go back to Ben's question about competency.
If you need an effective senator, Edith is your candidate.
Okay, that's
if we're only running because
we want
you want competence, you want effectiveness. Well, let me not just say Edith. Let me not just say Edith because I don't know who else running, but Edith is there.
I can give you the name. I can give you name of folks that are projected as.
No, one of our comrade will be in the race. I think he should be one of the most competent person also.
Well, you take somebody.
I don't want to.
No. Let's be honest here.
I don't want to limit it to Edith.
Tad's decision to run will be an idea or selfish decision because he was only attempting.
But why say so?
He's only attempting to cost the state more money because Tad been in
the election.
Tad serving as a representative for less than 2 years or 3 years, and
Lofa.
Let me land, guys.
The state put mechanism in place for people to contest by election.
Sylvester, you will not do this. You will not do this neo-progressive idea of trying to
put that mechanism in place.
No, Sylvester, you will not utilize this neo-progressive idea of trying to distort my statement, interrupting me. That's a bull kind of conversation. We will have the real conversation here. Tao's decision to jump in the race will be a selfish idea because he simply wants to put the state in more wasteful spending as compared to what we expect.
So is that the only reason why you think that's
No, that's not the only reason why. I can give you numerous other reasons. But first of all, we want to control wasteful spending. One of the main reasons why a lot of us oppose the private jets and all of the things. Ty Wombi in the last most recent travel was on the private jet where the president wishfully contributed to
stop it.
Let me land, guys. Let me land. Guys, let me land. My thing here is this: if we want, Ty is in his position. Let us give this man an opportunity to understand the political arena and the ability to truly perform at his district level, so that when the opportunity avails itself, I know it come across as though what Ben heard in his earlier. Oh, you're too young. Ben is about to hit me with that nonsense. I heard the same thing, but this is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is this, right? Ty, you're opportune to serve in a capacity where you can impact so much. Now,
that was 14 years ago.
There is an open position for a woman who is competent, okay, and come across with what is needed to truly help you to be successful, to enable the entire county. But then you want to leave that position and then create another room.
You thought of Kehleboe?
I'm not spoken to Kehleboe yet.
Okay,
yeah. Bro, get up here, man.
I
know you. That's my position.
The man with the gun.
That position will be much more of he will be killer.
But Pewee, let me ask you, Pewee, you said something profound. And I think you are hammering the local politics, which you cannot deny. I agree with you. I think as much as we want
to run, we will go at him neck to neck.
I think if we want to talk about, I think we can talk about competence. We can talk about effectiveness, about who a legislator should be, but we cannot. Lofa, Anthony, you might be sending the link.
I was sending the link right now.
I know you ignoring Anthony.
I know that. Man, why would you do that? You see, just Ben.
I want you to call that try to stop making flower. You stretch dog.
Ben, you know, okay.
Ben, Lofa getting tired, man. Message make.
Ben is a
Lofa is ignoring you. I don't want you to know Lofa ignoring you. But let me say this.
Anthony, don't believe it. Ben, I'm telling the truth.
I agree with you. You don't have to deal with the local thing, and you can discount that. Whatever we want to talk about, and maybe he said Cindy can talk about institutions for Nimba also. But the local thing is serious.
Man, let me give Anthony a chance. I see you guys, man.
Okay.
No. Come, stay on. I'm sending Anthony.
Why you got a mess up on the
12 hours tomorrow, man. Leave the man alone.
No. You got a mess up on the
Now you want to run away? I ain't just say he's running away. You shouldn't say, "Let me get Anthony a chance." You can stay here, and Anthony can still come on. So stay on.
Guys, it's important. I think the Edith the challenges Edith are going to face is uniting the opposition behind her. I think anything short of that, it's going to be difficult for her.
And just say uniting CDC behind her, because there's no real opposition.
Well, no, the thing about no,
there is an gosh, there is an opposition, but the ANC is
not necessarily
divided.
Nima politics is not necessarily CDC. There are key people in the opposition that can help her. That can not necessarily parties, but key individuals that can help her. But then also, like I said, she got to get Musa. If she can't get Musa, it will also be a challenge for her, because if she doesn't get Musa, it means Musa supporting somebody else. Musa is not going to stay neutral.
I will tell you who Musa is supporting.
Yeah,
you got to show your hand.
Musa will support somebody, and so
I already told you who Musa is supporting. There are one or two people Musa is supporting. If Conway is not in the race, Musa intention here is that, and it's open, and that I think to some extent that is kind of selfish on his part if he go about it this way. But it's politics again. Musa's decision here is this: bring somebody on his party ticket to run, and then he will do the financial support. If that doesn't work out, he's gonna go with either the support.
But why either run Musa together?
Why should either run a Musa ticket? I wouldn't support such an idea.
But why not? Tell me why.
The reason being is, it's simple. Well, there's several reasons why, but I will not state them tonight.
So you want either to run as an independent?
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, well, tell me why not Musa Party?
Like I said, I would not state that tonight, but in due time, we would state.
Let
me just say, Ben, let me say this, right? When the announcement is made, when she decide to actually jump in the race, then we will review all of these things. But Musa is a very strategic politician who has his ears and eyes all over. If I start naming or stating certain things out here, it may come across, like, okay, let us prepare ourselves for some of these counter.
So you want Musa support, but you want her to run Musa Party.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. I'm not going to be the typical politician or the.
I'm asking you.
Right. I do. I want Representative Musa Hassan ability to support the candidacy of Sis Edith Gongloe, but I don't think that she should have to submit to his party in order for it, because remember, it was the same Musa Hassan Bedede who said, and I would say this and shut my mouth, if Kumi did not win the election, he will not accept his position. He will resign. He's still serving, right? All right, I'll stop at that point.
Oh, so you're talking Musa?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. That's just a hint, and that's what I'm saying. But that's where we stop at.
Well,
and that's because the information coming in from the how you call it, the war rooms in America was really good,
You know why you can shut up? I wasn't part of the war room. It was the city and them who were part of that other war room. I was never part of that war room.
My man, we going to look.
God. Wait and see what happens.
Hey, I sent the link to Anthony though. I'm waiting for Anthony to come on.
No, but on the real, there's no reason for any Liberian that wants to see change. We have been given the opportunity to change this whole narrative, especially at Nimba. And the thing that make me feel like this lady could win is because I feel like Nimba has so many progressives too. Because when we keep bringing up this tribal stuff, it's mostly limited to the villages. You know what I'm saying? The elders, the so and so. But there are still a lot of students. There are still a lot of. If you look at Sanukua, you look at all these big cities. There are a lot of young people. Look at even Prince Johnson, what he was doing. The reason why he had that university there was the fact that he knew there were so many young people that he could still impact. You know what I'm saying? And if you look at that university, I bet it's, I mean, UMU or whatever it's called, because I do have a kid, actually 2 girls that's on my nursing scholarship there. I mean, that's a flourishing place. People are out there that could vote for that lady. Again, she didn't lose by that much. And I know George Weah will not support anybody else but her. I don't see who else is going to come from, I don't know, the CDC wing. I can't see it. I don't know of anybody that's interested right now. I think she's just waiting. And I don't see, and I think she preempted this. I'll be honest. She knew her chance of getting over would be with CDC, or else she would have just run with Unity Party. You know what I'm saying? The second round. Because Prince Johnson is going there. All of those, she could have just followed the sympathy and say, you know what, I'm going to play it safe. But she didn't play it safe. You know, she took a risk, and I think it may actually pay off if she decides to run. I think it will pay off because I don't see George Weah and the CDC supporting anybody else but her. You know, and I hope they do, because if they do, shit, we'll get inside.
But the problem is that, let me tell you guys, is that you're going against the ruling establishment. The Unity Party will do everything to ensure that that seat is won by somebody that they support, or
yeah, everything. What you mean, Dominic?
Because first of all, they are the one in power, right? So what they want to do, and mind you, the vice president want to have a say who occupies that seat. But one of the things. So if opposition takes that seat, trust me, it's a blow to the Unity Party and the vice president, depending on who's candidate they support. So that's what. But I'm telling you guys, I'll support Edith for that seat, but it requires the united opposition before Edith can put a foot in that race. She will not jump in that race because listen, where everybody's saying no. She got the woman been there before. She's well known. She's someone lieutenant, and she was the only one who came close to Prince Johnson ever. I mean, a distant second, but at least.
Think about that, yeah.
Yeah, it made the campaign. That he made the campaign. He sure you're relaxing, but he made the campaign. So
and don't forget, she's a woman too.
Yes,
everybody still forget that. There's
so
still a gap.
So yeah, that'll be the fight there. Yeah. But guys, before you guys go, somebody say they said I'm gonna bring it to you guys. They say each of you guys put yourself in the shoes where Ben Sanvee received a call. Okay, the top politicians in the country, right? President Weah, Gongloe. Now they said. They call you tomorrow and say, give their best advice. If you are in that position to advise them, how do they approach if they decide to run? How do they approach 2029? They all been there before. They all have tried. They all have been in the ring before. They have tried the log before. They've been on the ballot before. Now they have done it. Somebody have done it 2 times, 3 times. So what? So they understand the game. But if you Ben Sanvee, Ben been in the room before. You were chairman of the party, and then the last election. We were in some tough meetings together. Otherwise, that meeting were in together. So he has the idea what's happening there. If you're advising these guys, what would be the approach to say how you take on 2029? What do you do? What do you do 2025, 26, 27, 28? What do you do? So put yourself in their shoes and give them advice.
Yeah, let me go first. Let's not get out of here. I'll tell her and say you're John behind Mr. Cummings. Simple. I was just look, that's John Mr. Cummings, and if Cummings win the thing, we can Liberia can be a better place for every one of us. I mean, George Weah, we can tell George Weah, you know what? We can position you in the way that you're gonna be. You're gonna remain a state man. The state man that which you are, we're just gonna elevate it to another level, to another status. And I mean, like, hey, bro, you don't need to go through all this running around. but we will need you into some strategic area to campaign. Come and join us.
The man consider so easily to and see how they treating him now. He say he just says statement. That just statement. He started treating him right now. He consider quietly. He did a sweet transfer of power and see how he do.
Well, and that's what.
But you know, look, there are certain characteristics you can't change from certain people. All of the things that they are doing to George Weah, had it been another person, they might have spoken harder than it. But I think that's just his demeanor, the way how.
That's right. That's
yeah.
right.
There's nothing.
And that's what they're
do.
taking advantage of.
Yeah.
To Tomalin's point, and that's what I've told many people. Lofa and I have talked in the back many of times. I truly believe President Weah stepped down because I don't think he really cared. Presidency is not something that he really aspired to. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think the next 2029, it depends on who's running. It depends on, like my brother just stated, if you're going to respect George Weah, he does not care. I believe the former president, will be more than willing to collaborate with other people. I mean, we saw it. I mean, with Winston Tomalin, I don't see how President Weah will not be able to do the same thing. He stepped away simply because.
Excuse me. To see his president, his desire for somebody else, right? Are you trying to say?
Yeah. I think you could step away for someone else that respects him.
For who?
I think Cummings would be one. I don't see anybody else that right now that I think George Weah.
But then the question will come. But say, well, Cummings, 2023, he didn't endorse George Weah. So we are reached out to him for an endorsement.
Right. But again, that's where you said, you just mentioned it. You all got all these rooms that you guys go to. Yeah. You know, in negotiation, it's not easy sometimes. But what's the most important thing George Weah really will rattle right now? You think if they were letting George Weah today come into the presidential suite or whatever, George Weah, remember, that was one of his top priorities when he became president. People was like, why is he doing all of this? Unity Party and all these opposition used to complain about that place that they enjoy today. The executive mansion that they enjoy today. Why did George Weah do those things? Because as a young man, George Weah look at those things as, man, this is like infinite. There's like the zenith of, you know what I'm saying? That's how George Weah thinks. He's an ordinary person that thinks like that. So I believe the only reason why he's probably even thinking about running again is just the way they're treating him. And it's sad that these people, Unity Party, don't see that. Like, our country could be moving far forward.
Because let me interrupt you. Because now, looking at President Weah, right? Since he left office, all the other politicians that ran, they stay around. But I bet you they can go places that but go there, people don't even know that they are there.
Right.
But this man, when he go anywhere he makes, any movie he make, they'll know straight that he's around. So you think to just give up, to say, well, I see one other thing. And then number two, President, we are congratulating Donald Trump.
Exactly. No, I'm not. I disagree. I agree. I agree.
Away to just even give up.
No, I agree. But I'm saying though, my big brother, what I'm saying is, the reason why it's not encouraging is all of these things are happening. Mahama, not Trump. Now they're treating you like whatever, right? Because what power do you have? When you win, you can get them back the same way. You see what I'm saying? Is Joseph Boakai ever going to run again for a second term? Let's be honest. If God bless him, well, I mean, only if God bless the man to be alive past that time. Let's be honest. We saw what happened with not Donald Trump, Joe Biden.
But God, that you see the old man, you see how he looking, and you think he would right now the presidency.
Nobody was looking good until
Ben Sanvee.
Let Ben tell you, Ben there before when it said presidency. Let me give you an example, right? When Joe Biden was stronger today. Until our president, our friend with his brother-in-law, and I knew the presidency what it's about. It's not a small thing. Look, I'm telling you, to just surrender. You think you surrender it like that way and see people doing certain things.
My man, I ain't saying you're gonna surrender it that way. I'm saying there will be negotiation. And Ben can probably tell us What's some of those negotiations?
Why are you asking?
My man, you been around all these presidents. From Taylor time to Ellington. Now, who do they want United inside?
Who for you and I inside the one?
Ben coming, right? But you see somebody negotiation, right? I saw it during the going election. So some politicians get, I will not call me, but some of them, I mean, it's like you. Some of the kind of demands we're making. One of them made demand to joke. We have said the guys are deposits a joke. I mean, the demands what they were making for endorsement. Come on. Some of the demand we're making, you say, huh?
So let me come in. I think
Ben, I think it'd be fair for me to come in before you come in because
go ahead.
You've been in this thing too long because I don't want you to then dismiss everything I state on you. But I think I put myself in a predicament to go before you go. Actually, I know I reserve my comment. You go first.
You reserve a comment. Okay. No, but if I was a betting man.
I'm just joking, though, man. Let me just say this, right? On this note, if I'm to advise anyone who wants to run for the presidency, first of all, based on the question that Tomalin asked, what would be your advice? First of all, I want to see what was the strategy used in the previous election. When it comes to the ANC, folks, their strategy was literally obscure. It was I can't even speak to their strategy because when you put the like of Abba, who his own wife would not even vote for him in his own house to spearhead the affairs of your
All right, I'm going off camera on this one.
Then I'm a little concerned. But here's my advice. What I will recommend to the
who the Ava talking about?
Ava Tokwa.
Oh, he said he well number for him.
Even in his own house, his wife would not consider voting him to serve as a representative. So I'm just saying. But to be honest with you, that's just my position. She probably may change her mind later, but I don't think anybody. But here's my thing, right? What I'm trying to say here is this simple. Anybody who wants to become the next president, if you dare think that you don't need the endorsement of President George Weah, you must be somewhere in you be living somewhere in utopia because you're lying to yourself. You must first and foremost.
I see why he's saying you won't go in from.
You must first and foremost. You must first and foremost create that relationship with President Weah to assure him, okay, of his legacy, the one that is already built and something that he can depend on to understand that regardless of the fact that you may not be serving in that capacity as the president, but you will be regarded every presidential respect that is accorded. Okay?
And that's what it usually
and this is what is missing in this current regime. And that was part of the reason why President Weah, through all of the difficulties that he may have experienced through the governance process, he said, I'm sick and tired of this. I am a celebrity. I am not looking to be your president. I just want to be that celebrity. So retain that celebrity status and maintain everything that comes with it and respect me as a celebrity. Now, if any one of those individuals who wants to serve in that capacity as a president, they will start to build that relationship with President George Weah and say, look, President Weah, we appreciate your service. We admire your service. At this point in time, we don't think you probably, I wouldn't say it in my word, don't use my word, possess the characteristics of a true leader, but we encourage you and hope that you will. All right? Don't use my word.
You already did your time.
That's what I would say. But I'm going to come to the reality and understand and say, I want you to support my candidacy. And if you can get President Weah's endorsement, you are at the forefront of winning the presidency. Now, it becomes a little bit more difficult to win the presidency if you have a President Weah going against you, because his popularity is natural. Take it or leave it. All right. While it is true that some of us don't like it, and I must admit here, but the reality exists. That man is damn popular. You put President Weah against anybody in any race right now. You put Weah in Cummings, he will fuck Cummings. You put Weah in Bwaka, he will flog Bwaka. You put Weah in anybody right now, he will flog them, not because he is competent, but it's because of his popularity. So in order for us to serve Liberia's problem, bring him to where we need to be at. Bring him to be a part of the process and say, President Weah, we know you're very popular. We need your popularity to win this election because we have what it takes to govern.
I will cut it.
All right, man. That bill coming down. That bill coming. All right, let me come in.
You see how hard it is for Lofa to craft an engagement message toward George Weah?
No, but I'm
no. And Lofa, there's not a dig at you. I'm trying to say.
I agree with
you. You see how hard it is? That is the challenge that they have. Because as it stands right now, there is no reason why George Weah shouldn't run. None whatsoever. None.
No, Ben, there is a reason.
No.
Wait, listen, let me finish.
He said as it stands. You left it as it stands.
Nobody, right? Nobody has given him a reason not to run. Nobody. Everything is aligning perfectly for him. That is the reason why it is so difficult to craft that message. And forget George Weah. Forget him. What is the message to his supporters?
Exactly.
What a message to his supporters?
From who? From who though?
From whoever that.
Okay, so the message to his supporters. Do you want me to answer? I think it was a rhetorical question. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, so there's no message for his supporters. The reason there's no message for his supporters is because, again, like I say, everything is aligning for him. He's virtually sitting. Everybody's doing his work for him.
I don't put myself in trouble. My own sister Musu. She said, Lofa, is that you talking?
You know? And Musu was asking for me the other day. So, but let me say this. Again, like I said, right? If I was in Weah's, okay, let me rephrase what I was going to say. Yeah, because I was going to say
you see how difficult it is?
I was going to say if I was in Weah's orbit,
right?
I am in his orbit. I know him very well. We talk often. But there's no like even if people in Weah's world today, what is the impetus for them to go tell him, Chief, don't run? There's no incentive whatsoever. One, Mr. Cummings have not said he's running for president. Two, Mr. Boakai is doing everything to help Mr. Weah to get back to power. Everything. He literally is helping him.
Yep.
He's running
everything.
He's running Weah campaign every single day.
I'm starting to feel like that old man is.
Lofa, you talking about my mom. I'm figuring. I'm about to believe that maybe he and Joe Weah had an agreement.
Ben.
Maybe they had an agreement.
I'm starting to feel that way too.
Listen. 80-year-old.
I'm about to retire.
Let me taste it. I will give a rap to you. I promise you, I will give a rap to you. Right? So, and I said that, and obviously I say that jokingly, but I or no one in Weah's world, and no one outside of Weah's world, in the opposition community's world, has any moral standing to look at Weah and tell him not to run.
Yep.
Look, let me tell you something. My advice to the Cummings, to everybody who want to run for president, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Do you, let him do him. When the stars are supposed to align, They were aligned. But any attempt to move in front of President Weah and make it look like, okay, how are you going to start a conversation? Like before I was talking, you know, you don't even know how to start a conversation. Are you going to tell him he was bad? You can't even tell him. You can't even tell him he was a bad president. You can't even say that.
Ben, why if it is done the same way how they try to do it with Mr. Bwaka, that same style. I'm
who Mr. Bwaka?
Yeah, why is just trying?
Did it work? But did it work?
No, it didn't work, but you can start sooner.
No,
but then what kind of strategy you can't do that?
Let me tell you something. You see, in politics, the greatest currency in politics is timing, right? And your stars aligning for you. Forget popularity. You can buy popularity, you can earn popularity, you can get natural popularity, you can get natural love, right? You can work and gain popularity. You see, Musa worked, paid, did everything to gain his popularity. Musa took less than 3 months to rehabilitate his image. After everybody was calling him FIFA criminal for the last 7-8 years, it took him 3 months as representative. Nobody can call Musa FIFA. Have you ever heard anybody mention Musa and FIFA together since he became representative? Have you seen Musa ability posts? Do you see any negativity on his post? They see Musa who 1 year ago he had just posted, "Oh, you roll, you this, you that." So,
roll fun, all kind of things.
I bring that up to say it's timing. You see, George Weah, it is natural. Again, like I say, my advice to all potential people who thinking, because they haven't said they're running. And there's a reason why they have not said they're running, is to let it be. I think any attempt to overthink this thing, first of all, you will put your foot in your mouth. When you're dealing with someone, first of all, and George Weah is not. And George Weah, I come in 1 second. And George Weah is not.
I knew you're led. Does that include Madam Edith Gongloe?
But Edith running for president?
Oh, you're talking about the presidency.
Talking about the presidency with George Weah.
Okay, I'm thinking Edith so much.
Yeah, we know. But like I said, right?
Okay.
You, at this point in time, you cannot engage President Weah. President Weah of 2011, 2005, 2020, they're not the same person. He's been president.
Yes, he's gotten a lot.
There's a title next to that name. He been in the job. And the worst mistake anybody in the opposition can make, the worst mistake,
I know what you're trying to say.
Is to attempt to think that you can ridicule him or you can bully him out of the race. You will have an effect of what the Republicans had to deal with Trump. If you notice, after the election Trump lost, there was an attempt by the Republican Party to bully Trump.
Yeah.
He had lost. He had left Washington, D.C. like a loser. He never attended the inauguration. He was literally holed up in Mar-a-Lago. Everybody was trying to disown him. Oh, we finally got a way now to take our party from Trump. But what Trump had that they forgot, he had the soul of the party, the people, the base. Because before you become a Republican nominee, you got to win the party nomination. And they did not have the party base. And so his running was a rebellion. His running was a FU to them. Oh, y'all don't want to deal with me? I will show y'all can deal with me. So my message to the folks in the opposition, don't attempt to bully President Weah. Stop your thing. Stop taking Unity, because the only people who can talk about George Weah failure, that Unity Party. If you're in the opposition and you won't collaborate with George Weah, forget about his failures. You either don't speak about his government, you either don't praise his government, but don't criticize him to the extent where you look like, because he could pivot on you and say, if you criticizing me, then why you want my support?
Ben, I won't disagree with you on that part, but I will not interrupt the conversation because
Go ahead.
I totally disagree. Here's my disagreement. You can disagree with the position of George Weah's ability to implement successfully based on his leadership. Several factors. There were instances where the presidency or President Weah was expected to act accordingly. He sat reluctantly, and you even, Ben, you spoke to it. You said President Weah is not acting accordingly. So that in itself could be a standing position, or what we would say a speaking point to alert him to why it is only fair for him to allow somebody else to serve in that capacity as that leader who would make that.
I hear you. I know where you're going.
Okay.
But do you think the guys who supported Trump, they know that Trump did bad things?
Hey, my man, wait, Ben, I beg you, let me answer Lofa.
Let Ben answer the question.
You don't have an audience for that message.
You don't have an audience.
You don't have an audience for that message. The audience for that message is inconsequential. You're not enough.
Thank you.
That message is not enough to be able to handicap George Weah. The audience for that message. Look, let me tell you something. More than likely, the person who may benefit from Weah is Cummings. More than likely. That is the only person naturally I know Seditians like. Seditians will not stomach any other conversation with anybody else. At least not today, right? Maybe it may change in the next 5 years. But if ANC supporters or people who support Cummings want to have their cake and eat it, they will have their cake smashed in their face. You can't play spider. You can't try to come and say, there was anything you were supposed to do, but you don't do it.
No, Ben. My position is an alternative to George Weah, not Alexander Cummings. I'm not focused on an Alexander Cummings. I'm focused on someone who have had the opportunity to explore the true leadership.
Oh, who now, Ray?
Yeah, but Lofa.
We are yet to see that, but we should not.
But Lofa, let me get you newsflash. Newsflash, Lofa.
The newsflash. Anthony Gay won't come to
newsflash. No new person coming to take the presidency. It's not happening. No new person coming to.
Okay, you tell me if I decide to run today, I will not take the
Lofa,
presidency.
you will not win. I'm sorry. I love you.
You can go find 5 new political parties.
I love you with all my heart. But you will not win, Lofa.
So and then you bet that today will not win.
No new person.
You will be an ambassador like
take the presidency, right?
Yeah. We'll make you ambassador.
So that's what I said. For me, my advice. For me, my advice is very simple. You lead your way out. You start plotting to say you won't get your way out of the race.
Let me be right on.
If Joe we are leave the race, let him get out one morning and say, you know what, I'm tired with it thing. I want you with it thing. I ain't got problem. You know what? Listen, I ain't even got time to be worried about the people.
And I'm gonna
lie. But like I say, depending because of the way things are going, they're making it easy for him to say, hey, look, I can tell you genuinely, I believe, not that he told me, but genuinely,
I mean, he won't go be president.
I think George Weah did not even want to run.
I don't think he. Seriously, I agree with you, man.
No. But listen now, you listen to me. You start agreeing quick before I change.
Well, change so we can disagree with you.
I said genuinely when he lost, when he conceded, that moment, at least the first couple of months, I think he was done with it.
Oh yeah.
So Ben, before you even end your statement, you are saying to us now tonight that President Weah and President Joe Boyka, they are in some form of conspiracy.
No, yeah, I said the way Joe Boyka acting, the way he behaving, the way he running. The way Joe Boyka ran the country, I think here we are getting.
To be honest with you, I believe it. If the man can actually feed the goat with salt,
I think man actually told Joe Boyka, They probably listen.
Ben, don't say that. If you said that, no, Ben, I gotta stop you. Don't say that. Because that's what these Unity Party boys want.
Yeah, my man, we joking there.
No,
Robert,
I think that was a joke.
I'm satire. You think I serious thing I'm talking here? I'm just saying the way Joe Boyka running the country, he's setting the country up. He's setting the election up for we are. He is. Because there is no argument. There is no argument the Unity. What a Unity Party campaign going to be in 2029? What is it going to be? What are they going to talk about? What are they going to attack the CDC on?
They will talk about the successes, man.
You
said they got 4 more years. What they said? You said they got 4 more years.
Yeah, no, they do have 4 more years. Now, what I say, so we're speaking hypothetical. We're speaking like based on what we have today, the reality of what we're dealing with, right?
Oh, the election was held today. If the election was held today and George Weah got in the race, it's a landslide. It's a landslide.
So they could pivot. They could make the change. So I will end on this note so Anthony can carry because he hasn't said anything yet.
I know, right?
I believe, right? I believe all of what I've said. Like I said, I think we are. Look, yeah, George Weah he's a political machinery by himself. So you don't want to, and that's why I say for the folks who want to quote Weah or quote his support base, you have to people like Lofa who have acknowledged that you can't win with Weah, you got to swallow that bitter pill.
I agree.
You got to swallow that bitter pill to know that as much as you disagree with the way we are running the country, you can't be talking it plenty. Because
Ben, I've already accepted that.
Because you see the thing about CDC, let me tell you the thing about my people in CDC. Because
Ben is claiming CDC.
My brother, true politician.
Let me tell you,
but Ben, your Liberty Party thing disappeared.
No. I'm still a member of the Liberty Party, but I told y'all, I've been very clear. I'm still a member of the Liberty Party, but I align with the CDC. I don't hide my association with the CDC. There's a reason why I align with the CDC. The CDC, for me, represents the party of the future. The CDC voters are the voters for the next 5 to 6 elections in Liberia. Whether you want to agree, you want to disagree. If you are a young politician in Liberia, if you have political future in Liberia, you
tell them
pay attention to the CDC base.
Yeah. So Ben, based on my own assessment and evaluation, right? In my district number 13, right?
Look, you have to think about it.
Yeah, I have to think about it because I got to be accurate about the number. But I can tell you, CDC dominates that district, and I can tell you, based on that, I was just able to conclude that in order for anybody to win that district, you must commit yourself and you must buy into the. I'm not saying do the Barrett and go.
No, you don't have to. You see the thing about CDC, Lofa?
You must commit and accept the reality that they are the grassroots movement, and if that's the case, I'm telling you, the CDC have a stronger hold. I'm done.
You see the thing.
Good night, guys.
I'm the thing about the CDC for me.
They always got room for somebody.
One of the things that I like about the CDC support base, the CDC support base is very loyal. The CDC support base, they know how to. If they feel that you are in the debt, they will repay you. The CDC will say, you know what, when we needed Ben or when we needed Lofa, he was there for us. He stood up when people thought it was wrong. You know, CDC is already, many people in the CDC already feel like they're ostracized. Like they feel like Liberia don't have a space for them. People look at them. When you sedition, you're supposed to, how dare you say you sedition?
Ben,
what are you doing?
Ben,
so when
let me practicalize this whole experience, right? Let me just say this. There's a lady from the CDC camp called Nettie Davis. Oh my God. I don't know. A lot of you may have experienced or encountered Nettie Davis. These people are so loyal. When a seditious say, I'm with you, they are with you. I said this before. People are like, oh, you know, that is true to the core. When a seditious said that with you, I mean, I was not on a platform where someone was discussing something and they mentioned Lofa Julius. That woman went on her own platform.
And she was said,
yes,
even though I don't agree with him, but I'm my son.
Thank you. That woman went and she called me and said, this is what I did. I know you're not the kind of person who believe in this, but I used some words that you will not agree with, but I had to because I know you. And she sent me the video and I watched the video. I'm like, oh, wow, Nettie, you really did this? She said, yes, you're my brother. And that's what I would do for you. Now, let me bring this to the other political parties and other places. Would they really do that? Nah, she's not the only person who have done that though. I've had so many other seditious who have done similar thing. Even Prince Sharif. I don't know how many of you know Prince Sharif.
I know Prince Sharif.
Thank you. Prince Sharif have defended me on occasions because this is a man who I have gone against so many times.
Yep.
So I see the level of loyalty. I see the level of loyalty in them. But I still just don't believe in President Weah leadership. I think the institution can be revamped. We can recalibrate things and make sure that we put in position people who can actually, move the institution further than where it is today as compared to having to use George Weah as the leader. That's my position.
But Lofa, if you were to be the face of CDC, you got to come with a different narrative. You can't come with that narrative that, well, I don't believe in George Weah leadership because in order for you to be incorporated in that space, George Weah will have to lift your head like he did Winston Tubman.
I'm not gonna lie. No. But Robert, I'm not gonna lie to myself about his leadership. I'm gonna have to tell him where he made mistakes.
Don't lie to yourself, but strategically,
you really think Marco Rubio trusts Trump?
Thank you. So let Anthony Gay chime in because we haven't heard from him.
That's a good point.
So guys, I'm sitting here, let me use the British.
Anthony, your thing covering your face. Can't you front small?
Oh, okay.
Your name covering your face.
Can you see me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me use the British term. I'm here smirking, right? Because meeting people overlooked George Manuel Weah. Politically speaking, people overlook what he brings to the table as a political capital. If you notice, recent time, he did something about dancing and also singing in the choir, right? Raising that song.
Mm-hmm.
There was this lady we met at a restaurant in Philadelphia. She wanted to go buy our food with myself too. I'll just buy my food. And the lady was explaining to somebody on the phone. She was in the restaurant explaining that particular incident to somebody on the phone and literally burst in tears. Literally burst in tears. And then her friend said, that because man raised song, and you're like, I almost say you don't get it. This is the mistake politician in Liberia. Like, almost speaking now, this is the mistake politician in Liberia continue to make with George Weah. The connection that we have with this man, you don't understand it. Because we have never seen a president who has everything and still want to be like us. I stood there, I wasn't even there. I just listened, watched everything. That lady was so emotional. Explaining that thing on the phone to a friend, and other people around they were laughing. Ben, I walked away from there. I said to myself, to win an election today in Liberia, you have to leave Weah where he is, build your team, expand yourself. When the time is right to link up, you need him. Because, and if you notice, Cummings had never spoken about Weah in a denigrating way. If you disagree with him,
that's a good one. Yep.
But he had never spoken to Weah in a demeaning way. Never. Another aspect I want to show people is that when we have met Cummings during the runoff, and then when Baka went to Cummings, look at those two images. You could see that we were very comfortable. And even Mr. Cummings were comfortable. Both of them were comfortable with each other. But if you see the Baka Cummings moment, it was very awkward. Those of you who watch body languages,
Well, Baka already know.
They were very awkward. What am I saying here? Like Ben spoke to that earlier. Sedition naturally, second option today, if George were not to run, they automatically will go to Cummings. Because of the way Cummings has always addressed Weah. He disagree with Weah, but he does not do it in a demeaning way. You don't call him lay ball. He doesn't call him, no nothing. Even when Timothy Weah scored the goal during the World Cup, Cummings congratulated him with a public message. Right? Mr. Cummings has always recognized what we have done on the pitch.
You can't go negotiate. You destroy that negotiation.
So you may like Weah, you may love Weah, you may hate him. So be it. He has one thing that you cannot take away from him. I have never seen any Liberian in my lifetime.
Man, stop it, man. I ain't spot nothing already.
Who is this?
I wanted to not agree to your question.
Who is this popular? Now, some people reason or chasing behind Weah, not because of the presidency. He was a superstar that they never got to meet in their life. And the first thing that comes to them, oh, look at Prophet King, who can be insulting Weah. You know what? I got a video from Prophet King. You know what he said yesterday in Nima Kante?
What he said?
He said, oh, you were talking to your supporters. He said, did you guys see that President Weah shook my hand? That Prophet King talking now. So I'm here to learn from y'all. Y'all don't want to know the Nimba politics more than me. Man can learn from man. But did you guys see President Weah shaking my hand? What was he doing? He noticed someone that loved Weah. And he recognized the fact that he was privileged to have shaking hands with Weah. That Prophet King, the politics of Liberia, unlike any other country, is different. And until politicians in Liberia understand the dynamics, understand the local politics, understand how things are done in Liberia, whether or not you agree with it, that besides the point. If you are to reach to that finish line, you are to conduct yourself in a way and manner to get to that finish line. If you just go there dismissing people, I got news for you. Just wait on election day to be very, very miserable. Because the group of people, and Ben is right, their voting age group between 18 to 35, the vast majority of them in the CDC. See, the sedition lost this election not because of George Weah's poor performance, because we started. June 7 was the largest protest and the most peaceful protest we ever had in our country at that magnitude. It was derailed the administration of George Weah right in there. After June 7 and all the other different things happened, the CPP got formidable, the 1C 2020, the rest is history. For Weah to have lost without narrow margin, less than 1 percentage point, and somebody want to come here and dismiss Weah politically, then you don't understand the thing they call politics. You don't. You may have PhD, whatever the case may be, in politics, in political science. You don't understand the fundamentals of politics. Because that should tell you, with everything people say about Weah in 6 years, he lost by less than 1 percentage point. That, for me, it speaks volume. So, I'm a diehard supporter of ANC.
The people said when we're ending one show.
I'm a diehard of Mr. Cummings. But if I'm in a room with Mr. Cummings at this moment, grow your party, expand your base. If you would disagree with we are, continue how you've been disagreeing with him, but a respectful way. We are did two things in Liberia that I admire. The PHP Park. Liberia don't have anything of that kind in the whole nation. That area was a bad image of Liberia, terrible image of Liberia. He turned it around and put memorial there for the people that were executed there, and the ocean view, and put a park. You go there, time for Decoration Day, you go there for reflection, and also it shows a better image of that place than what it was then. The presidential lounge.
I think the last one I land, yeah, Fernando.
Yeah, about to land now. The presidential lounge, like it or leave it. That is the first of its kind that Liberia ever had since 1847.
Thank you, Anthony. Wow, Garguah, come in.
Listen, I'm closing. I was enjoying Anthony because somebody just tells me, "Hey, Robert, 2029 coming." It's good to see people, saying what they admire about George Weah, because we don't see these things happening these days. We don't see the people part. I guess I'll use what Ben said. It took a man who, according to the sophisticated folks who are in government now, it took a man who they said was unsophisticated. I guess to them he was incompetent to act competently, right? But listen, I think what's gonna have to happen, and we don't have to like it, right? But I think what's gonna have to happen, I think George Weah will run in 2029. Unless someone really convinced him that he should not run. But I think George Weah will run in 2029.
I will have to fast and pray. God forbid.
Yeah, I think George Weah will run in 2029. From all indications, I think he will run in 2029 because I think he has something. He has some unfinished business. George Weah wanted to do a lot of things, and he wanted to do them differently than he did the first 6 years. And I think that given how he was defeated, and given the way this government has conducted itself in the first year, like Ben said, they have those 4 more years, and let's see what will happen. But I think knowing that he's still largely very popular in Liberia. I mean, look at what happened in my country during the speech. I mean, if I was the president, I would be embarrassed. The former president got more applause than the president of Liberia when he got up to speak. I mean, imagine that. And he stood on that podium.
That clown and relevant by highlighting his nonsense. Just stop it.
Yeah, he got more applause. He got more applause than the current president. And that shows his popularity across all counties. You know what I mean? So I think he knows that the party knows that there were mistakes made. I will hope that they are, putting in place the proper, taking the proper steps to correct those mistakes. And you see a lot of these guys are not saying much now, which I don't agree with, because the Unity Party board did not give these guys a chance to breathe. George Weah was criticized from day one, and a lot of people who don't agree with him can say now, listen, we did not give George Weah the opportunity to lead, because on day one people thought he was incompetent. People thought he didn't know how to lead, and he had no plan. And so they criticized him from day one. They didn't give him the benefit. Yeah.
Robert, I'm sorry. Let me just borrow 30 seconds of your time here and make a public service announcement. Guys, when you come on this platform and you think that you can disrespect one of the panelists because you disagree with his or her position, you are not on the side of the entire panel. Let me be honest with you. We will not tolerate any form of disrespect to any one of us on here. Whether you disagree with any one of us, disagree with us in a much more civil manner. If you think that you can insult Tomalin because you feel like you can do it because he's not making the statement that you want to hear, we will not tolerate that. We indeed appreciate the idea of democracy, but we also don't appreciate disrespect. So if you disrespect Tomalin, Ben Sanvee, Robert, myself, anyone, anybody on this panel, you're disrespecting the panel, and we would not tolerate that. I'm just trying to be honest with you. You can either contribute to the conversation in a much more positive manner, or just don't contribute at all. We will continue the conversation. If you choose to be disrespectful, we would then have to act accordingly. This is who we are. We are the closing argument. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, so I think there's no doubt that he knows that he's still largely popular. He knows that there are Liberians who are now appreciating some of the things he did. He could have done a lot more, but he did not have 12 years like Unity Party did under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And you know, this government actions is making it easy for him. Actually, it's making it easy for any campaign or anything of that nature. So I do think that he's going to run. I don't see a possibility where in 2029 George Weah doesn't run. Now, I will say that because I believe this is Joseph Boaga's last chance, Ben Sanvee. I think after this, Joseph Boaga is done. Whatever strategy the Unity Party have now to start to pull forth that new face of the Unity Party, they will have to do that. Same thing with CDC, because if George Weah runs in 2029, that will be his last bid. He can run again. Now, who is that new face to lead the CDC will be a different topic. Having said that, I think after 2029, this is the only way I believe. If George Weah decides to run, the other guys should forget it. After 2029, now this is when you will start to see other candidate given the chance. Because after 2029, I mean, you have Alice Cummings. There'll be no George Weah. There'll be no Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. There will be no Boaga. There will be Alice Cummings. There will be Dr. Clarence Montebat. There will be the former Vice President Joa Howard Taylor. You know, I don't think Joa Howard Taylor can run for president and win. That's just my opinion. I can expound on that later. And there will be all these new faces. But as long as you have George Weah in a race, even if the Unity Party decides to have a Jeremiah Cohn go against George Weah, I think it'll be the easiest victory if that ever happens. Because again, I don't think he has Nima County in his belt. I don't think he has what it takes to solidify Nima County. I don't think he's the new face of Nima County. If anything, I think they might see Prince Johnson's wife as that new face of Nima County in representation of Prince Johnson than they will ever see Jeremiah Cohn. So those who want to see a new face of new leadership, something different, I think you have to wait until George Weah wins his 2029 and come and serve his sixth term, and then he's out the way. I believe that's the only way. But I don't see any other candidate. I don't think George Weah will allow, unless he's not running, then he might say, okay, we can entertain Alice Cummings. But what does Alice Cummings and the ANC do now? Are they willing to strike a deal with the most popular party and say, you know what, we will align with the CDC, okay, we will help make George Weah better, we'll help make the policy better, so that when George Weah is gone, George Weah can say, you know what, I think Alice Cummings is the next guy, and I will support Alice Cummings candidacy under the CDC umbrella. Does he do that? Or is it too risky for a guy who wants to talk about the message of change? I don't know, but that's something he and his folks will have to determine and strategically come up with. But as long as George Weah is in the race come 2029, I strongly believe that he's going to win. But it's been great, guys.
We're gonna have to wrap up.
Yeah, let's try to wrap it up here. Yeah, because work is tomorrow. But let me close.
Even if Cummings are 75 years old, I think Cummings 75-year-old, he's still strong. he will still be mentally equipped. You have an 80-some-year-old man who is president.
Robert, Robert, let's not do that. Robert, let us not.
When I read that point here,
Robert. Robert, let's not do that to Liberia.
I'm
We
just
cannot
saying,
be
but
Robert. We cannot be sitting here.
No disrespect to Judge. We have
Robert. The honesty of true transformation in Liberia cannot be based on political affiliation or a party line or our close proximity to people in various political parties. I will tell you this today. If Cummings was to hit that 70s and everything else, I'm looking for the likes of Ben Sanvee and other people to
Ben Sanvee not running for president.
Okay.
Ben Sanvee not running
Hold on. You guys are not allowing me to land. You guys are not
running for president.
I'm not going to call my brother run for president.
But Robert, here's my thing. Right?
My man, you're not running for
I
president.
did not say that. I said if we were to get to that point, I know right now Ben is not running to be the next president, all right? Because his brother, Darius DeLon, who promised us the light, he gave us the candle. And I don't know whether the candle serve as a light.
But the candles are better.
Let me just land, right? And to be honest with you, you cannot dismiss the fight that Darius DeLon came from Liberty Party. And if you were to ask Ben Sanvee, he will agree to the reality that yes, that is a product of Liberty Party. So
what does that mean?
That means in other terms that you produce a bad product. So
man.
But Robert, you got one out. Let me let I was shut up and go home.
Give me 5 seconds.
All right, you no. I'll give you 15 seconds. I'll give you 15, not 5. 15.
That's also. Even Ben will not support Ben publicly. I don't see Ben supporting Darius DeLon publicly. No, Ben not stupid.
All right, let me challenge you. Robert, let me challenge you right now. Ask Ben Sanvee if Darius DeLon were to put his hands up for the next campaign, whether he would support him. You ask him the question. Don't let me ask him. You ask him and then get a response.
Ask me, I will answer you.
No. Let Robert ask it. Let it come out of Robert's mouth. I don't want to be the one.
Ben, would you support, knowing everything you know? I don't think that can be your friend.
But will you ask the question and don't put words in the man's mouth?
Well, okay, Ben, will you support Darius DeLon for president of Liberia?
No, not president. I don't think. No, I guess I'll let him be president.
Okay. There you go. I told you.
Well, then let's go back to the Senate. Let's go back to the Senate.
But it re-election. DeLon has not been up.
No. We'll let the man ask his question.
Ben,
the Senate.
Will you support DeLon for re-election, senator?
For senator?
Yeah.
I want to see who running against you.
See. The first question you answer it right away.
Who's running against me? No, but what I'm saying is, I don't think. Listen, DeLon has made a lot of mistakes, but he hasn't been a horrible senator. Let's be fair.
Yeah, he's a horrible senator.
No, he hasn't. I disagree with you.
So Robert, you see my position statement?
The worst senator, that means.
Ben, can you tell all the signature accomplishment of the
my man, don't leave me, man. You're not coming.
The signature accomplishment of Darius.
But all I'm saying though is,
Ben would have been a better senator than Dillon. Dillon got lucky.
All I'm saying though is Dillon has not been a horrible senator.
One way is doing better than Dillon.
Yeah, but Tawambe hasn't been there too long.
My man, Tawambe, that district representative to call a district small.
He's exhibiting better leadership and he's talking less. But he's exhibiting better leadership to his action than Dillon.
Anyway, I see it.
I don't know how we can quantify that, but
well, let me say this on the closing note. I think it was a great conversation. That I like the fact that Ben really spiked the actual
corruption and competence.
Right, the corruption and competence because
I didn't even take a. I'll do my.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Those are the core issues that we need to discuss. Hopefully, that we can use that as a platform to develop new leaders, because the issue of corruption and competence, those are things that we don't take into consideration when we make these electoral decisions. Who becomes the next president? These are part of the problem. So I would say great idea, great suggestion. Ben, thank you. Bravo. Again, I learned a lot from this going forward. And then I just know for a fact that we must build the competence or competencies of the
So Lofa,
individual.
let me ask you, 2029, you only got,
Is he just great? Did I say
come 2029, you got George, you got Unity Party, Joseph Boaga, CDC Joya. You said you'll be involved, you make a decision.
Wait, hold on. I didn't hear you. The guys are talking. Who are they? Wait.
George Weah, you got George Weah, CDC,
and
you got Unity Party, Boaga. Who will you support? Knowing everything.
Wait. Hold on. You got Unity Party, Boakai.
And George
Boakai, definitely, I know for a fact, Boakai is not going to be in the race.
Okay, Unity Party cool. Unity Party cool.
Hell no.
God forbid.
Unity Party cool.
In that next life. No, I'm going to tell you this, to be honest with you. No, I would be upfront. Let me say this. With that, hold on 1 second. Anthony, I would say this, and I would say everywhere in front of my kids, even if they see me as a bad dad, I would say in front of them, a George Weah and a Coon, ain't no way I would ever in my life consider a Coon over a George Weah. That dude is an idiot.
But let me say my own right now.
No, I'm dead serious. He's an idiot.
I won't use that term, but
I know I used it. I didn't use your mouth. I used my mouth. He's an idiot.
Before I go right now, let me say my own before I go right now. 2029, I will not be independent. 2029, if the choice is between Boakai, Coon, or Joe Weah, I will campaign for Joe Weah. On that note, you're good night.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
We would not even have that choice.
It was a fascinating.
We'll do our homework for all the people.
Okay, so Robert, what if Cummings was in the mix?
If Cummings was in the mix, then it changes the dynamics. I will have to.
Cummings is going to be my court.
If Cummings was in the mix, it changes the dynamics.
So I will
have to meet with Cummings. I will have to meet with Cummings and have a conversation. I will have to do that, and I will still have to meet with George Weah to talk to him because I haven't done that. So I have to have a conversation. But if the race was boiled down to those two candidates and these two choices, I will campaign vigorously for George Weah.
Okay, but you're not. But Robert, I had the opportunity.
Robert, you didn't tell the two choices.
No. Hold on 1 second.
No. I said if the race was between.
Okay, what if the race was between George Weah and Jeremiah Coon?
I will campaign for George Weah vigorously.
Okay, so you did not give Coon the chance to have a conversation.
Don't even entertain that conversation, man.
Okay.
I don't want to talk to Coon. I want to talk to Boakai. I want to talk to Cummings and George Weah.
So in a first round election with George Weah, Cummings, with Coon, Weah, Cummings, who are you on?
I will hold my thoughts on that right now until I speak to both guys.
Okay, fair enough.
For 2029, I will be in Liberia. I'm not going to be on it. I will be there. I will campaign.
Fair enough.
And if it's between both, George Weah, Coon, I will campaign vigorously for George Weah to win. That's what I will do. I want to say I will not wear the CDC. I don't have to wear the CDC. I will wear the CDC. I will wear the shirt. I will wear the shirt with George Weah fit. I will campaign. I will attend the rallies. I will campaign for George Weah vigorously.
Okay.
Well, Robert, hold your talk, man. Let me roll out the 2025 for the
But Anthony, we need to get Mr. Cummings to decide what he wants.
No, but Ben.
No, but Ben, we're not here to babysit. We're not here to babysit nobody going forward.
No, I agree. Listen,
Ben, and Mr. Cummings don't want to make the decision.
Don't want to make a because listen.
Other feminine Liberian who can answer this.
Let me ask you a question. When do you think it's too late, or when do you think it's too? Do you think it's too early for him? We already in February.
It was too late yesterday. It was too late yesterday.
When will you want to hear from Cummings?
I wanted to hear from Cummings the day President Boakai was inaugurated, and the inauguration.
No, that was not fair, Lofa.
No, you don't tell me what he asked me. He asked me what.
Okay, go ahead.
I have. All right. I would have loved to hear from Mr. Cummings the day President Boakai and his people store our inaugural funds, and they use it for this old man to go through the level of, I don't know how to describe it. I would have loved to hear from Mr. Cummings. That is what you speak of for a true leader who desires
but
transformation.
the other question I asked, when do you think he should make an announcement that he is running for president?
When?
Yeah.
I just told you.
Oh,
after President Boycott fell off at the inaugural program, that should have been the time he made his decision. It should have been right there, and then after that, a statement should have been made. That's me, Lofa. I am not so
Anthony, when do you think?
I am not so politically inclined, but that would have been the point.
Anthony, as an insider, as an ANC nationalist, when do you think it's going to be too late? How early you think Mr. Cummings should make it clear, either if he's running or if he's not running?
If Mr. Cummings delay and it past March of this year and before you announce, in my opinion, it'll be too late.
So you think by March of this year?
From now on to March, my cutoff time for him is March of this year.
And if he doesn't make that
definitively, he's gonna run.
So if he doesn't make that announcement by March, what does it do for you? What does it do to you?
You spoke to that earlier. One of the valuable commodity in politics is time.
Mm-hmm.
It's time. The way everything that politician does is time is time focused. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
When you momentum is something that you can build and you can gain positively or negatively, right? If you build your momentum early, you ride on. Look, to some people today cheering on Eagle, they will be cheering on Eagle this coming Sunday, not because they were fan of Eagle, but because they see that Eagle is winning.
Mm-hmm.
And Eagle only have one game.
Success is the only one that have
they
many
have one game to the Super Bowl, right?
Those are the bandwagonists.
No problem. But
Like
bandwagonists, call it whatever it is.
So Anthony, that's why I ask you. So
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I know within me, he's gonna run. Of certain things I've seen so far, I know he's gonna run. Now I'm not making an official statement for him today, but from behind the scenes, some of the things I see happening, I'm convinced 90% of me today believe he's gonna run.
Okay, and you think that announcement will come before March or by March?
At least, in my opinion, he should do that by the deadline from now on to March.
What if he doesn't meet your deadline? Will you still support him?
If he doesn't meet my deadline, even though I'm not giving you an ultimatum, but that's my advice to him. It will not serve him good politically to delay this thing. If you know you're going to do it,
support him. That's the question I'm asking you.
What
if he comes in August and make that announcement?
I will still support him, but Ben, he will just give me more work to do.
More work, okay.
Yeah, look, in our field, and Lofa will tell you, we look for the best possible way to get things done. We're not trying to do things the hard way.
Don't say
working smart.
IT. Don't say in our
working smart.
He say IT, but he do a management. So don't.
Yeah, I'm an IT project manager.
Yeah, but so yeah. So the thing there is, at the end of the day, results is what you want. It's not effort. Anybody can apply effort,
and it's working smart. It's not working hard. It's not necessarily working hard. It's working smart.
I think you guys try to be technical here. If we don't end up being realistic about the situation,
but I want to tell you, Lofa, from now on to March, if we can tell the people,
let me tell you the honest truth. You and I spoke in the back, and you know what it is and how it is. Be honest with these people. Listen, let me tell you, you can't win that presidency without your joy. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm saying this in my own Liberian parlance. You better start reaching out and leave these other people who think that they can keep you away. In CDC, as an institution, I'm being honest with you to God in heaven. I have a little brother in Liberia who's a member of the CDC. And this man's commitment is to the CDC. I never knew that these people had this much tie to the community. Like they experience.
But I told you.
Look, I'm telling you, you guys, we must be honest to ourselves.
What
happened? What happened?
As somebody said, we're going to say CDC Lapa.
No, I would take it. I would take it. I would take it. I will sew it. I will wear it.
There's something
at the end of the day, there's certain things that you just don't dismiss. But I'm gonna be honest with you. CDC is a formidable force And in order for anybody to ascend to the presidency to truly transform Liberia, you must agree to the reality that you must amalgamate forces with the CDC in order for you to get to that position. You know, Ben used to say, you cannot govern without having to win an election. That is truth. Let us get to that position where we have the opportunity to govern. Then we can change things and put the needed mechanism in place. Other than that, we are only talking. We are utilizing the theory. We are not implementing the practical aspect of our education. That makes us not educated.
Lofa, you know, I've been on here for a while.
But then why you came back on?
Yeah.
We're about to go. We're about to go.
Politics. I'm talking about PC stuff. You know, I always tell people, and Ben is aware of this too. Look, I always tell myself, if I was not in America, if I never had an opportunity to leave that country at 16 years old, I probably would have been a CDCian. And this is what people take for granted. The marginalized people. Look, on Freedom in the morning, when you listen to those people, I mean, oh my damn, those people that been around, that know Monrovia, that know Grand Judah, that know Grand Bassa, that know everything that happened in St. Tomalin, when they explain to you, when they talk to you, but the dedication. Look, these people that you have to help, when one person's coming here, they send you that low one lapa. I mean, just stupid. It's just stupid stuff like that. Like you sit there and go, why would this person be doing that? I mean, people don't realize it's the same scenario with the whole Trump effect.
Yep.
White people in this country have been marginalized. They feel like, especially the white men, okay? They see their Tomalin leaving. They see this. They see that. You see, one of the things that Trump passed today, supposedly they're going back to no discrimination on hiring. They think black people are taking their jobs.
They realize black
people
we told them to be ugly.
Be able to take these jobs. CDCians are human beings in that country that do not have. When you see all these schools that have children sitting on the floor, those are CDCians' children. They cannot afford to go to the expensive schools. You go to the marketplaces, those are CDCians. And this is why when Spoon went around and did all those polls and people were surprised by the results, and I just laughed and I go, how are you so surprised? Those are the ordinary people. My brother Mo Ali there and then chilling in their room today, they have AC. But a year ago, it wasn't the same.
Yep.
2 years ago, it wasn't the same. And you're telling me those people are not going to be more loyal to you than people that are like this? Whoever's in power, they're going to have a say-so, they're going to enjoy, they're going to live a lifestyle. The people that don't have, the people that know that more than likely the only chance of them ever having a job is the CDCians. Look at what happens with all those people that got fired from the civil service. That was another thing people forget. That was George Weah's idea of saying, you know what? They're all not competent, but you know what? They need food on the table.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
And you took those away from them, and you think they're stupid. They're sitting and waiting.
They're holding that piece that says 6 years, not too far.
I think it was a fascinating conversation, guys. We'll reconvene again. Fascinating.
Thanks for
guys. Get some rest. All right, guys.
Yep,
We'll
take care.
talk.
Yep.
All right.
All right.